പിതാക്കന്മാരില്ലാത്ത അൺവെഡഡ് ദളിത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ട്രൈബൽ വിമൻ ഇന്ന് അട്ടപ്പാടി അല്ലേ, അമ്മമാർ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാരായി അട്ടപ്പാടിയിലും അഗളിയിലും അവിടെ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ പോകുന്ന ആളുകൾ, അവര് വിത്തുപാകി മുളപ്പിക്കുന്ന സന്തതികളുടെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം ഈ ട്രൈബൽ സ്ത്രീകളാണ് എടുക്കുന്നത്. അതിനേക്കാൾ വലിയ ലംഘനമുണ്ടോ? ഇത് സദാചാരത്തിന്റെ വിഷയമല്ല, സ്ട്രക്ചറൽ വയലൻസ് ആണ്.
സ്ട്രക്ചറൽ വയലൻസ്.
അപ്പൊ ഏറ്റവും ശുദ്ധഹൃദയരായ ആളുകളാണ് ആദിവാസികൾ. അവർ പുറം ലോകവുമായി ബന്ധമില്ലാതെ പോകുകയായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ പുറം ലോകത്തു നിന്ന് കടന്നു വരുന്നത് ചതിയുമായും വഞ്ചനയുമായും. ആര്യന്മാർ ദ്രാവിഡ മണ്ണിലേക്ക് ചതിയും വഞ്ചനയുമായി കടന്നു വന്നതുപോലെ അല്ലേ, ഈ ചതിയും വഞ്ചനയുമായി സമതലങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും മുന്നാക്ക വിഭാഗങ്ങൾ അല്ലെ ഇതര വിഭാഗങ്ങൾ കാടുകളിലേക്ക്, മലനിരകളിലേക്ക്, ഗിരിവർഗ മേഖലകളിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരികയും നിസ്സഹായരായ നിർദോഷികളായ ആളുകൾക്ക് ദോഷം വരികയും അവരാണ് രോഗങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടു കൊടുക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ. വളരെ നമ്മൾ പറയും ഈ കേരളത്തിലെ ലൈംഗിക രോഗങ്ങളുടെ വലിയൊരു പങ്കും കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് പോർച്ചുഗീസുകാരാണ്. സിഫിലിസ്, ഗൊണേറിയ, ഈ രോഗങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് പിന്നെ കപ്പലിലേറി വന്ന പോർച്ചുഗീസുകാരും ഡച്ചുകാരും ഒക്കെയാണ്. ദ്രാവിഡ മണ്ണിൽ ഇല്ലാതിരുന്ന ചില രോഗങ്ങളാണ്. ഈ രോഗങ്ങളുടെ പ്രഭവ കേന്ദ്രം ഈ കൊളോണിയൽ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സാണ്. കറപ്ഷൻ, ഇന്നത്തെ രൂപത്തിലുള്ള കറപ്ഷൻ അല്ലെ, അഴിമതി കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് കൊളോണിയൽ കാലഘട്ടമാണ്. റെഡ് ടേപ്പിസം കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. നല്ല കാര്യങ്ങൾ റെയിൽവേ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു എന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറയും, ഭാഷ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു എന്ന് പറയും. അതേസമയം ഇതും കൊണ്ടുവന്നു
ബൈ പ്രോഡക്റ്റുകളായിട്ട് വേറെ
വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഈ സംസ്കാരങ്ങൾ എപ്പോഴും സങ്കലനപ്പെടുമ്പോൾ മോശപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരാനാണ് സാധ്യത കൂടുതലും. പക്ഷെ നല്ല കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും. നമ്മൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന മലയാളത്തിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന എത്രയോ വാക്കുകൾ, കസേറ, ജനാല, പോർച്ചുഗീസുകാരുടെയാണ്.
അത് ഞാൻ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ചെരുപ്പ് ചെരുപ്പ്
ചെരുപ്പ്
അത് പോർച്ചുഗീസ് വാക്കാണ്
അല്ലേ. കക്ഷ്യൂസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന നമ്മുടെ ടോയ്ലറ്റ് ഡച്ച് ഭാഷയിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡച്ചുകാരും പോർച്ചുഗീസുകാരും ഒക്കെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന എത്രയോ വക്കാലത്ത് ഇതൊക്കെ അറബികൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്നതാണ്. കോടതി ഇതെല്ലാം അറബികൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന വാക്കുകളില്ല. അപ്പം മലയാളം എന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് ഒന്നുകിൽ ആ ദ്രാവിഡന്റെ ഭാഷയായ ചെന്തമിഴ്, കേരളത്തിൽ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിരുന്ന കൊടുന്തമിഴ് അല്ലേ, മധുര
സാറേ. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും നേരം വളരെ വിജ്ഞാനപ്രദവും എന്നാൽ ആർക്കും ആസ്വദിക്കാവുന്ന രീതിയിൽ, രസകരമായ രീതിയിൽ, അത് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റർടൈനിങ് ആസ് വെൽ ആസ് എൻലൈറ്റനിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ സാർ പ്രേക്ഷകരും അത് തന്നെ ഫീൽ ചെയ്യുന്നു, പ്രേക്ഷകർക്കെന്ന് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു.
താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്. ഐ ഹാഡ് എ ലവ്ലി ടൈം വിത്ത് യു.
ഇനിയും സാറിനെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതുപോലുള്ള പ്രോഗ്രാംസിന് ലഭിക്കണം.
തീർച്ചയായും
സഹകരിക്കുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് പ്രതീക്ഷയുണ്ട്. ശരി, നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
മനുഷ്യന്റെ പ്രേമ ജീവിതം, ആഹാര രീതി, വസ്ത്രധാരണ രീതി, ജീവിത രീതിയാണ്. നമ്മൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന മലയാളത്തിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന എത്രയോ വാക്കുകൾ, കസേര, ജനാല, പോർച്ചുഗീസുകാരുടെ കാര്യം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കറിക്ക് പുറത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കരിയപ്പലേക്ക് Kshatriyan, they came from the chest, they came from the arms. Powerful. They hold the sword. കേരളത്തിലെ ലൈംഗിക രോഗങ്ങളുടെ വലിയൊരു പങ്കും കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് പോർച്ചുഗീസുകാരാണ്. നമ്മുടെ മാപ്പിളമാൻ രോഗികൾ, ക്രിസ്ത്യാനി മാപ്പിളയാകാം, മുസ്ലിം മാപ്പിളയാകാം, മുസ്ലിംസ് ആൻഡ് ക്രിസ്ത്യൻസ്, അവരാണ് നദീതടങ്ങൾ അടക്കി മാറുന്നത്. ആളുകൾക്ക് ദോഷം വരികയും അവരാണ് രോഗങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുകൊടുക്കുന്നത്.
കോമ്രേഡ് മീഡിയയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി വാർത്താ വിചാരം അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് വിജിത കുരാഗ്. ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് സ്ഥാപകൻ മാർക്ക് സക്കർബർഗിനെ മറികടന്ന് ടെസ്ലയുടെയും സ്പേസ് എക്സിന്റെയും മേധാവി ഇലോൺ മസ്ക് നേട്ടമുണ്ടാക്കിയ വ്യക്തിയും ഇദ്ദേഹം തന്നെ. എബോളയ്ക്ക് സമാനമായ ചപ്പാരെ
ജില്ലയ്ക്ക് മറ്റൊരു പേരുണ്ട്, അക്ഷരങ്ങളുടെ നാട്.
നമസ്കാരം. കോമ്രേഡ് മീഡിയയുടെ ഒരു സ്പെഷ്യൽ പ്രോഗ്രാമിലേക്ക് എല്ലാ പ്രേക്ഷകരെയും ഞാൻ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇന്ന് കോമ്രേഡ് മീഡിയയ്ക്കും നിങ്ങൾക്കും ഒരു നല്ല വ്യക്തിയെ, അതായത് ഒരു വിശിഷ്ട അതിഥിയെ പരിചയപ്പെടാം. അദ്ദേഹം തിരുവല്ല മാർത്തോമ കോളേജിൽ പൊളിറ്റിക്സ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലെ ഹെഡ് ഓഫ് ദി ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റാണ്, തലവനാണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പേര് ഡോക്ടർ മോഹൻ വർഗീസ്. അദ്ദേഹം ഈ അധ്യാപകൻ എന്നതിലുപരി വളരെ വിശാലമായ അറിവിനുടമസ്ഥയാണ്. വേണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ട്രഷർ ഓഫ് നോളജ് എന്ന് വിശേഷിപ്പിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. അദ്ദേഹവുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മണിക്കൂർ നേരത്തെ സംസാരം മാത്രം മതി പല കാര്യങ്ങളും പുതുതായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് അറിയാൻ സാധിക്കും. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വ്യക്തിയെ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിയതിലും ഇവിടെ അദ്ദേഹത്തോടൊപ്പം ഇരിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിലും ഞാൻ സ്വയം പ്രശംസിക്കപ്പെട്ടവനായി എനിക്ക് തന്നെ തോന്നുകയാണ്. ഐ ഫ്ലാറ്റേഡ് എന്ന് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഞങ്ങൾ പറയാറുണ്ട്. ഐ ഫീൽ ഫ്ലാറ്റേഡ് വിത്ത് ഹിസ് പ്രസൻസ്. എന്തായാലും ശരി, അദ്ദേഹത്തിനെ ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തുക, അഭിമാനപൂർവ്വം പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. സാറ് പഠിച്ചതൊക്കെ വിദേശത്താണ് എന്ന് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് ഒന്ന് വിശദമാക്കാമോ?
പഠിച്ചതെല്ലാം വിദേശത്തല്ല, പഠിച്ചതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗം വിദേശത്താണ്. എൻ്റെ പോസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ് സ്റ്റഡീസ് ഇംഗ്ലണ്ടിലെ കീൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി വിത്ത് ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് കോമൺവെൽത്ത് സ്കോളർഷിപ്പ്, അത് മാത്രമാണ് വിദേശത്ത് പഠിച്ചത്. ബാക്കി പഠിച്ചത് പ്രാഥമിക വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം തിരുവനന്തപുരം നഗരത്താണ്. അതിനുശേഷം ഡിഗ്രി തിരുവല്ല മാർത്തോമ കോളേജിലാണ്. പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന കോളേജിൽ തന്നെ പഠിക്കാനുള്ള മഹാഭാഗ്യം.
പഠിച്ച കോളേജിൽ തന്നെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള,
അത് അങ്ങനെയും പറയാം, പഠിച്ച കോളേജിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള മഹാഭാഗ്യം ഉണ്ടായി.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും. അവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ സാറ് ഇപ്പോൾ അവിടെ HOD ആയിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് അത് ആസ്വദിച്ച് തന്നെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്.
തീർച്ചയായും.
അപ്പോൾ സാറ് ഒരുപാട് ഈ സാറിൻ്റെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങാതെ വളരെയധികം മറ്റ് സബ്ജക്റ്റുകളിൽ സാറ് ഒരു വിധത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു റിസർച്ച് പോലെ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് വരികയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ആന്ത്രോപോളജി ആയാലും ഫിസിക്സോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആസ്ട്രോണമി ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ, ജിയോളജിക്കൽ സ്റ്റഡി, ഇതെല്ലാം സാർ ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളൂ. സാറിൻ്റെ വർത്തമാനം ഒരു മണിക്കൂർ നേരം സംസാരിച്ചാൽ പോലും വിശാലമായ ആ മേഖലകളിലേക്ക് സാറിൻ്റെ കാഷ്വലായി തന്നെ, സാർ പർപ്പസ്ഫുള്ളി അല്ലെങ്കിലും പോകുന്നത് വളരെ വിലയുള്ള നിമിഷങ്ങളായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്തു. അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രേക്ഷകർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സാറിന് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു സബ്ജക്റ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം പറയുന്നത്, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ കാസ്റ്റ് സിസ്റ്റം, ഇന്ന് കാണുന്ന കാസ്റ്റ് സിസ്റ്റം, ഇതിന് മുമ്പുണ്ടായിരുന്ന അൺടച്ചബിലിറ്റി തുടങ്ങിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ, ചാതുർവർണ്ണയം, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് സാറിന് ഒരു ബ്രീഫായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വിശദീകരണം പ്രേക്ഷകർക്ക് നൽകാം.
ഒരു ജാതി വ്യവസ്ഥ എന്നത് കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടാകുന്നത് ഒരു 8-9 നൂറ്റാണ്ടുകളിലാണ്.
അതിനു മുമ്പ് കേരളത്തിൽ ജാതി ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു എന്നാണോ സാർ പറയുന്നത്?
അതിനു മുമ്പ് സംഘചരിത്രം കോറിയിടുന്ന ചിത്രങ്ങൾ, അതാണ് നമുക്ക് ആധികാരികമായി എടുക്കാവുന്ന ഗ്രന്ഥങ്ങൾ. അതൊരു 1-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട് മുതൽ 4-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട് വരെ കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടം. ഐന്തിണകളുടെ ജീവിത രീതി, 5 തിണകൾ, അത് ഫങ്ഷണലാണ്. സമുദ്രതീരം, നെയ്തൽ നിലം എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. ആ നെയ്തൽ നിലത്ത് അധിവസിച്ചിരുന്ന ഫങ്ഷണൽ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളാണ്, പ്രവൃത്തി വിഭാഗങ്ങളാണ് മീൻ പിടിക്കുന്ന മീനവർ, പരതവർ, വല നെയ്യുന്ന വലയർ, ഉപ്പ് കുറക്കുന്ന ഉമണർ. അപ്പൊ അവരൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ജോലികൾ അവർ ആസ്വദിച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന ജോലികളാണ്. ആ ഉപ്പ് കുറുക്കിയിരുന്ന ആളുകളെ ഉമണൻ എന്ന് വിളിക്കുന്നു. അവിടെ ഒരിക്കലും മീനവനേക്കാൾ മോശക്കാരനോ മെച്ചപ്പെട്ടയാളോ അല്ല. അത് തീർച്ചയായും ഈക്വൽ സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് ആണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് മാവേലി നാടുവാണിടും കാലം മാനവരെല്ലാവരും ഒന്നുപോലെ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ മരുതനിലം കുറച്ചുകൂടെ കിഴക്കോട്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ ആറ്റുതീരങ്ങളുള്ള നല്ല ചതുപ്പ് ഉള്ള നല്ല ഫലഭൂയിഷ്ടമായ ഭൂമിയാണ് മരുതനിലം. മരുതനിലത്തെ ജനവിഭാഗങ്ങളാണ് ഉഴവർ. അത് നിലമുഴുന്ന ആളുകൾ. ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഇഴവ സമുദായത്തിന്റെ ആയിരിക്കാം, അങ്ങനെയാണ് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈഴവ സമുദായത്തിന്റെ മുൻരൂപം അത് വലിയ നമ്പറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ വളരെയധികം അവർ മണ്ണിന്റെ മക്കളായിരുന്നു, മണ്ണിന്റെ ഉടമകളായിരുന്നു, ഉടമകൾ കൂടിയായിരുന്നു. അവർ ഉടമ വിഭാഗങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ്. അവിടെ വിവേചനങ്ങളില്ല. കുറച്ചുകൂടെ കിഴക്കോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോൾ ചെറിയ മലനിരകളാണ്. അതിന് നമ്മൾ നിലം, അവിടെ വിവേചനങ്ങളിലാണ്. കുറച്ചുകൂടെ കിഴക്കോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോൾ ചെറിയ മലനിരകൾ, അതിന് നമ്മൾ നിലങ്ങളാണ്. ഏറ്റവും കിഴക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ കുറിഞ്ഞി നിലം, പിന്നെ പാലൈ നിലം, മൂഷരഭൂമിയായി കിടക്കുന്ന പാലൈ നിലം. നമ്മൾ പാലക്കാട്ടേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ നമുക്കറിയാം, പാലക്കാട് പനകൾ, മുട്ടക്കുന്നുകൾ, സസ്യശ്യാമള കോമളമാണ് ഈ പറയുന്ന കുറിഞ്ചി നിലവും മുല്ലൈ നിലവും. മരുന്ന് പാലക്കാട് പനകൾ, ഇല്ല നിരപ്പുള്ള നദീതീരങ്ങൾ. ഈ പറയുന്ന നെയ്തൽ നിലത്ത് പിന്നെ വലിയ സസ്യശ്യാമളമാണ്, പക്ഷെ തീരപ്രദേശമാണ്. പക്ഷെ പാലൈ നിലം വളരെയധികം ഊഷരഭൂമിയാണ്. അവിടെയാണ് മറവന്മാരുടെ ആസ്ഥാനം. നെയ്തൽ മറവന്മാർ പാലൈ നിലം വളരെ കൊള്ള എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാര്യമായിട്ടാണ്. പക്ഷേ സംഘകാലത്ത് കൊള്ള എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ ശ്രേഷ്ഠമായൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. കാരണം സമ്പത്തിന്റെ പുനർവിതരണത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ഉപാധിയായിരുന്നു കൊള്ള. അതായത് സ്വത്ത് ഉഴവന്റെ കയ്യിൽ, നിലങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും വിളവ് ലഭിക്കുന്ന ഉഴവന്റെ കയ്യിൽ സ്വത്ത് കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കുന്നത് ഒഴിവായി മീനവന്റെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്നും മീൻ കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കുന്നത് ഒഴിവായതിനു ശേഷം ഇവര് വന്ന് മറവന്മാര് വന്ന് ഈ സമ്പത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകും. മറവന്മാര് കൊണ്ടുപോകും. അവർക്ക് മാത്രം അനുഭവിക്കാനല്ല, അവര് തിരിച്ചു കൊടുക്കും. ഒരു പക്ഷേ ആദിമ രാജാക്കന്മാരും വന്നിരുന്നത് ഒന്നുകിൽ ഇടയ വിഭാഗത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ്, ഉയർന്ന തലങ്ങളിൽ താമസിക്കുന്ന ഇടയന്മാർ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറവന്മാരുടെ ഇടയിൽ നിന്നാണ്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് കേരളത്തിലെ രാജവംശങ്ങളാണ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്. സംഘകാലത്ത് 9-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിന് മുൻപുള്ള കാലഘട്ടത്തെക്കുറിച്ചാണ്, ഒരു അജ്ഞാതമായ കാലഘട്ടത്തെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. അതാണ് വേണ്ടത്. ആ നന്മകളാണ് കേരളത്തിന്റെ രൂപീകരണം. അതാണ് ചാരൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കേരളം, ചേർന്ന ഇടം. പലരും വിചാരിക്കുന്ന കേരളം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കേരം തിങ്ങും നാട് കേരളം അല്ല. കേരപൃഷ്ഠത്തിന് തന്നെ 2000 വർഷം പഴക്കമുണ്ടോ എന്ന് നമുക്കറിയില്ല. 1400 വർഷം, 1300, 1400 വർഷം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പഴക്കമുണ്ട്. ഇൻഡിക്കോ പ്ലൂട്ടസ് എന്ന കൃതിയിലെ പിന്നെ തെങ്ങിനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള പരാമർശം വരുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ സംഘകൃതികളിൽ കാര്യമായ തെങ്ങ് കാണുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രത്യേകം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ്. പ്രത്യേകം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. ഉണ്ട്, ചകിരി തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ കേരളം സമൃദ്ധമായി തെങ്ങ് വളരുന്ന സ്ഥലമാണ് എന്ന് കാണിക്കാൻ തക്ക സൂചനകളൊന്നും തന്നെ ഇല്ല. എന്നാൽ മറ്റു മരങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് അതുകൊണ്ട് തീർച്ചയായും ആ കാലഘട്ടം നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു വന്ന ആ ഒരു ഉൾക്കൊള്ളലിൻ്റെ, പാരസ്പര്യത്തിൻ്റെ, സമവായത്തിൻ്റെ അലസ മനോഹരമായ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭൂതകാലമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു കേരളത്തിൽ. ഒരു കോൺസെപ്റ്റൽ അനാർക്കി എന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ പറയാം. അരാജകത്വം, രാജത്വത്തിൻ്റെ ഘടനകളാണ് തീർച്ചയായും നമ്മെ ഒരു ശ്രേണി ബന്ധത്തിലേക്കും ആ ശ്രേണി ബന്ധങ്ങളാണ് വിവേചനത്തിലേക്കും എത്തിച്ചത്. ശ്രേണിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്ത് വിവേചനം? മാവേലി നാട് വാണിടും കാലം മാനവരെല്ലാം ഒന്നുപോലെ. ആ മാവേലിയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ചേരരാജാവ്. അല്ലേ? ഒരു സങ്കല്പമാണ്, ഒരൊറ്റ രാജാവല്ല, രാജസങ്കല്പം, തമ്പുരാൻ എന്ന സങ്കല്പം, എല്ലാവരെയും ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുന്ന തമ്പുരാൻ എന്ന സങ്കല്പം. അത് ചേര രാജാവിൻ്റെ സങ്കല്പമാണ്. അതായിരുന്നു നമ്മുടെ ഗതകാല പ്രതാപം. അതിൽ നിന്നും എത്ര വ്യത്യാസമാണ് ഇന്ന്. ഒരു ബ്രാഹ്മണിക്കൽ ഘടനകൾ വരികയും ചാതുർവർണ്ണയത്തിന്റെ, സാർ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ചാതുർവർണ്ണയത്തിന്റെ ഘടനകൾ വരികയും 9-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട്, 7-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട്, 8-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട്, 9-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട് ഒരു ബ്രാഹ്മൺ അധിനിവേശം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ശരിയല്ല, മേധാവിത്വ ഘടനകൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെട്ടു. നമ്മുടെ മുക്കാൽവട്ടങ്ങൾ അമ്പലങ്ങളായി രൂപപ്പെട്ടു, ക്ഷേത്രങ്ങളായി രൂപപ്പെട്ടു. ക്ഷേത്രങ്ങൾക്ക് ചുറ്റും കുടികൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ, 32 ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിലും മലനാട്ടിലും, 32 ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ തുളുനാട്ടിലും, അങ്ങനെ 64 ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെട്ടു. ഈ ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലേക്ക് സമ്പത്തെത്തിക്കുന്ന വിഭാഗങ്ങളായി ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന മറ്റ് വിഭാഗങ്ങൾ മാറ്റപ്പെടുന്നൊരു കാഴ്ചയാണ്. പക്ഷെ ബ്രാഹ്മണർ നേരിട്ട് ഭരണത്തിൽ പങ്കാളികളായില്ല. പക്ഷെ ഭരണകർത്താക്കളെ നിശ്ചയിക്കാനുള്ള അവകാശം ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ കൈയടക്കി. Definitely superior intellect with a bit of manipulative powers and adaptability. പക്ഷേ ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ ശക്തനായിരുന്നില്ല ആദ്യകാലങ്ങളിൽ. ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ കാലത്ത് ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ അതിശക്തനായിരുന്നില്ല. ചെറിയ തോതിലുള്ള ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളാണ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. AD 788 മുതൽ 820 വരെയുള്ള കാലഘട്ടമാണ് ശങ്കരാചാര്യർ, ആദിശങ്കരൻ, ശ്രീശങ്കരൻ, കാലടി. അപ്പൊ ശങ്കരാചാര്യരാണ് ഹിന്ദു റിവൈവലിസത്തിന്റെ ആചാര്യൻ. അപ്പം ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന പല മതവിഭാഗങ്ങൾ, പല ജാതീയ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകൾ, ജാതിയില്ല, പല മതങ്ങൾ. അതിലൊന്ന് വൈഷ്ണവ മതമാണ്. ഭഗവാൻ കൃഷ്ണനെ ആരാധിക്കുന്ന വിഭാഗം. ജൈനമതം ആരാധിക്കുമായിരുന്നു, കൃഷ്ണനെ ആരാധിക്കുക. തീർച്ചയായും ബുദ്ധമതം, മഹായാന ബുദ്ധമതമുണ്ട്, ഹീനയാന ബുദ്ധമതമുണ്ട്. പ്രതിമകളുള്ള ബുദ്ധമതം, പ്രതിമകളില്ലാത്ത ബുദ്ധപ്രതിമകളെ ആരാധിക്കാത്ത ബുദ്ധമതം. അപ്പൊ ഈ ഘടനകൾ, ബുദ്ധ ഘടനകൾ, ജൈന ഘടനകൾ, ജൈനന്മാരുടെ ശാലക പുരുഷന്മാരും ഭഗവാൻ രാമനും ഭഗവാൻ കൃഷ്ണനും ഒക്കെ ജൈനമതത്തിന് പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട ശാലക പുരുഷന്മാരാണ്. അങ്ങനെ 28 ശാലക പുരുഷന്മാരുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തീർത്ഥങ്കരന്മാരുണ്ട്. അല്ലെ, ഈ തീർത്ഥങ്കരന്മാരുടെ സംരക്ഷണ ദേവതകളായ യക്ഷികൾ, അംബിക അല്ലെ, യക്ഷിയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനെ യക്ഷികൾ, തീർത്ഥങ്കരന്മാർ, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ശാലക പുരുഷന്മാർ, അവരെയൊക്കെ ആരാധിക്കുന്ന, പ്രകൃതിയോട് ചേർന്ന് നിൽക്കുന്ന ജൈന ആരാധനാ മാർഗങ്ങൾ, അതുപോലെ പ്രകൃതിയോട് ചേർന്ന് നിൽക്കുന്ന ബുദ്ധ ആരാധനാ മാർഗങ്ങൾ, ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടി സംയോജിച്ച് ശ്രീശങ്കരൻ നൽകിയ ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാട്, ആദിശങ്കരൻ നൽകിയ ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാട്, ആ കാഴ്ചപ്പാട് ഉൾക്കൊള്ളലിന്റെ ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാടാണ്. അവിടെയാണ് മറ്റ് വിശ്വാസധാരകൾ ഒരു ബ്രാഹ്മണിക്കൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ആര്യൻ മതത്തിലേക്ക് സന്നിവേശിക്കപ്പെട്ടു. അപ്പം ഉഴവ വിഭാഗത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന വളരെയധികം ഭിഷണാശാലികളായ ആളുകൾ ബ്രാഹ്മണവൽക്കരിക്കപ്പെടുക പോലും ചെയ്തു. ആയുർവേദം, അഥർവവേദത്തിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനം, വൈദ്യന്മാർ, ഇന്നത്തെ ഈഴവ വിഭാഗത്തിൽപ്പെടുന്ന ആളുകളായിരുന്നു മുന്നിൽ. വൈദ്യം, അറിവുകൾ, ഈ അറിവുള്ളവനാണ് ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ. ജാതിയിൽ ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ എന്നതിനേക്കാൾ അറിവുള്ളവനാണ് ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ. ബ്രാഹ്മണ്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അറിവിന്റെ ഒരു അവസ്ഥാവിശേഷം കൂടിയാണ്. ജാതീയം ആകുന്നത് പിന്നീടാണ്. അറിവ് ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുന്ന ഒരു സമവായത്തിന്റെ പാരസ്പര്യത്തിന്റെ ഘടനകൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെട്ടു. ആ സൃഷ്ടിക്കപ്പെട്ട കാലഘട്ടമാണ് കേരളത്തിന്റെ 7, 8, 9, 10 നൂറ്റാണ്ടുകൾ. 11ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടായപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ബ്രാഹ്മണന്മാർ അതിശക്തരായിട്ട് മാറി. അവരാണ് ചാതുർവർണ്ണയത്തിന്റെ ഘടനകൾ, മനുസ്മൃതി അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തി ചാതുർവർണ്ണയത്തിന്റെ വിവേചനത്തിന്റെ ഘടനകൾ കേരള മണ്ണിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത് 10-11 നൂറ്റാണ്ടിന് ശേഷമാണ്.
അപ്പോൾ അവരെ ഈ കാസ്റ്റ് ഹൈറാർക്കിയുടെ മുകളിൽ വന്നത് സ്വമേധയാ വന്നു പോയതാണ്. അതോ അവർ
ഒരു ആര്യാവർത്തത്തിൽ, മനുസ്മൃതി എഴുതപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിലെ ഒരു ആര്യാവർത്തത്തിലെ ഒരു ഘടനകളെ ഒരു ദ്രാവിഡ ഭൂരിപക്ഷ മലനാട്ടിലേക്ക് സന്നിവേശിപ്പിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാകും ശരി. അല്ലാതെ കേരളത്തിന് മാത്രമായ ഒരു ഘടന ഉണ്ടാക്കിയതല്ല. കേരളത്തിന് ഒട്ടും ചേരാത്ത ഒരു ഘടനയിലേക്ക് അതിനെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു, പറിച്ചു നട്ടു. വടക്കേ ഇന്ത്യൻ ചാതുർവർണ്ണയ ഘടനയെ മലയാള മണ്ണിലേക്ക്, മലയാള മണ്ണെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ശരിയല്ല, എന്ന് തമിഴാണ് ഇവിടെ അല്ലേ, തമിഴകം, പ്രാചീന തമിഴകത്തെ 3-4 വിഭാഗങ്ങളാണ്. ഒന്ന് ചോള ഇന്നത്തെ കിഴക്കൻ തമിഴ്നാട് ഭാഗമാണ്. പാണ്ഡ്യ ഇന്നത്തെ തെക്കൻ തമിഴ്നാട് ഭാഗമാണ്. ചേര ഇന്നത്തെ കോയമ്പത്തൂർ, ഈറോഡ്, സേലം മേഖലകളും പിന്നെ പടിഞ്ഞാറോട്ട് കേരളം മുച്ചിറിപ്പട്ടണം വരെ, കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ നഗരമായ മുദ്ദർ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഭാഗത്ത് കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂർ, അതുപോലെ സിന്ധ്, ഒരുപക്ഷെ പൊന്നാനി ആയിരിക്കാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടി വടക്കുള്ള ഏതെങ്കിലും തുറമുഖമായിരിക്കാം. ഇതൊക്കെ സിന്ധ് തുറമുഖം ചേരന്റെയാണ്. അതുപോലെ മുസുറിസ് തുറമുഖം ചേരന്റെയാണ്. എന്നാൽ 1-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ ബൊക്കറെ, അതായത് പമ്പാ നദി എന്ന് വിളിക്കുന്നത് ബൊക്കറെ എന്നാണ്. പമ്പാ നദിയുടെ ബൊക്കറെ എന്നല്ല, പമ്പാ നദിയെ വിളിക്കുന്നത് ബാരിസ് എന്നാണ്. ബാരിസ് അറബിക്കടലിൽ പതിക്കുന്ന ആ പോയിന്റിനെ വിളിക്കുന്നത് ബൊക്കറെ ആണ്. എല്ലാ സാധ്യതയും ഇന്നത്തെ പുറക്കാട്, അന്നൊരു വലിയ തുറമുഖമാണ്. ആലപ്പുഴത്തേക്കുള്ള പുറക്കാട് തുറമുഖം. അതിന് തൊട്ട് കിഴക്കാണ് നിരണം. നിരണത്തിനടുത്താണ് നാക്കിട. ഒരുപക്ഷെ നിരണം നാക്കിട മേഖലയായിരിക്കണം പ്ലിനിയും പെരിപ്ലസും ഒക്കെ പറയുന്ന നെൽസിൻഡ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നെൽസിൻഡ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന തുറമുഖം. അത് പാണ്ഡ്യന്റെ കയ്യിലാണ്. അപ്പൊ പാണ്ഡ്യൻ ഇന്നത്തെ തിരുവല്ലായിക്ക് തെക്കുള്ള ഭാഗം പാണ്ഡ്യ രാജ്യമാണ്. ഇന്നത്തെ തിരുവല്ല മുതൽ അമ്പലപ്പുഴ ആ ഒരു ഭാഗം പടിഞ്ഞാറേക്ക് പോകുന്ന അവിടുന്ന് താഴേക്കുള്ള ഭാഗം 1-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ പാണ്ഡ്യന്റെ കയ്യിലാണ്. ഒരു ചെറിയ ഇടവേള ആ ഭാഗം ആയി രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ കയ്യിലായി. ആയി രാജ്യവും പാണ്ഡ്യരാജ്യവും അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും കൊടുത്തും വാങ്ങിയും കിടക്കുന്ന ആയി രാജ്യം വിഴിഞ്ഞം തലസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയ രാജ്യമാണ് ആയി രാജ്യം. അന്ന് ആയി ആണ്ടിരന്റെ കാലമാണ്. അതിയൻ, തിതിയൻ, ആണ്ടിരൻ. ആ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ചേര ചക്രവർത്തിയായി വാണിരുന്നത് ഉദിയൻ ചേരലാതനാണ്. പെരുൻതുദിയൻ. അപ്പൊ ഉദിയന്റെ തലസ്ഥാനം വഞ്ചി. വഞ്ചിമ നഗരം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഇന്നത്തെ കാരൂർ, തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലെ കാരൂർ ആകാം. എന്നാൽ മറ്റൊരു വഞ്ചി കൂടിയുണ്ട്. ഈ മുച്ചിറിപ്പട്ടണത്തിന് ഏതാനും സ്റ്റേഡിയ, അന്നത്തെ അളവാണ് സ്റ്റേഡിയ, ദൂരമാണ്, ഏതാനും കിലോമീറ്ററാണ്, 10-20 കിലോമീറ്റർ ഉള്ളിൽ ഉള്ള ഒരു സ്ഥലമാണ് ഈ പറയുന്ന വഞ്ചി. വഞ്ചി പട്ടണമാണ് ചേരന്റെ തലസ്ഥാനം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അത് കേരള ഭാഗത്തെ തലസ്ഥാനം വഞ്ചി ആയിരുന്നിരിക്കാം. അത് ഇന്നത്തെ കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂരിന് അടുത്തുള്ള സ്ഥലമാണ്. അതേസമയം ഒറിജിനലി ദേ കെയിം ഫ്രം ദ പ്രസന്റ് ഡേ തമിഴ്നാട് റീജിയൻ, ദ റീജിയൻ ജസ്റ്റ് സൗത്ത് ഓഫ് കോയമ്പത്തൂർ, ആ ഭാഗത്താണ്. അങ്ങനെ അത് ചേര രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ പ്രതാപകാലത്ത് പടിഞ്ഞാറ് അറബിക്കടൽ മുതൽ കിഴക്ക് ബംഗാൾ ഉൾക്കടൽ വരെ കുറുകെ വ്യാപിച്ചിരുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടവുമുണ്ട്. 1-ാം ലോകം അത് ഈ നെടും ചേരലാതന്റെ കാലഘട്ടം. ഉദിയൻ ചേരലാതന്റെ പിൻഗാമിയാണ് നെടും ചേരലാതൻ. ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ സംഘചരിത്രത്തിൽ നന്നായി പ്രതിപാദിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. 10 എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാവ്യം 10 ചേര രാജാക്കന്മാരെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള വിവരണമാണ് 10. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അകനാനൂർ, അന്നത്തെ ഒരു മനുഷ്യന്റെ പ്രേമ ജീവിതം, ആഹാര രീതി, വസ്ത്രധാരണ രീതി, അവരുടെ യുദ്ധങ്ങൾ, 10 യുദ്ധത്തിന്റെ വിവരണങ്ങൾ. അതുപോലെ ആഹാര രീതിയെക്കുറിച്ച്, വസ്ത്രധാരണ രീതിയെക്കുറിച്ച്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ക്രാഫ്റ്റ്, ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന പുസ്തകങ്ങളാണ് 10, നറ്റിണൈ, പരിപാടൻ, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള പുസ്തകങ്ങൾ. ഈ പുസ്തകങ്ങളൊക്കെ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ് ഇന്ന്. അതൊക്കെ ഡിസൈഫർ ചെയ്ത് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലേക്കും മലയാളത്തിലേക്കും ഒക്കെ 1-ാം തരം തമിഴിൽ എഴുതിയ കാവ്യങ്ങളാണ്.
അതിന്റെ എല്ലാം മലയാളം ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷനും ഉണ്ട്.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും
ഉണ്ട്. അവൈലബിൾ ആണോ?
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. അത് നോക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാകുന്നത് എത്ര റിച്ച് ആണ് നമ്മുടെ കോമ്പോസിറ്റ് കൾച്ചർ. അപ്പൊ ചേര, ചോള, പാണ്ഡ്യ, ആയി രാജ്യങ്ങൾ എല്ലാം ചേർന്ന് ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ സംഘകാലത്ത് AD 1-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട് മുതൽ 4-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ട് വരെ ആണെന്ന് കരുതപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടമാണ് സംഘകാലങ്ങൾ. ആ കാലത്ത് ഉണ്ടായ കവിതകളാണ്, കഥകളാണ്, ഇതിന്റെ എല്ലാം സമാഹാരമാണ്. ഇത് മധുര കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച് ഒരു വിദ്വൽ സംഘം അതിനെ ചിട്ടപ്പെടുത്തിയെടുക്കുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് അതിനെ ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു പിടി കാവ്യങ്ങൾ, പിന്നെ 2-ാം സെറ്റ്, 3-ാം സെറ്റ്. ആദ്യത്തേതും 2-ാമത്തേതും നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോയി. 3-ാമത്തെ വിദ്വൽ സംഘത്തിന്റെ പിന്നെ വർക്കുകളാണ് അന്ന് പലരും എഴുതിയ, പല സമയങ്ങളിലായി, പല നൂറ്റാണ്ടുകളായി പലരും എഴുതിയത്. ഈ വിദ്വൽ സംഘം അത് ഹരിച്ച്, ഗുണിച്ച്, കൂട്ടി, കുറച്ച്, ചിട്ടപ്പെടുത്തി, ചെത്തി, ഒരുക്കി, എഡിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പ്രസിദ്ധീകരിച്ചു. ആ പ്രസിദ്ധീകരണങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നാണ് ചേരനാട്ടിന്റെ, പാണ്ഡ്യനാട്ടിന്റെ, ചോളനാട്ടിന്റെ 2000 വർഷം മുമ്പത്തെ ചരിത്രം, അവരുടെ ഭൗതിക ജീവിതം.
അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും ചോദിക്കുന്നത്, ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ആ അവസ്ഥയിൽ പിന്നെ ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ജാതി വ്യവസ്ഥ ഇന്നത്തെ ഇല്ല എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നെങ്കിലും നിലവിലുണ്ടല്ലോ, അതിലേക്ക് സാറൊന്ന്.
ജാതി വ്യവസ്ഥ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു ഫങ്ഷണൽ ഡിവിഷൻ ഓഫ് ലേബറിന്റെ സന്തതിയാണ്. അതൊരു നല്ല ഉദ്ദേശത്തിൽ ആര്യന്മാർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഒരു ചിന്താ സരണിയാണ്, ജീവിത രീതിയാണ്. നമുക്ക് പറയാം ഹിന്ദുവിസം ഒരു മതമല്ല, ഒരു ജീവിത രീതിയാണ്, അല്ലേ? ഒരു ജീവിത രീതിയാണ്. ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ, ദ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആൻഡ് പ്രീച്ചേഴ്സ്, ബുദ്ധി കൊണ്ട്, തലച്ചോറ് കൊണ്ട് വിസ്മയം സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്ന ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ. നമ്മളൊരു പരിമിതമായ അർത്ഥത്തിൽ ബ്രഹ്മാവിന്റെ തലയിൽ നിന്നും ഉത്ഭവിച്ചു എന്ന് ആലങ്കാരികമായി പറയുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ബുദ്ധി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന വിഭാഗങ്ങൾ, അവർ അധ്യാപകരാണ്, അവര് ഗവേഷകരാണ്, അവര് ഗുരുക്കന്മാരാണ്. അവർ യുദ്ധം ചെയ്യില്ല, ആയുധം എടുക്കില്ല, അവരെ ആരും കൊല്ലാനും പാടില്ല. ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഹത്യ പാപമാണ്, കൊല്ലാൻ പാടില്ല. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള സമൂഹത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ഓർഡർ, ക്രമം നിലനിർത്താൻ വേണ്ടി പറയുന്നു. ക്ഷത്രിയൻ, they came from the chest, they came from the arms, powerful. They hold the sword, കുന്തം, വാള്, ആയുധങ്ങൾ, ആയോധന വിദ്യ, വീരശൂര പരാക്രമികൾ. അവരാണ് നാടിന്റെ ഭരണം നിർവഹിക്കുന്നത്. ക്ഷത്രിയ വിഭാഗം. വൈശ്യ വിഭാഗം, they are the trading community. ട്രേഡിംഗ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി. അപ്പോൾ വടക്കേന്ത്യയിലൊക്കെ ഒരു വ്യക്തമായ ഒരു വൈശ്യ വിഭാഗത്തെ നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ സാധിക്കും. ബനിയ വിഭാഗം, വൈശ്യ വിഭാഗം, ബനിയാസ്, വൈശ്യ അല്ലേ? മഹാത്മാഗാന്ധി came from a ബനിയ. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ചോദിക്കാറുണ്ട് അല്ലേ? അവർ വൈശ്യ വിഭാഗത്തിലാണ്, അവർ ട്രേഡേഴ്സ് ആണ്. ബട്ട് ഇൻ ദ കേസ് ഓഫ് കേരള there was hardly any trading community from a Hindu fold. അങ്ങനെ ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു. വൈശ്യ വിഭാഗത്തിന്റെ ഒരു അഭാവം, ആ അഭാവം പരിഹരിക്കപ്പെട്ടത് നമ്മുടെ മാപ്പിളമാരിലൂടെയാണ്. ക്രിസ്ത്യാനി മാപ്പിളയാകാം, മുസ്ലിം മാപ്പിളയാകാം. മുസ്ലിംസ് ആൻഡ് ക്രിസ്ത്യൻസ് അവരാണ് നദീതടങ്ങൾ അടക്കി വാണിരുന്നത്.
അപ്പൊ ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു പിക്ചർ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്, കച്ചവടവും നടത്തുന്നതും.
അതിന്റെ പിന്നിൽ വന്നത് നസ്രാണി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന വിഭാഗം, സുറിയാനി ക്രിസ്ത്യാനി എന്ന് ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് പറയുന്ന നസ്രാണി വിഭാഗം, മലങ്കര സഭ, മലങ്കര ക്രൈസ്തവ സഭ. മലങ്കര സഭയുടെ ആദിമക്കൾ ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഒരു വൈദേശിക റൂട്ട്സ് ഉള്ള ആളുകളാണ്. യഹൂദ കുടിയേറ്റക്കാരുണ്ട്. അത് നെബൂഖദ്നേസറിന്റെ കാലത്ത് BC-യിലെ ഇസ്രായേൽ മക്കൾ മോചിക്കപ്പെട്ട സമയത്ത്, അത് പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പോകപ്പെട്ട സമയത്ത് കോറസ് ദ ലിബറേറ്റർ, സൈറസ് അവരെ മോചിപ്പിച്ചു. പേർഷ്യൻ അത് ബാബിലോണിയൻ ക്യാപ്റ്റിവിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്ന് മോചിപ്പിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഓടിപ്പോയ ദശഗോത്രങ്ങൾ, യഹൂദന്റെ ദശഗോത്രങ്ങളിൽ ചിലരൊക്കെ വന്നത് ഒരുപക്ഷെ അന്നത്തെ വലിയ തുറമുഖമായ മുച്ചറി പട്ടണത്തിലേക്കാകാം. അന്ന് മുതലേ പെരിയാർ നദി അറബിക്കടലിലേക്ക് ഒഴുകുന്ന 3 ചിറിയ, അതാണല്ലോ മുച്ചിറി പട്ടണം. 3 ചിറിയായി, 3 കൈവഴികളായി, 3 ശാഖകളായി അറബിക്കടലിലേക്ക് പതിക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ടാണ് കൊടുങ്ങല്ലൂരിനെ അന്ന് മുച്ചിറി പട്ടണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നത്. ആ മുച്ചിറി പട്ടണത്തെ പിന്നീട് ഗ്രീക്കുകാരന് മുച്ചിറി പട്ടണം എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റും. നമുക്കറിയാം ചെറി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ചുണ്ടാണെന്നറിയാം. ഗ്രീക്കുകാരൻ എന്ത് ചെറി? അങ്ങനെ ആ മുച്ചിറി പട്ടണത്തിലേക്ക് നമ്മുടെ കരിയേപ്പില, നമ്മുടെ മലബ്രതം എന്നാണ് അവർ പറഞ്ഞത്. മലബാർ പത്രം, മലബ്രതം. കരിയേപ്പില ഒരു പ്രത്യേക ഒരു പ്രിസർവേറ്റീവ് ആണെന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് അതിന്റെ ഒരു സാധ്യത, നമുക്കൊരു കരിയേപ്പില കാര്യം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കറിക്ക് പുറത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കരിയേപ്പിലക്ക് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ കരിയേപ്പില ഉണക്കി പൊട്ടിച്ച് ഒരു പ്രത്യേക രൂപത്തിലാക്കും. എന്നിട്ട് ഇഞ്ചിയുടെ സത്ത്, ഗ്രാമ്പു, കരയാമ്പു, ക്ലവ് അല്ലെ, ഗ്രാമ്പു, ഏലം, ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടെ ചേർത്തൊരു രഹസ്യ കൂട്ടാണ് എംബാം ചെയ്യാനായി, മമ്മികളെ എംബാം ചെയ്യാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്.
നമ്മുടെ സുഗന്ധദ്രവ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ് അതിന്റെ.
പിന്നല്ലാതെ എവിടുന്ന് വരും? Where does it come from? It could have, ideally it could have come only from.
ഞാനത് പലപ്പോഴും സാറേ ആലോചിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇത്രയും സൊഫിസ്റ്റിക്കേറ്റഡ് കെമിക്കൽസ് അന്ന് എങ്ങനെ കിട്ടി എന്നിങ്ങനെ ആലോചിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. അതും റൂട്ട് കോസ്, റൂട്ട് ചെന്ന് ട്രേസ് ബാക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്.
അപ്പം ഇറ്റ് ക്യാൻ ബി ട്രേസ് ബാക്ക് ടു BC, the maritime trade and maritime connection between West Asia, North Africa and Malankara, the Malabar coast. 1st century AD, the Roman trade and the Dravidian people and all that. Even Romila Thapar, the well-known illustrious historian Romila Thapar. Created, made, the dinosaurs were evaporated. Millions of years back, millions of years back, dinosaurs.
Welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural program in Pursuit of Roots. This episode is the fourth one. Our Dr. Mohan Varghese is with us with his deep knowledge about the ancient culture of Kerala. Not only about that subject, he has vast knowledge about many other subjects. And so today, this episode, the topic is Kerala in ancient Tamilagam or Tamilagam. Sir, please give us the information about ancient Tamilagam.
Okay. Tamil is a language, but Tamil is beyond just a language. It is a culture, it is a region, it's a geographic entity, a cultural entity, a political entity also. So while we say Tamil, it is a multi-dimensional concept. The Dravidian land. Tamilians even named their political parties after their Dravidian identity. Dravida Munneta Kazhagam, All India Dravida Munneta Kazhagam, Marumalarchi Dravida Munneta Kazhagam, all pledged by Dravidian identity. So Tamil Dravidian language is generally called the Tamil language. The regions, the areas, the places, the geographic entity ruled by the Tamil language, dominated by the Tamil culture, is called ancient Tamilagam.
So Kerala was a part of Tamilagam?
The present day Kerala, definitely 100% of the areas in the present day Kerala, right from Kasaragod district to Trivandrum district in the south, happen to be part of ancient Tamilagam. But ancient Tamilagam is not just one single political unit. It was number of political units in a larger confederal arrangement. The Cheras, the Cholas, the Pandyas and Ais and Irumalays, all different.
Chera, Chola, Pandya. All these dynasties ruled Kerala.
They are dynasties, they are rulers, they are people also.
People also.
People, Cheran is the king. Chera is the people also. Chera is the land also. So when you say Chera, the imageries are different. When you say Cheran, Cheran Chenkuttavan, Udiyan Cheraladhan, Nedum Cheraladhan, Perum Cheral Idimpurai, Nedum Cheraladhan, all these Cheran were the ruling dynasties and people. So they were called Cheran. But the people also were called Chera people. Right? Not all were Cheras. Cheras happen to be the present day, maybe Ernakulam district, Trichy district, parts of Palakkad district, the entire Coimbatore area of Tamil Nadu, Erode, Namakkal. They are all parts of Chera. And also down south into areas of Kottayam, Idukki, Pathanamthitta also happen to be the Chera kingdom. But it used to change from time to time. There was Pandya occupation sometimes, Chola encroachment.
First occupation is the Chera, then came Chola.
Not exactly like that. They were independent entities. Originally, the so-called Cheras came from the Coimbatore Erode belt. That was barren land, not very much a cultivable land. They had an area called Vanchi. That was supposed to be their capital, original capital. It could have been Karur. They called it Karur Vanchi. Karur Vanchi is just south of Coimbatore maybe. So that is where Tamrabarni, that river, one Tamralipti river used to flow. It's a branch of Kaveri river. It is the delta.
Well, then exactly where lies that ancient Vanchi now?
There are many Vanchis now. See, the way we look at Vanchi is just a political capital. And Cheras had different branches. One branch would have had Vanchi, which is close to Muziris. Muziris would have been ancient Kodungalur. The term Kodungalur was never there in the first century documents. In Pliny's records and Periplus travel accounts and Strabo's travel documents, nothing called Kodungalur. That region, that area, that port, the ancient Chera port, was a huge city in those days.
So the ancient Cheras had more than one capitals.
Understandably so, more than one capital. And they would have come and settled down from Coimbatore region in present-day Tamil Nadu, from Erode, Namakkal region. They would have travelled westwards, and by marital alliance, they established some link with Thindis, Thondi. That could be somewhere in Malappuram district today, or even northern Trichy district, some coastal town. It could be Ponnani. It could be somewhere between Calicut and Ponnani. That could be Thindis. They called it Thundi. Thundi is also a kind of capital. That's also Chera landscape. Through marriage it came. And then they came further down to Kodungalur. That is the ancient Muziris. Muchiri Pattanam they call it. Chiri, that this lips divided into three. Muchiri, Mu means three. Muchiri means, lip of Periyar. The river Periyar, that was ancient world, it was called Churniya. That branches into three and flow into the Arabian Sea. When the approaching vessels, the Roman vessels, the Greek vessels come, they see the river unleashing its waters into Arabian Sea. As if it is three lips.
Does the word Vanchi
Yeah.
mean capital?
It can mean capital, it can mean a lot of other things also. It is a concept, Vanchi and Ten Vanchi, Southern Vanchi, and all that kind of Vanchis. So it can be something like a capital. Something like a capital. One can't be very sure about whether it is called capital. But they called it Vanchi. Vanchi Putur, Vanchima Nagari. Okay, that is, it could be the present day Karupadana. Or maybe it can be somewhere around Kodungalur. But we do not exactly know where exactly was Vanchi located. Somewhere in Kodungalur region is all what we know. According to Pliny, it is 20 stadia into land. 20 stadia from Muziris, Muchuripattanam, that is Muziris. Greeks and Romans called it Muziris. It is 20 stadia east of Muziris. Stadia is a measurement. It is a unit of
like
Roman measurement.
Like a kilometer, mile?
Yeah, it is less than a mile, less than a kilometer, one can say.
Stadia.
Stadia.
It has nothing to do with our stadium.
Perhaps that the word stadium would have come from
Yes,
that Greek root.
I ask you because
Greek root.
that is I've been teaching datum singular, data plural, medium
Stadium,
singular,
stadium.
media.
Correct. It can be.
It can be.
Stadi. They called it stadi. Stadia. Stadi.
Stadia.
That is the pronunciation. Stadi. So 20 is stadia into. So that is one place. The Vanchi can be one place located very much on a riverbed or river surrounding the river. Backwaters could be lake, could be river. It could ideally be lakes and river and sea all converge into one mass. So that could be a fertile land also. Ideal for parking ships, anchoring ships. Big ships will be anchored in outer sea, but smaller ships could come inside, or smaller vessels like boats, ancient boats could come inside. So that is the land called Muziris, and inside Muziris, 20 stadia eastwards into River Periyar, that is Churniyar, is called the Vanchi, the capital of the Cheras.
Then can you give the borders and location of ancient Tamilagam?
Borders and locations of ancient Tamilagam is the land which is ruled by Muventhar. The Cheras. Venthan means king.
Venthan.
Not Vendran, Venda. Vale is the term used. Vale. Velnada, Vel Mannan. That is all the royal authorities. This Chera king is one word which has graduated into Kuttuvan. The king is called Kuttuvan. The Chera king is called Kuttuvan. Not the name of a person, but a title called Kuttuvan. Pandya king is called Pandyan. Chola king is called Cholan. And Chera king is always called Kuttuvan 2000 years back. In 1st century AD, 2nd century AD, as per Sankham literature, is called Kuttuvan. Chera king is called Kuttuvan. Okay? Kuttuvan after Kuttuvan ruled Chera land. And Pandya land ruled by the Pandyan, and Chola land ruled by the Cholan. All these three kings together were called Mu Arashar. Arashar means king. Mu Vendhan. Vendhan also means king. Maybe emperor. These three lands were in an inverted pyramidal shape. Inverted triangular shape. The northern area, you are asking me about the borders. The western border obviously is Arabian Sea. The eastern border can be Bay of Bengal. And the northern border is a landed border. That is called the Sapta Shailam. Ejil Mala. Malay. Seven. Asia means seven. 7 hills. That is the present day Nilagiris. That is today
it belonged to Asia.
Yeah, Uti. Nilgiris. That's a part of Asia.
What about Kerala's?
Kerala's part, Wayanad, hills of Wayanad can be part of Ejilmalai. 7. Saptashailam they call it. And also Kudakmalai. That is in present-day Karnataka. That's in Karnataka. Mangaluru, that region, Kudak.
Kudak.
And Kottavai Pujai. The Kottavai was the deity of the Charan. It was worshipped by Ayiramalai. Kottavais. And then Kudiramalai. Parampumalai. They were all the present-day Tamil Nadu, present-day Karnataka border. These hills are collectively called Ejilmalai. So that is the northern border.
So the ancient Tamilagam included some parts of Karnataka, some parts of Kerala, and Madras, ancient Madras.
Ancient Madras, that was Chola land. Madras, the term Madras is new. Very much colonial origin.
So till recently, the state was also called Madras, not Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
What about that Madras, or what is the difference between Chennai is a new word?
Chennai is a new word, not very new, but not very old either. It was called Chennai region. That was called Thondai Mandalam.
Capital of
that was capital of the, but that was never the capital of.
In olden days, both the state and capital were called Madras.
Yeah, that's modern day. Maduro is a European. That region, Thondai Mandalam, is named after the person, the colonial person who built that city, a modern city called Madras.
So we were, once upon a time, we were also called
Madrasis, right.
Even North Indians called us Madrasis.
Understanding of the North Indians about South Indians is that that's a major city is Madras. So anybody living in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, or even Karnataka, they're all Madrasis. That's just a common
name.
Just to identify people of the south. The Dravidian people of ancient Tamilagam, the present day Tamil Nadu and Kerala and southern Karnataka. They're all called these Madrasis. And mind you, Madras stretched up to Kerala also. Even colonial days, British province, Madras province of Britain, British province of Madras, incorporated areas in Kerala, present day Kerala, areas in Palakkad district, Malappuram district, Kannur and Kasaragod, Wayanad districts were all Madras presidency. Part of Madras province. So in that sense, Kerala is also Madrasis. In that sense, but Travancore part was never part of, but it was a princely state. Cochin was also a princely state. Nothing to do with Madras province. But generally, it was called Madrasis.
About the border, you gave the answer very. I want to know which are the parts of present Kerala, which were the parts of present Kerala belonging to ancient Tamil.
In fact, all areas belong to ancient present day Kerala. All areas belong to Tamilagam, but the entire Tamilagam cannot be called Kerala. Entire Kerala was
some
within
parts of
ancient
Karnataka and then Tamil Nadu also. But Kerala completely belonged to Tamil.
Very much. Present day Kerala, in fact, had 5 different Tamil entities. Political entities. Extreme north was Ejimala. It was not Ejilmalai. It was called Ejimala. Different from Ejilmalai.
Both are different.
Totally different. Ejimala is the present day Ejimala. That is the Naval Academy. Is located in Ejimala. That part was ruled by an emperor called Nannan. You know why the name Ejimala comes?
No.
Ejimala came from Elimala. Eli is rodents.
Not like a 7. This is Eli.
Mouse. Rat.
Mouse.
Rat. Mouse.
How it came?
It was the shape of the hill.
Hill shape.
The small head of a rodent. Eli shape. And the big back of that
First
rat.
Head.
First
then
the head,
body,
and then the body part, then the tail part.
A
long
tail-shaped
tail.
land. Tail-shaped land is there.
Tail-shaped land. Small mountains could be.
the- from
One small mountain,
Ah.
a big mountain, that's the middle, and small mountain into level land.
Ah.
So as if a rat is lying on the shore. When the approaching
It
ships
looked like that.
looked exactly like that.
From
That
a
is how-
distant view.
From a distant view from the ocean, from Arabian Sea.
This hill lay like a
Right. That's called Ejimala.
Ejimala,
That became Elimalai became Ejimalai. That is the northern, that's the kingdom.
Does it exist now?
Still there, but not as a kingdom. It's a part of Kasaragod district, part of Kannur district.
Districts
Part of Kasaragod and Kannur district are
constitute this Elimala.
that is called Ejimalai. Now the place Ejimala is the hill actually. And the surrounding areas also were administered by a political unit headed by Nannan.
Nandan.
Nannan, after Nannan. Nannan is the title actually. They are known in different names. It's Nannan, Ejimala Nannan. Okay, that's close to Tulu region of Karnataka. They have the Mangalapuram connection, very close to Tulunadu, that is in Karnataka.
So,
And the south is, then you're talking about five kingdoms. One is Ejimalai, north. And south of that region, the present day Calicut, maybe present day Trichur, Palakkad, Malappuram, in the heydays of Chera, that region up to present day Pathanamthitta, Kottayam, Idukki, stretching on to Tamil Nadu region, reaching all the way into the Bay of Bengal. That is the biggest Chera part, but not always. At the time of Nidum Cheralanan, the Chera kingdom started with Arabian Sea in the west, stretched across the plains into the Bay of Bengal coast in the east. So Cheran had port in the west called Muchuri and Thundi, and ports in the east also in Bay of Bengal. So it was such a huge landmass. But that land in the east was conquered by the Cholas. And some lands were conquered by the Pandyas later on. So
Even
Chera kingdom shrunk into a landmass.
even then, some part belonged to Cheras.
Some parts remained with Chera.
Chera.
Cheras were dominated navally, but Chera were basically landed people. Because Coimbatore is landlocked. So they're basically, the landed place. And there, the symbol was bow and arrow.
Bow and arrow.
Bow and arrow. That was a symbol in Chera flag. Ancient Chera flag, 2000 years back.
2000 years back.
2000 years back. The second Chera is called the Mahodepuram Cherans. They were ruled by Perumal. The first Cheran was Kuttuvan. The second Chera is Perumal. Cheraman Perumal.
Cheraman Perumal.
That is right from 9th century AD onwards. So first Chera dynasty somehow disintegrated and gone. And some huge cataclysmic changes have happened. And from the ashes of Cheran came the second Chera in 9th century, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. That was the second Chera. And south of the Chera land was the Pandya land. The Pandya land is the present day Mathura, Tirunelveli, Thoothukudi, okay, and Kanyakumari. The present day Kollam in Kerala. The present day southern Alappuzha. That was the ocean actually. Alappuzha was never existed. It was under the sea. That time it was immersed in sea. And they are all, and this was a Pandya land. But there were times in which there existed a kingdom called I Kingdom. I Rajyam, I Kingdom. That is it was headquartered originally, the first I Kingdom that existed 2000 years back was around Ayar Kudi. Ayar is a caste. It is a group. Ayar means those people who are rearing cattle. They are Yadavas.
They led pastoral life.
A pastoral life. They were having a pastoral life. Ayar Kudi. That was the headquarters 2000 years back. But later, I Kingdom also disintegrated along with Cheran. And then it revived in 8th and 9th century AD. I Andiran is a 1st century AD Maharaja. And Atiyan, Thithi and all were ancient Maharajas. Later came Karunantadakan. And all these, they are all I kingdoms. I's were ruled by I Maharajas, very dominant. They were setting up educational institutions like Kandalur Shale, Parthivapuram Shale. They are all educational institutions set by I kings. And I kingdom was later gobbled up by the Pandyas. Pandyas dominated I. Then I just recaptured it from Pandyas. From time to time, the I kingdom either merged with Pandya kingdom or remained independent from time to time.
Totally 5. Chola, Pandya, Chera.
Chola actually is further east. Chola never had a major presence, although Cholan defeated Pandyan and Cheran and captured Kollam. Kollam was Pandya. It was the Venad capital. Later it became Chera capital, and it was destroyed by Cholas. But they never conquered and occupied, and they left. Chola.
Their manner of worship, which are the deities they
were having different deities. For Chera, the main deity was the Kottavai. Kottavai was the war goddess, part bird, part lady kind of face. The blood was offered. It was a war goddess. Blood. Then killing of animals and
human beings also.
Perhaps yes. They were Maravas. They were Maravas. Basically, they were very cruel, and they belonged to Palay-Nilam and Maravas, and they killed animals. They were invaders. They were war-oriented people. That's why their symbol is bow and arrow. And they would be, before every war, they will conduct Undat. That is a big feast with nei, chore, that is food, delicious food made of rice and meat. And so they lavishly munch their way. And after that, they would fight. They would conquer. Neighboring area, they conquer. And they fight and then conquer, and then their empire became very big. They stretched eastwards, westwards, southwards, northwards. So that's Chera. And their deity was Kottavai. Present day, Bhagavati, Kali, Ammai, Amman are all having roots in the Kottavai worship.
What about Yadavas?
Yadavas had Lord Krishna.
Lord Krishna.
Lord Krishna, Yadava.
The Yadavas also a pastoral life they led.
Definitely. Yadukula is pastoral life. The Yadava life. And in fact, the Pandya, the word Pandya came from Krishna. Krishna's daughter, Pandya, was deputed to the south. And Krishna's own sister, Kumari, Kanya Kumari. See, that became the deity, right? Kanya Kumari is Krishna's sister, right? And then that was Krishna connection. And that is where, the coal became Chenkol. Coal means the stick or rod which a king would hold as the symbol of power. Scepter.
Not what I know. So has it anything to do with Krishna's this one musical?
Not this
flute,
but no, not Krishna's flute. It was
this is also something like a call.
But Krishna was not using flute to control bad cattle. He was using a stick to control battle. So it is a stick rather than scepter rather than the thing. That Idayas, Yadavas were using sticks to rear the cattle, and that was used. So that is how Kolatiri, Kon is the Kovilagam. The king's residence is called the palace. That is Kovilagam. Okay, Ko is the thing. Ko Adan, that is the king. So that is the kingdom. So I kingdom, it is the I influence on the Kerala land. That is the stick. That is the thing. That's so. Of course, different deities for Cholas and Pandyas and Cheras.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Very, very thanks for the information.
It was enjoyable session. It was very much enjoyable.
Very much enjoyable.
Right.
Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you.
Let us see you next episode. Thank you. welcome to the COMRADE Media's cultural program in pursuit of roots. As the title indicates, this is a cultural program tracing back the cultural heritage of our state, Kerala, from prehistoric time to the present time. We all know and are proud of Kerala being called throughout the world God's own country. But most of us don't know why it is so. Why others call our country God's own country. Certain facts we will have to know about the significant features of our culture, its evolution, etc. Today, we have the privilege of conversing with Dr. Mohan Varghese. He is the head of the Department of Political Science, Marthoma College, Tiruvalla. This is the third episode of the In Pursuit of Roots. So this episode we call the etymological evolution of Kerala. I mean the term Kerala. Etymology is a science or a study. It deals with the origin of words. So etymology means the study of the origin of words. Most of us are under the wrong impression that Kerala, the word, came from coconut tree. This views, I also was under such an impression. From a casual talk with Mohan sir, it was a shocking fact. It is not so. Anyway, please sir, come to the...
Yes, very nice being with you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, first of all, I request you to give the etymological relevance of the term Kerala. So far, we were under the impression that it is Keram, coconut. From that, the word came.
General perception among the present day Malayalis, the people who live in Kerala,
Majority believes so.
Majority believe that Kerala, the word Kerala, the name Kerala for the state, came from Kera Vriksha.
Kera Vriksha, that is a coconut tree.
The coconut tree. To a certain extent, it is right. It could be the other way around. The tree coconut would have got the name Kera Vriksha from Kerala.
Just this.
Because it is a sound, Kera,
Kera,
which could originally have come from Chera.
Kera, Chera. I remember. In English, CH sometimes pronounced as a cha. In certain occasions, ka is coming. Chorus, chronology. The CH is not a cha.
Exactly.
So this can be a true fact.
This is the land
Kerala.
Kerala. It could have been one of the most believable kind of...
Very good. It is an authentic fact.
But nobody can be 100% sure as to why and how this particular term came. But the earliest indication, if you are interested in history and if the documented evidence is what is to be perused, the first ever mention about Kerala in a veiled form comes from the edicts of Emperor Ashoka in BC. They have used Ashoka's edicts talk about Kerala Putra.
BC, Ashoka BC.
It is in BC.
BC.
Yeah, from BC 300 onwards. Yeah. So that is the time when the edicts were mentioning about the width of Ashoka's empire. Ashoka's empire come to the foothills of Kerala mountains. So beyond Ashoka's empire, they say, edicts say, that it is the land of Kerala Putra.
Kerala Putra.
Kerala Putra. It's a very, there is a huge debate.
A doubt, sir.
Yes, sure.
Putra, does it mean son?
It could be son. Ancient rulers of Kerala were actually, it was a kind of confederal arrangement. It is not just a federal arrangement, a confederal arrangement whereby it is not just one ruler. A number of rulers belonging to one single family, the Chera dynasty, Chera family.
Chera family. Not a single ruler.
May not be a single ruler. They would have been having the satellite capitals, not just one capital called Vanchi. And there could have been other Vanchis, southern Vanchi, eastern Vanchi, northern Vanchi. They're all Chera capitals. So lots of people were in the ruling class, simultaneously administering. So it could be many rulers, not one ruler.
Kerala, even from the ancient time in Kerala, this decentralization of power existed.
It was completely decentralized. No central authority.
Okay.
Chera,
it is not a novel thing.
No. It's been there for ages. But for administrative convenience, the small-time kings, pledge allegiance to the one man, a nominal head called the Chera ruler. So Chera actually is the rulers, administrators. Chera. There is an interesting theory how even the name Chera is attributed to the rulers. They are not exactly Kerala based. It could be the present day Tamil Nadu, the Erode, Salem, Namakkal region near Coimbatore. So Cherans originally would have come from Coimbatore region, that region. And would have travelled westwards and established their centres in Kerala, in Mujdaras, in Tindis. These are all the Chera ports in the west coast, Arabian coast.
Pardon, may I ask one more question? What is the etymological relevance of a Chera? So
exactly.
Chera is from Chera.
Right.
What about
That
Chera?
That's very interesting. And Chera is based on Charal. That is, Kerala is a land of hills. Hills.
Chara means a hill.
No, Chara is the slope.
Slope.
It's the slope of the hills. The hills tapering down into sea, the Arabian Sea. Western cuts just coming down and down, height being reduced, and into the Arabian Sea without much of a land formation as a coastal belt or midland as we see today. In 20th century,
broad coastline was not there.
It wasn't there. Presumably, the broad coastline or the leveled land was not there actually. It was basically the hills and the sea. Cherunda idam. Cherunda, which means the hills and waters just join. That is one interpretation. Another theory goes like this. Chair plus alam. Chair is mud.
Chair. In Malayalam
also, in Tamil also, chair is mud. Or a gooey kind of soil. And alam is a place.
Alam means a room.
Alam means a place or a room or some area or a land. It is some kind of a marshy land. With lakes and lagoons. That is called...
Not a dry land.
Not dry land. It is wetland. But not huge land formation. It is basically hills only. So that is hills tapering down to sea. Makes it Charal, and from Charal, Cheral, Cheralam. Keralam. That is how it is. Right?
Then what about this Malangara, Malappuram? I heard some people used to call our state Malankara or Malabar.
Yes. These are actually different things actually. It depends on who calls it. It depends on who says it. Malabar is a later origin. The word Malabar came much later.
Oh.
Malay means the hill.
Mala. Malayalam also Mala.
In Malayalam, Mala is hill. In Tamil, it says Malay is hill. And Bar in Arabic
Bar
is the place. A place where hills are located.
Oh, place
That is
where hills
Malabar.
are located. Oh.
In Persian also it is Bar. So Persian traders used to come. Arab traders used to come to this land. But they called it Malabar. Bar in Persian is place, and a double R is there for Arabic. Bar. That is Arabic. So Malay and Bar, that is Malabar. And some call it, when you write it down, it becomes Munibar, Millibar, Minibar, Mullaybar. All these kinds of bar is there. That is how, from 7th, 8th, 9th century onwards, the word Malabar is generally used by the Arab traders, and Muslim migrants also used to say Malabar. But like what you said, there is another concept, Malankara.
Malankara.
That is generally popular among the Christian and the Jewish community and the Canaanite community. Canaanites in Kerala, they use the term Malankare. Actually, that Malay need not be the hills. It can even be the pepper. Spice. Because this is the land. The Romans frequented the Egyptians, that region, would have come to this land even during BC. In King Solomon's time, in Israel, these Jewish traders used to come, and Phoenician ships used to come methodically into Kerala, BC 1000. So they would have come in search of spices, especially pepper, black gold. So pepper trade was very much in the thick of things globally. Actually, our pepper sustained the world. Because Romans used the pepper as a preservative for preserving meat, for dry fish meat, for the winter season. They would preserve it. So therefore, Malay is the barley and dates, can all be attributed to pepper rather than hills. Of course, pepper was wild growth according to Pliny Periplus record. The Greek scholar Pliny. Pliny was the first one to write about, from the western province. He wrote about Kerala Putra, Kerala Putra, Korabatro, etc. They're all, they have been borrowing it from Ashoka Titi. See, Roman, Pliny is Roman. In Latin, you can't probably say Kerala Putra. It is the Korabatro. Okay? And Greek, the Periplus of Erythraean Sea, the author of Periplus, is the Greek man. He also does not probably bring it down into Kerala Putra. That is more of a capitalized version. And they would have been using something else, Kerala Putra, Korapatru, and they were all using money. So there is something to do with the Malay and the plant called the pepper, grown in the Kerala western side.
Malay growing plant seems to be called Malankara. Kara means land.
Maybe Malankara means the land of the hills, or the land where pepper is grown. Mala, this is called.
And has it anything to do with our language, Malayalam?
Very, very interesting. That is the food. I don't know whether new language,
Very latest.
recent origin. Maximum of 300, 350
Even
years.
before that language came into existence, Kerala was there.
It was always there.
There.
Malayalam was always there, not as a language, but as a place, a region, a country, or a state. Malayalam was not a language.
Then this particular language borrowed that Mala.
Exactly.
Sir, you already told me Ilam means idam.
Idam, yeah.
So later we gave the name Malayalam to the language.
Possible, very much possible.
There lies
Malayalam
the
was
point.
definitely referred to as a land rather than a language, because the language was Tamil. Kerala was using Tamil. The present day Kerala, in those days, under Chera rule, or even the Middle Ages, under the rule
So the
of
term Malayalam stood there for indicating this place.
definitely. Malayalam was a place, not a language.
Then new language originated. We gave this name to the language.
Presumably so. When the administration changed, the new language evolved from classical Tamil with some Sanskrit influence. Definitely colonial influence was there. And Malayalam was evolving. Then era of Manipravalam, before that Champukal, and then Vatteluthe, Koleluthe, these kind of scripts and all that, all culminated into a new language called Malayalam. By the time Tunchan, the father of the language, came up with a very clear, precise, concise language called Malayalam. But until then, Malayalam, Malayanma, all were related to Malay. That is it. So it has everything to do with the topography rather than the language. Basically, whether it be Malabar, Mulibar, Milibar, Malayalam, Kerala, Cheralam, anything, there is the hill factor. That is topography. Hill. The land of the hills, Malay. It was very pronounced. The hills were very much visible. Any foreign trader approaching this land from the sea would first be seeing lush green hills as it is today. But the land below the hill, the foothills of the land, that land may not have been existed. That would have come much later. The land formation would have taken much later, over a period of time, due to natural calamities, a lot of other things, and land formation would have taken place. So that is why Malabar is definitely the hilly land. Malankare is the hilly land. And definitely this is Malayalam, the land of the hills. Etymologically, definitely Malayalam is very much associated with topography, the land formation, the geological formation, rather than the people or administration or culture. Later, we have given an interpretation. It is everything to do with the language, the place where Kerala is a place where Malayalam is spoken. Kerala was a place where Tamil was spoken. That is true.
For Malayalam came, we used Tamil.
Tamil had
Different from Tamil.
It is different from Chentamil. Chentamil is a kind of Tamil used in the southern part of the predominantly Andhra region, Mathura and surrounding areas. And Kuduntamil was the Tamil in Kerala and also the adjoining areas like those areas. Maybe Kuduntamil. But not exactly Malayalam. But Malayalam gradually evolved from that Kuduntamil. Of course, the Chentamil had lots of Sanskrit influence with the coming of Brahmins into Kerala. The Sanskrit became very dominant. Most of the literary works happened to be in Sanskrit from 9th century onwards. Until then, the languages used were Pali. The
Pali,
script.
Pali.
Prakrit. Buddhists would have been using Prakrit. Ashoka's edicts were in Prakrit, written in Pali. And we were writing, the Sankha literature was all written in Tamil. So Kerala was a part of Chera kingdom. And anything about Kerala is written in Tamil, not in Sanskrit. There wasn't any Sanskrit influence in the 1st century AD. After 9th century, definitely yes, Sanskrit. So new words came.
Can I come to a conclusion that the Sanskrit was the language of high-class Aryans and Dravidas used Tamil? Such a difference is there?
Dravidas also were using Sanskrit due to the Brahminical influence, due to Aryan influence. The Vedic religion came to Tamil land, the present-day Tamil land, much earlier than the present-day Malayalam land. Kannada, Karnataka land, they had come much before they reached Kerala coast. So they came through different routes, right? Different landed routes, not by sea. The Aryans came from the landed routes through the Karnataka route and Tamil Nadu route, mostly from Tamil Nadu route. So they had the Tamil Nadu, the present-day Tamil Nadu has a great influence, Sanskrit influence, along with Tamil influence. But Kerala became abode of the Brahmins later, and Brahmins dominated the socio-cultural and linguistic order of Kerala, transforming the kind of Tamil used into a new language.
After the coming of Brahmins, here we formed the Chaturvarnyam.
That came later. Until then, it was no Chaturvarnyam. Until then, it was, people were all same. It was all based on functional labor, division of labor, functionalism.
Only division of labor exists.
Chaturvarnya also is based on division of labor, but it grades society. Some are high and some are low. In Kerala part, in ancient Tamilagam, that is
so the Chaturvarnya, before that, what is job-oriented division was there.
It was only job-oriented division. No job was inferior.
So
to
when Chaturvarnya came, it was it acquired a hierarchical pattern.
Definitely. It acquired a hierarchical pattern with the advent of the Brahmin
Privileges of Brahmins.
Then some privileges were exclusively given to the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. And the lower caste were injected. Nothing like lower caste, the original sons of soil lost out in the process. But during the Chera rule, during the first Chera administration, there was nothing like caste. All people were doing their vocation, and nobody was big, nobody was small. Of course, Sankha literature talks about the Melor, the high classes, and Kiror, that is low classes. But it was more of a convenience of sort, rather than some discriminatory social orders. So that is a difference.
So the most new knowledge, as far as we are concerned, is that is Keram, the word Keram for coconut tree, came to be so from Keralam. Before that, Keralam was there. So new information.
Keram is coconut. Coconut is called tengai.
Tenga.
Tengai. Tekka means south. The seed coming from southern region. But there is nothing south of India. It is only Antarctica. But probably southeast, you have the Indonesian archipelago and a lot of small countries
Archipelago.
like Papua New Guinea and Polynesian regions, the present-day French Polynesia and all that. That is the region where possibly coconut plant would have originated. And it is south, definitely. And it would have traveled by reaching, into the Kerala. But this land is not conducive. The Malay land is never conducive for the growth of coconut tree. Coconut tree requires plenty of coastal lines. We have coast, but very narrow, slender coast. So coconut possibly Even though coconut would have been there, it was not a bread-winning plant for Kerala. Those days, 2000 years back, 3000 years back, 2000 years back. It would have come as a plantation much later. It would have been wild growth.
It is a product of plantation.
Currently, yes. But that would have started with the Dutch and French, Portuguese. Basically Dutch. That was 17th century, 16th, 17th century. Before that, coconut was wild growth. It was growing in plenty. After the change in land formation from 6th, 7th, 8th century.
Before we got coconut trees, Topography of ancient Tamilagam. Topography of ancient Tamilagam is the title of the episode. It of course includes Kerala also. This matter our beloved Dr. Mohan Varghese gave details in the previous episode. Let us now hear what he has to say, or the enlightening, informative words of this man of great knowledge. Let us hear it. Sir, please start the.
Very much, yeah.
We can start.
What
the
would you want
So,
about the topography?
topography of the ancient Tamilagam, including Kerala.
Kerala definitely was a part of ancient Tamilagam.
Ah,
Although we never used to say Kerala, we have seen earlier that we never used to say Kerala.
ah,
And topographically, the entire Tamilagam, which is spread in today's Tamil Nadu and Kerala.
Karnataka?
Karnataka, southern part.
Southern
Maybe,
part
you know,
only.
not exactly Karnataka, only the southern part.
southern part only.
Entire Kerala, entire present-day
Kerala.
Tamil Nadu, and some part of
Some
Karnataka,
part of
of
Karnataka
course.
also.
So that was ancient Tamilagam. And today's area of discussion is
Area of
topography.
discussion.
Okay. The western cuts, that is the hills of Kerala Tamil Nadu border,
Border.
now actually vertically divides the entire Tamilagam.
And
Entire Tamilagam. On the left side, that is the western side of western cuts, is Kerala. That was
western side of
the western cuts.
Western Ghats.
It was only the slope, the mountain slope. And ancient Kerala never had much of a plain land either. But the other side, the eastern side of the western cuts, the present day Tamil Nadu, had plenty of land,
So comparatively wide than the
much wider, 3 or 4 times wider than the ancient Kerala part.
Kerala
our
part.
Right. So this area has conventionally been divided into Tina,
Tina.
Tinai,
Tinai.
that is based on land.
So Tina, what is the correct meaning of Tina?
Tina is the land pattern. In Sankham literature, they talk about Tina. Ayin Tinai. 5 different unique identifiable land pattern is
5
called
Tinas.
Ayin Tinai.
5 Tinas.
5 Tinas. Ayind means 5. 5 Tinas. It is based on the altitude of the land and where exactly the land is located. The highest hills, the peak, is called Kurunjinilam.
Kurinjinilam. Doctor. High ranges.
It's high range, steep hills, extreme hills,
Ah.
hilly areas like
That
present-day
area
Munnar.
belongs to that Tina?
It belongs to the Tina.
Tina.
Munnar, present day Munnar. That is where Kurunji flowers are seen.
Kurinji.
Neelakurunji. Neelakurunjis. So that is top hills. Not just Munnar, it can be Anamalai,
Anamalai.
Ponmudi,
Panmudi.
and all these areas are Kurunji. And also Wainadan hills can be Kurunji.
Kurinji.
Okay, Kurunji Nilam. That is known after flower. Kurunji is a flower.
Flower.
Okay, and then comes a bit of a low hills, not exactly high hills, medium range hills, coming down westwards. That can be called the Mullai Nilam.
Mullai Nilam.
Mullai also is a flower.
Mullai actually.
Jasmine.
Our jasmine is.
Love jasmine, yeah.
River
Leveled
bank.
land.
Comparatively lower.
Comparatively lower, the very low, lowest land. That is low. That is where the rivers flow. Very fertile land.
Fertile land.
Extremely fertile land, ideal for cultivation. Including paddy cultivation.
Especially paddy.
Especially paddy. There are other crops also. Paddy, tinna. Tinna is a little more of higher land, but paddy is low land.
Low land.
That marshy land and all that. And Tamil Nadu was very rich in Maridam. That is the Kaveri Delta. The river Kaveri, the river Vaiga, and all these rivers flow along Tamil Nadu. But Kerala's river those days, the Churniyar, that is the harvesting. So that is so the land that river where Chaurnayam, that is the pearl, is called Churniyar. Chaurnayam is a very costly pearl. That's called Churniyar.
And how this name got derived from there? From Churniyar to Periyar.
Periyar is just big. Periyar means big river. It originates in the Kurunji. It flows along the Mullai and it comes down to the Maridam and it reaches the Neithal and into the sea.
Covering all these
landscapes. The rivers flow always from top to down. Yeah. These are the fifth area, the fourth area in fact, is called the Neithal. Neithal also is, Maridam is flower, Neithal also is a kind of flower. Neithal Nilam is the coastal belt, just Arabian coast and the Bay of Bengal coast, both are Neithal.
Bay of Bengal.
Not only Arabian coast, but the Bay of Bengal coast of the Tamil Nadu. That's also Neithal. Neithal would be equal. See, the coastal belt would be Kerala coast and Tamil Nadu coast, of course, coastal belt is there. But regarding Maridam, Kerala was unfortunate. We didn't have much of Maridam. Because our rivers were directly flowing and reaching Neithal without going along Maridam. Today we have Maridam. Now we don't call it Maridam. Today we have Pampa river surrounding areas are there. Periyar has got beautiful landscape around it.
Any connection with Mullaperiyar?
Yes, it should be. Mullaperiyar is Mullai Nilam. It flows along Mullai. It originates in Kurunji Nilam in the eastern part of Pathanamthitta district, and then it comes along the Idukki district, entering into the present day Ernakulam district and into the Arabian Sea via Alway, Ernakulam, that region. Earlier, it used to go along the little more north into Muziris. Muziris is Kodungalur. That is further north. North of Ernakulam. Definitely north of Ernakulam. So Mullaperiyar is a periyar that originates in the Kurunji land and flows along the Mullai land is called the Mullaperiyar. And that's where the controversial dam, that bone of contention between two Dravidian states, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, that is Mullaperiyar. So
let me ask one question. Take it as a joke.
Absolutely.
I think Kodungalur or Muziris is your favorite place, because in all episodes you have something to say about Kodungalur. Maybe because you once told me it was the second largest city in the whole world. Is it correct, sir?
Being a proud Malayali, being a Keralite, is my pride, is our pride to tell the world that it was arguably the second largest city during the time of the Roman Empire.
Which is first?
First could not be Rome, it could be Alexandria. From trading parlance, right from BC 3rd century into AD 1st century, it should have been ideally Alexandria, which is the trading hub.
So second place comes to
60 ships at one stretch would come and graze our land,
So
and they will anchor.
how glorious a proposition the Keralites had.
So that is the reason why, no wonder why, I tend to use a little bit of Moseris
Moseris.
and Kodungalur, that is present-day Kodungalur,
Oh.
around. Roughly Kodungalur. You don't even know exact location of Moseris, but it is in the outskirts of Kodungalur.
So this came to be a dreamland.
It's a dreamland, yeah.
Okay.
No wonder God's own country had a beautiful have been written. And this poetry is on an empty number of themes. Some are love poems, some are war-related poems, some may be about the statecraft, about diplomacy, about eating habits, food habits, agriculture,
reaping,
lifestyle,
reaping and sowing,
reaping, sowing, everything.
planting.
All these things, became the themes of various poets. And a learned group of scholars that is called Sangham.
Learned
Group of scholars. They are called the Sangham. There are 3 Sanghams from time to time. The first Sangham is called Mudal Changham. Mudal means first. First Sangham. Then comes the middle Sangham. That is called Idai Changham. That's middle. And then comes Kadai Changham. Kadai is the last. Tamil, Kadai is the last. Kadai Changham, Mudal Changham, Mudal Changham,
the first one.
Idai Changham, second one, middle one, and the last one, the Kadai Changham.
Kadai, what is meaning?
Kadai means the last one.
Last.
That's the final.
So Mudal first, Kadai last, Ida itself is Idai.
So the scholastic words were collected, compiled, classified, codified, and published by these people. Poets and artists, all these people, learned ones.
Is it possible for our students, present generation,
Yeah.
to refer to the Sangham literature? Where
Absolutely.
can they find it?
Very much available, published. Sangham literature is published. There are literature like, Akananur. Akam means inside. 400 poems that deal with daily life.
Published form?
Published.
Now also for the benefit of our students.
Very much available in the net, very much available in
Printed
articles, and reference about Sangham. Akam 200, Akam 150, Akam 75. That's 75th poem. And clause this much. According to Akam 23 and the stanza or clause 5. This is what they say. So that's how we know. We have no authentic information other than.
So we have given a direction to our viewers also.
Yeah.
So that is.
So that's
most
not
of them
only
will be using this. They will be anxiously waiting for such a materials.
There's not only Agam. Agam is internal. There is Purananura, 400 poems on war, on statecraft, on diplomacy, on tussles, about the kings. This is called Purananura, about international trade. That is Purananura. Whatever happening inside Tamil Ragam is Agananura. What is happening between Tamilagam and the rest of the world? Roman trade and trade with other parts, trade with the Marupayar Makkal. Marupayar Nadu means, outside Kerala. That's Karnataka region, Gujarat region, Maharashtrian region, of course, Calcutta region. So this is all called Marupayar Nadu. Marupayar trade, it's a foreign trade, is a concern of the Purananur. That's all. Nanur means 400. 400 poems in an anthology collection of poems. And then comes you have Padittipatta. That is also part of Sangham literature. Patittipatta. Patittupatta. Pattu means 10. 10 poems dealing with 10 Maharajas. That is exclusively Chera. Akananura and Purananura deal with Tamil Maharajas also. That is Pandya kings, Chola kings, Pallava kings, all these. But Purananura, that is Padittipat, deals only with Kerala Maharajas. That is the Cheran. That is first Cheran, Uthiyan Cheraladan. First Pat, Onnam Pat. That means, one first poem out of the 10. That is lost actually. Out of 10. The leader or the hero in that poem is Uthiyan Cheraladan, Pirincho Tudiyan. That is called, he is called Vanavaramban. Vanavaramban. That is what is called Vanavaramban. Vanam, that is heavens, sky is the limit. You can even call it Vanavarka Anban. Vanavar means gods. Anban means friend. Anban means friend. Even Udiyan Cheraladan. Udiyan Cheraladan is called Perincho Tudiyan. Perincho Tudiyan is the king. The first Chera, major king. Second one is Nidum Cheraladan. That's called Imaya Varamban. That is Himalayan is the limit. Imaya Varamban, Vanavaramban. All. We learn about all these kings exclusively from Patittipat. And of course, there is something called Nattinai, Paripadan. They are all Sangham literature. And they have a grammar text also. There's a grammar book also called Tolkapiyam. Tamil is a beautiful language.
Tamil grammar.
Tamil grammar. Original, Dravidian, only Tamil. Dravidian land, everybody spoke Tamil. Tamil was the literature language. Tamil Brahmi is the written language. And spoken language is Chentamil and Kodun Tamil. That is all very poetic. Even now, the Tamil Nadu part of Tamilagam now more or less uses the ancient Tamil. The Kerala part of Tamilagam now uses a language called Malayalam. That's in Kerala.
Evolved from Tamil also.
Evolved from Tamil only. With the Sanskrit influence.
This is the life of a people. Is always connected with the topography.
Definitely, exactly.
What you have to say about it?
Each land, each Thinai had a vocational group. Maybe one or two. In Kurunji, it was Vetua. Ved and Vetua. They are hunters.
They are professionally hunters.
They're professional hunters. They make a livelihood out of hunting deer and hunting wild animals. That is the Kurunji.
That area.
Right. Then little more down, it is the Mullai.
The next.
That area is actually more of Idayas.
Shepherds.
Ayar, Idayar. So that is, and also Kuravar. Kuram is slope. Slanting landscape is called Kuram. Those people who live in Kuram, that is, slopes, hill slopes, not high hills, but low hills. That's called Kuravar. Okay? And Maravas are the people in the Palai Nilam. They are hunters. They are not hunters. They are fighters. They are dacoits. They are bandits. Dacoits. Burglars. Yeah. They make a living out of confiscating wealth or amassing wealth from the Chata. Chata is Sartha Vahaka Sangham. That is a convoy, caravan, trade caravan. From Chera land to Pandya land, or Chera land to Chola land, or Chola land back into Kerala land. There are mountain passes that reach along the barren hills of the Palai Nilam. They are barren hills. And when they pass along the shades of the barren hills, from the shades, they jump onto the... Bounce upon them. They pounce upon the caravans. And the valuable thing is basically kalis. Kali means, cattle. The cattle. They just take away the cattle.
They will take away.
The cattle. These loads were carried by cattle. They would take cattle because cattle was livestock.
Livestock.
So they take cattle. And sometimes gold and other things and valuable resources.
Along
they take.
with this.
Yeah, they just steal.
Still.
I mean, there's a war conducted by them that is called just to get cattle. That is called vetchi. Vetchi. Vetchipore. Pore means battle.
fight.
And just to retrieve them, there's another warfare called Karanda. We get it from Agamemnon. That these kind of internal squabbles and warfare, not only from Brahmana, we get it from Agamemnon also. Akam poetry gives you about Vetchi and Karanda. Karante. These are all warfare connected with Maravas. The Maravas ultimately became the rulers. They became chieftains, they became the Chera rulers, and they're very brave people. Maravas.
And Cheras, Cholas, Mantias.
No, before that, there is one more thing. You're talking about people. See, not only Kurunji and Mullai and Palai, the people living in the riverbed, river coast,
fertile land.
They are called, basically Ujava. And also Thujuvar. Thujuvar and Ujavar. Ujavar are cultivators or ploughing people, tilling people of wetland. Thujuvar means, they used to cultivate in the dry land along the riverside. So dry land and wetland. So there are Pulayas also. Pulam means, land.
Only that much meaning.
Only land. People who owned the land, worked in the land are called the Pulayas.
They were landowners also.
They were landowners. Everybody owned land because there was, later during the time of Chaturvarnya, some people became landlords and some lost the land.
Landless people.
So everybody, it was all collective ownership of the land. It was not just really owned by individuals. It was collectively owned by certain, tribes.
Equal status they enjoyed.
Everybody had equal status.
Doing different kinds of jobs.
Some people are agriculturalists, even come to Neidal. Neidal. These Neidal people are 3-4 different segments. One could be Meenavas, those people who do the fishing are called the Meenavas. And Umanas are people, Umanas are people who make salt. From the sea water. Salt making. They call it the Padanna. Sea water brought into land and dried up to make salt. And Umatyar means Umana ladies. They take the salt to far off places and sell along the Thinas, different Thinas. See, the highlands don't have access to salt. But from these in Neidal, they have to travel upstream to take salt to the thing. And during barter system, they get something else from that Thina and bring it down.
They depended upon these people.
And there was a saying called, Uppum Nellum Ner Kolliro. So equal quantity of salt and equal quantity of rice exchanged in a barter system. There is an exchange between two Thinais, that is Neidal and Maridam. So these people were all there and they had their gods. They had the religious life also. They have different gods. Different gods.
I was about to ask it.
Yeah. I know. Gods. That's very interesting story. That is for Kurunji. It is Ayyan. The god concept called Ayyan. Sabarimala Shasta is Ayyan.
Situated on the top of
Harihara Sudan Ayyan Ayyappa Swami Sharan. Ayyan is a god of Thina, Kurunji Thinai. That god is incorporated into the Hindu fold by Shankaracharya's Hindu revivalism, by incorporating Shaivic Hinduism, Vaishnava Hinduism, and Buddhism, Jainism, and into the original people's religion called Ayyan. And a new deity called Ayyan. And Shasta, Chatan also is a god of not only Mullai, and it is in Kurunji, it is Mullai. Chatan is a god
of the Mullai.
That's Sabarimala is both Mullai and Kurunji.
A little bit lower.
Ayyan is also called Shasta. Shastava is the Chatan.
So both are same.
See, it is an inclusion. Hinduism says such a beautiful religion, incorporating all strands of people. So that's why Hinduism is called the way of life. Not just a religion; it's a way of life. incorporating all strands of human endeavors. So that is it. So they have that, and also when you come to further down to the Marudam, we have Mayon.
Mayan.
That's Lord Krishna.
Oh,
Krishna worshippers were originally
Mayan is none but Krishna.
Lord Krishna. They are Idayas. There are Iyer people. You heard about Iyer Kudi, I people. We have heard in another episode. We talked about I. Krishna's people, Yadavas. And basically the same racial stock. And they have the god Krishna. They are Jain actually. Jain is Krishna was a devotee, is a deity worshipped by Jain. He is a Shalaka Purusha in Jain thing. Old venerable people, venerable gods and leaders and kings were all Shalaka Purusha. Bhagavan Ram, Lord Krishna, all Shalaka Purusha. The Jains also worship them, Hindus also worship them. So that is it. So they were Vaishnava. Basically, can we say also?
One more clarification about Cheras, Cholas, Pandyas, is their labor division, I mean trade division. Want to hear more?
Basically, Chera land encroached into Pandya land encroached into Chola land, Cholans confiscated some of the Chera land, that landscape changed. But basically, Cheras are the Marava. Their symbol is bow and arrow. That means, they are hunters and they're fighters and they are...
so Cheras were burglars, basically.
Only they can capture power, right? Only they can
But one thing I remember...
Later they were called they were Aryanized and they were made Kshatriyas. And the Brahmins much later, 9th century.
One point you gave in a previous episode that they burgled, but not for themselves.
Redistribution of wealth to prevent amassing of wealth in the hands of one segment. If Umanas with salt amass wealth, Uravas, a lot of this paddy and rice hoarded, then other people will be starving. So if Vedas have all the control of the meat, other people won't have it.
So end justifies the means.
End justifies the means. And also the traders with all the gold.
So
what are they going to do with all these things?
Their end is to help the needy people.
Ensure that wealth is redistributed. Therefore, Kutuvan. We are talking about the Kutuvan. We are talking about the king being the control authority in charge of redistributing wealth. That's why
King also belonged to
this. King
was the leader of these
Maravas. Ideally, originally. Later it was Aryanized.
Then Chola
also were basically cultivating people, Uravas and cultivating people, the riverbed. The Cholan is it. And Pandyas were fishermen. Fishermen. Their symbol is fish.
They are Meenavar
and Paradavar, Meenavar and Valayar.
Pandyas.
Because they were naval powers also. They were big time naval powers. And they dominated the Arabian coast and the southern Bay of Bengal coast.
That I shepherd group.
Is a shepherd group.
That was clear. Thank you, sir.
So it is very much gelling with all of
I got a very clean idea.
About this way land plays a very important role in the life.
Land and topography really connected with the lifestyle of the people, profession, trade of the people.
Location.
Okay, now it is clear.
Absolutely.
Very thanks.
Very enjoyable time with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your information. So thank you all for participating. Let's see again in the next episode. Thank you. Warm welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural series, A Pursuit into Roots. Today, we are presenting the 6th episode. It is Evolving Kerala Landscape, a Peep Back. Today, our beloved Dr. Mohan Varghese came to convey valuable information about the evolving Kerala landscape. Now, sir,
Yes.
I think today's subject is more concerned with the geological aspect than historical.
More of a geological formation, yeah.
Formation.
Landscape and land
So,
formation.
bless us with your geological knowledge also. Historical, very fantastic. Very thanks. So, what about the Kerala's beginning of the evolving Kerala? But I mean, even 2000 years back, what was the position?
Kerala has always been submerged in water. That is
Submerged
the
in
general
water.
bulk of the
Oh.
land
Oh, oh.
was once submerged in water. That is in Arabian Sea. That is the general inference that most people have. That is true also to a certain extent. The land from time to time has been reclaimed from underneath the sea, the river, the lake, and the rest. So Kerala has always been more than a landed country. It was a waterlogged kind of a land.
Oh.
Swamps and lakes and lagoons and water masses and all that. So that was Kerala's topographical feature, apart from the hills.
Even today, our life is greatly connected with water bodies.
Very much in Kuttanad region. Definitely there is the water. The Vembanad Lake and the surrounding areas. Astamudi Lake.
Fishing, agriculture, everything is
Fishing,
depend-
livestock. And today Kerala is generally divided into three. Malanad, the hilly terrain, Idanad, the midland, and that is the lakes and rivers and all that. And the coastal belt, that is the Arabian Sea coast. So these are the three topographical features.
And Kuttanad belongs to
Kuttanad belongs to parts of Pathanamthitta district, Alappuzha district, Kottayam district. So that is the region where Kuttanad is located, and that is the surrounding areas of the Vembanad Lake, the Kuttanad water body. Yes. So this is Kerala's land has been reclaimed by the sea by a legendary person about which we will deal in another episode. That is the myth of Parashuram. And apart from that, let it be a myth for the time being. Let us see the historicity later on. But beyond that, there have been times where so much of changes have occurred over a long period of time.
over a long period.
Over a long period of time, due to natural calamities, due to the vagaries of nature, rains, torrential rains, is the topographic. It's a climate-related feature of Kerala. We used to get rains, 2 rains per year, 2 series of rains. South-westerly monsoon in the months of June, July, August, and northeasterly monsoon in the months of October onwards, October, November, December, right into February, March. So that brought a lot of rainfall onto the land, feeding the rivers, feeding the people, cultivation, everything. So that actually resulted in changing land formation due to wide-scale landslide, alluvial soil, and all these.
Can you trace back any tsunami before our recent one? This was 2004.
2004 tsunami is a much illustrated, widely discussed area. We know everything about that, what happened, and the areas in Kerala affected in tsunami. in
So
2004.
common people heard
Only for the first time. Only for the first time. It's a Japanese tsunami. Is a Japanese word.
words.
Normally, it used to hit the Indonesian coast, Japanese coast most of the time. But nothing much has been heard about tsunami hitting the Indian coast. Especially the east coast. That is the Coromandel coast in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh region. More than Kerala. But if the tsunami comes from the east, it takes the whole circle around the Cape COMRADE, that is Kanyakumari, and reach. It twirls in and lash at the coastal belt of Kerala. So the areas affected in 2000 tsunami are the same areas possibly affected in a huge tsunami that might have happened approximately in 8th, 9th century AD. And I say 8th century AD.
Bigger than this one.
Much bigger than this. Much bigger than the one we had in our memory. That is because there are two indications that we get. One, the collapse of Srimula Vasam.
For Kerala.
In Kerala. Srimula Vasam is situated very close to, that is in Alappuzha, Kollam, that segment. Alappuzha.
Was there Alappuzha then?
No Alappuzha at that time. No Alappuzha at that time. I'll come to Alappuzha. I'll come to Alappuzha is such a new thing. Such a new township. And in 9th century, possibly, AD 850, around AD 850.
So that is, I think that Alappuzha at that time was under the sea.
Definitely. Alappuzha would have been under the sea, underwater. And the coastline was so different. And we'll trace the coastline. The tsunami in around AD 850 was lashing at the Cheriyarikal, Veliyarikal area. That is approximately the place where Srimulavasam, historical Srimulavasam was located. That is a Buddhist center. That is a Buddhist abode and a big monastery, Buddhist shrine and Buddha Vihara was located there. In fact, that was arguably the second largest Buddhist abode in the entire South India. Normally we call Buddhism came from the east. North and east. It came through the Chola Pandya coast into the Chera coast. So, the same time in the 850, around 850 AD in 9th century, there was wide destruction in Kaveri Pumpattanam also. That is Pumpuhar, the Chola Pattanam. The place where river that is Kaveri unleashed its waters into the Bay of Bengal. That is Kaveri Pattanam. Kaveri Pumpattanam also is destroyed. The post-Sankham literature, Chilappadhigaram, talks about the flourishing Buddhist center, Buddhist Jain center in Kaveri Pattanam. But when it came to the later work of Manimekhala, written around that period, we see the destruction of that area due to flood waters.
It's also mentioned in Chilappadhigaram?
It's mentioned in Chilappadhigaram. So definitely, it cannot just be tidal waves. It can be interpreted in terms of a massive tsunami destroying the entire city, the entire population. Devastated, Buddhist monks would have migrated. And the history also suggests that lots of Buddhist monks came further westwards into the Tamil Nadu plains and across the western ghats into Kerala. So that is when the Buddhism spread to various parts of Kerala. Even before that, Buddhism was there. So that was a heydays of Buddhism. And the Mahayana Buddhism came through that route. It was already there, but it was very much. That's when the statues, Buddha statues, and Karumarigudan and the Mavelikira's Buddha statue all appeared. They all trace back to roughly that period of the destruction of Kaveri Pumpattanam and also the destruction of Srimulavasam.
This Kaveri Pumpattanam does not exist now.
It is there, but not as flourishing as it used
hearty welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural program, A Pursuit into Roots. This is a 7th episode. The title, Parashuram versus Reality. All of us have heard about the incarnate of Mahavishnu, Parashuram, created this state, Kerala. By throwing a sacred axe. It is the name is Parashu. And how much reality this belief has, its historical relevance, all these things we can hear from our beloved Dr. Mohan Varghese. Sir, can you give the belief of Parashuram, how it came into existence, and its historical importance? Has it any such importance? And also, we want to know whether such an incarnate existed or a similar real person lived here. people have a dovetailed impression about this. Dovetailed means the history and myth
converging to one.
Converging to one.
See, documented evidence and historiography have all started much late.
Much late.
So until then, what we could rely upon was only oral tradition.
Oral tradition only. No written documents.
No written document. But the earliest written document about Parashuram can be Skanda Puranam.
Skanda Puranam. Who is the author of
Skanda Puranam? Has been there for ages. The Hindu belief system is based on Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, Idihasas, everything.
So Vyasan wrote Mahabharatam. Valmiki is the author of Ramayana. Such no author is there.
No, nothing particular, because it's a part of the thing. Skanda Purana has a number of chapters. And chapters, 2 chapters were particularly relevant as far as Kerala is concerned. The present day Malankara, Malabar, Kerala is concerned. And that is Malayala Mahatmyam and Sahyadri Khandam. These 2 chapters are borrowed from Skanda Purana by the Brahmins.
By the Brahmins, okay.
The Brahmins actually wrote Keralolpati. The beginning of Kerala is called Keralolpati. That's a well-written book. So, published book also.
Can we come to a conclusion that some Brahmin scholars together authored this?
Together they authored it.
No particular
person. It. Yeah, not one person. It's compiled from time to time based on oral tradition about Parashuram, transmitted from generation to generation, basically taken from Skanda Purana, and compiled and codified over a long period of time, eventually came up in the form of 2 books in 17th, 18th centuries.
From Skanda Purana.
From Skanda Purana, Brahmins adapted it and adopted it to suit their requirements in the 17th, 18th centuries, when Brahmin domination was almost complete. In the social order. And then they wanted to give a history of Kerala based on this Purana, Skanda Purana. They called the book Keralolpati, written by Brahmins, and Kerala Mahatmyam, yet another book written by the Brahmins.
Are they now available?
Yes, very much available. Keralolpati, Kerala Mahatmyam are all available. Okay. And that is the place where they talk about the myth. No, that is as if it is Parashuram is the one who was a historical person, and he is instrumental in the creation of Kerala by wielding an axe. Parashuram always wielding an axe. Parashu means axe, like what you suggested. Parashu is a word that conveys the concept axe. He always used to wield an axe, carry an axe always. He was a warrior, a fighter, a liberator, a leader, Brahmin leader. Normally
Brahmins usually never fight.
They don't fight. Normally Brahmins don't fight. They are not a warrior class.
He is unique.
Unique. Yeah, this is unique. This is Parashuram myth is unique. Because Brahmin fighter. And whom did he fight? He fought against the Nagas. Naga means sarpam. That is serpent.
Serpent.
That is snake.
Snakes.
The snake people of who inhabited this land in prehistoric times, they would have been worshipping. They would have been worshipping snakes. And they could have been called Nagas or Nagas or something.
Maybe Nair.
Possibly, it's a Dravidian root. It's actually, Nagas are original people.
They're Dravidians.
They're Dravidians, they're basically Dravidian. And they can be Shudras. They are incorporated into the Hindu fold much later. Much later. And they became Nayakar. Then they became a warrior class, fighting class. They were good in sword fight. Khadga Prayogam, they say. Sword fight. And when Parashuram came and they found Nagas. And in fact, according to Skanda Puranam, And even chapter 8 of Keralolpati, Kerala Mahatmyam, suggests that this is a land given by Lord Varuna, the god of sea ocean.
Water deity.
Water deity. Varuna to Nagas. And
presented to Nagas.
Presented to Nagas by Varuna.
Varuna. Oh.
See, actually, land would have come up.
I believe. Oh.
See, there's no land, it was Arabian Sea. The land would have been coming up. And Lord Varuna could only be responsible for doing that. Only celestial intervention can ensure that land comes
Celestial
up.
intervention.
Celestial intervention. That is called Lord Varuna. Then that land inhabited, wilderness, inhabited by Nagas. And Parashuram brought Brahmins from outside Kerala.
From outside, you mean from North India?
From North India.
So
over a long period of time.
There are a lot of Aryans settled there.
It could have been from north of Vindhyas also, but they would not have come in one generation. They could have come in several generations. So if Parashuram is one person or several persons who brought Brahmins here, is a debatable question. It's a debatable question. Because Valmiki or Vyasa, is it one person? Or people who wrote Mahabharata or Ramayana over a long period of time? It's such a beautiful saga. So it should have been written by Vyasa. It could have been very many people.
Might not have been written by one person.
It's very difficult for one person.
So generation after generation, Valmiki or Vyasa existed here.
Yes, similarly, this concept of Parashurama also could have been leaders of Brahmin community who led Brahmins from outside Kerala.
There is another thing. Let me say it. I'm not interrupting you.
Yeah, sure.
But I am interested, therefore I am asking. So there is in 10 incarnations. Matsya, Kurma, Varaham, Vamanan, then comes Parashuraman. So Vamanan at the time came to track down Mahabali, who was the ruler of Kerala of equality. Before that, before Parashuraman, Kerala existed.
It makes sense, absolute sense. Before Parashuram, Kerala existed, the land existed, they belonged to Nagas. So it so happened that...
meanwhile, Kerala was submerged. Then it was coming up.
The myth of Mahabali and Vamana is very much closely related to the myth of Parshuram also. Because it's almost same kind of time frame. It all happened. From the Dravidian population's control, Kerala came under the Aryan domination by around 8th century, 9th century. Because Adi Shankara's time is between AD 788 and 820.
In short, the present Kerala or Parashurama's Kerala, we can say, is a second one. After the drowning of the previous one.
Drowning of the previous one and the original one, not the aboriginal one, original one could be a Dravidian rulership, a Dravidian lifestyle. That is what you call the first Chera Empire. After that, the second Chera Empire came. That is the time of
second emergence.
Second emergence. That is the time Brahmins came in trickles and later in torrents. And they established 32 Brahmin villages brought by Parashuram. Brahmins in batches were brought by Parashuram, inhabited. One in Tiruvalla, another one in Trikuditanam, the other one in Kaviyur, another one in Changanur. 30 Brahmin villages in Chera kingdom only.
32 or 30?
30 in Chera land, 2 in the north. And 32 in the Tulu, further north. That is in present-day Karnataka.
Apart from this 32, another 32.
64 Brahmin villages.
64 totally.
64 Brahmin villages, out of which the present-day Kerala, according to Kerala Mahatmyam, had 32. Out of that 32, the 30 were within the Chera Empire, scattered in 7 different Nadigal regions, small administrative units, Nad. And 2 in north, in Malabar region, and 32 in the Tulu region. And when you say Kerala, Brahmins say that Kerala belonged to them. The cultured, civilized Kerala belonged to the Brahmins according to Keralolpati and Kerala Mahatmyam, because Brahmin villages, life around temples, at that time it was only Mukkal Vattam, no temple. It was only Buddhist worship and Jain worship, and Hindu temples' original form was called Mukkal Vattam. That is, Mukkal Vattam is based on, Mukkal means the 3/4 of a round. That is the shape of Gajaprashta, the backside of an elephant. That is called Mukkal Vattam. So Mukkal Vattam became organized modern temples by the intervention of Shankaracharya, who defeated the Buddhists and the Jains in debates and convinced Advaita. And Shankaracharya revived the Hindu spirit. And so it was a Hinduization, or rather Aryanization of regions. And temples became worship centers. And these temples became the center of activity. Rice and paddy cultivation started. And the original people, they knew the cultivation, but it was refined and reformed by the Brahminical wisdom. And Brahmin villages were surrounded by various functional groups. And new classes and new communities and new castes emerged. And Chaturvarna emerged and everything. So it's all zeroing down to, filtering down to the concept Parashuram, who brought Brahmins and deployed, made them in heaven. And meanwhile, Nagas, Kerala also say that, when Parashuram brought Brahmins, first they could not settle down here. Parashuram came back to see that no Brahmins were there in Kerala. What happened to the Brahmins who were brought? They fled. Because Nagans.
For fear of Nagans.
For fear of Nagans. Either the snakes or the snake people. Okay. And they fled to other place. And once again, Parashuram came and fought against the Nagas, defeated them, and gave the land to Brahmins. So the land is owned by Brahmins. The reality is that it was given to Brahmins by the existing Maharajas. It was given to them by, because that's why the Maveli was the original Dravidian king, or kings, very many kings, titled Maveli. Maybe just for convenience we call it Maveli. And Maveli ruled with distributed justice. And that small number of Aryans, that is the Brahmins, the Nambudhiris, came, and land was given to them.
So
that is the truth.
Like the Louis I, Louis II, Louis III, Maveli I, Maveli II, Maveli III also might have existed.
Any Maveli, any Kerala king could have been a very benevolent dictator.
Commonly called
Maveli. Or maybe later there, Mahabali. No, they are not called Maveli, it's a Bali. So just
he sacrificed himself.
Mahabali. So that is the concept.
So one thing is, in a brief sentence, Parashuram, the Brahmin, snatched Naga's land and presented to Brahmins.
Absolutely. Impossible. Either it is whether Parashuram is one person or number of Brahmin leaders, it is anybody's knowledge. So that is the mythological come historical
the same thing might have repeated.
Same thing might have repeated over a long period of time. At least from 7th century AD to 12th century AD, this process happened. Then by 12th century, the Brahmin domination of Kerala order was complete. By 12th century, Brahmins started calling the shots, and everything revolved around the Brahmins after 12th century. Even Maharajas are created by the Brahmins from the 12th century onwards.
If you don't mind,
yes,
let me ask a question. Anyway, the scientists, what they have to say, that means, geologists, astronomers, no, astrophysicists,
yes,
and historians.
Right.
Three things.
Right.
If you don't mind, just...
I don't mind. I do welcome that, because that...
I am enthusiastic like a student.
Right. That makes it very awesome.
Your felicity of expression is catching.
Yeah. Right.
So I also became a student again.
Appreciated, much appreciated. Yeah. You have given beautifully 3 dimensions. One is an astrophysical
astronomy,
dimension.
astrophysics.
Yeah. Astrophysical dimension means whether there is a celestial object.
You referred to it.
Yeah, I can.
The beginning.
Yeah.
So I caught it. The celestial intervention. That very word used in the beginning.
Correct. The celestial intervention would have come according to astrophysicists, hypothetically, not 100% sure, hypothetically.
No evidence.
Evidences are there. I can give you evidence. Hypothetically, it could have been a meteor. Or some kind of a meteor that might have fallen over Kerala. And they suggest by looking at the aerial pictures of the topography, the present day topography, the lakes and lagoons and rivers and valleys and the slopes, say that as if some sort of a splashing of ink,
sprinkling
and splashing of the ink over white paper at 40 degree, 45 degree
Kerala
slope.
The pattern of Kerala.
Yeah, that is the aerial view. That shows a beautiful picture of Lake of Ashtamudi in Kollam, Lake of this is Shastankotai. That's also in Kollam district, and surrounding areas. There are plenty of lakes and ponds and water bodies and all that. It all resembles a 45 degree slanted kind of a pattern.
Sprinkling.
So that can be explained in terms of the possibility of an asteroid or a celestial object coming down from outer space. It would have been revolving around Earth, and at one point it would have come over the Pandya land. To be more precise, Tirunelveli belt. Tirunelveli region over the Pandya.
That celestial body is a symbolic of
very symbolic
acts of Parashurama.
It can be acts of Parashuram. It could be acts of Parashuram. See, according to the myth, according to Keralolpati, Parashuram's myth traveled. Parashuram hurled the myth from Gokarnam. It landed in Kanyakumari. And the land in between, slender land in between, emerged from the sea. So that was north to south. But we take it astrophysicist version is that acts. Okay, let the asteroid be taken as an axe. It travelled from east to west. Why east to west? It cannot be west to east, because every celestial object can travel only from east to west, because Earth revolves anti-clockwise. In its axis, Earth revolves anti-clockwise. So sun, moon, star, everything appears in the eastern horizon. And this asteroid also appeared on the eastern horizon. It could have come only from there. And then blasted, and big blast occurred, and millions of pieces, some big, some small, would have been further traveling across the western Ghats into Kerala. Then these pieces would have fallen. That impact would have created a geological calamity. That is where the geological formation comes. You're mentioning about geology.
So apart from the floods and tsunami, this is a celestial calamity.
Selection thing. So then it serves, as long as it is in the air, it is astrophysics. Once it touches land, it is a concern of the geologists to decipher what it is. So now the geologists say that it is, we have Karimanal in the coastal belt. Rare earth. Ilmenite, monazite, thorium, bauxite. See, Kerala is very rich. World's thorium reserves are very small. 1/3 of the entire thorium reserves of the world is spotted in 2 districts, coastal belt of Kollam and Alappuzha districts of present-day Kerala. That is called rare earth Karimanal, the black soil, very rich in mineral content. You use atom bomb can be made, nuclear devices can be made. Fissile, see, we have fast breeder reactor, and the fuel is thorium. And we are building it up. And we don't have enough uranium. We don't have much of plutonium. We have this thorium. We have it right here. Whether we process it or not is a different thing. Whether the government will give permit to process it is a different thing. So this thorium reserve is used. Paint making, these rutile materials may be used for making paints and cosmetics and cutex and all these things. And all
nail polish.
Nail polish and powder. Talcum powder, everything. These materials can be used. So therefore, geologically, they would have been So the impact would have created big dent. So look at Shastankota Lake today. That's the best freshwater lake in Kerala. Shastankota Lake. Lake Shastankota. No inlet, no outlet. Just trapped water, pure water. But underneath, not only Shastankota Lake, but also in Ashnamudi Lake, it is radioactive materials present. Underneath, deposited. And where did it come from? That explains in terms of the asteroid. That asteroid would have smashed on the face of the present day Kollam, somewhere in the mid Kollam district, and created mayhem. You know, the dinosaurs were evaporated, gone. Millions of years back, crores of years back, dinosaurs gone. That they attribute it to some meteor impact on the then existing continents, right? The similar kind of thing. No dinosaur in 2000 years back. No dinosaur at that time. Dinosaur never coexisted with human being. That impact ideally would have taken place approximately, again hypothetically, in the 4th century, 5th century AD. And the debris that went up, the dust and the fumes and the fire and everything, big rocks and land masses would have gone up. And they would have settled down in huge land masses, would have settled down somewhere in the ocean. Somewhere in the ocean, somewhere in the coastal sea.
Such happened this.
It would have happened 1,600 years back. And that is the place where, so we have proof about that. In the first ever census taken by the British in 1670. And also the second census in 1704. They have spotted 5 different big time islands located in the western frontier, which is now land. And then later, these 5 land masses were joined together with some flow of water and some debris and slur and all that. So now it's land, level land. So this water, this kind of land formation could be directly traced to the 4th century, 5th century eruption or blast of this meteor. And that junk land would have been created. Then they became level and sedimented, yeah. And then there is one more thing, Kari Nilam. This is Karimanal. What I said, this the soil which came from outer space would have splashed onto the coastal areas, just making land possible. That's called Karimanal.
Otherwise, from where it would have come?
Otherwise, it would not have come from anywhere. Nowhere in Kerala you have that. Only in that part of Kerala we have it. Only in that part of India we have Karimanal. Nowhere else.
So in that sense, we are richer than Gulf people.
We are richer than Gulf people. We are richer. Malayalis are richer than Gulf. And then ultimately, there is a Kari Nilam.
So geologists make such statements about this.
Right. Geologists make such statements.
Okay. And this rare earth, then Karimanal.
Karimanal, yeah.
Okay. They proved it.
Yeah. Okay. All provable. Still, it remains a hypothesis, but provable. Definitely
so, in that sense, we are richer than the Gulf countries.
Very many countries.
They own rich mines, gold mines.
Yeah.
So, we have 1/3 of
thorium resource of the world.
Thorium resource, yeah.
Very rich, yeah.
So, nobody knows it.
Nobody knows it. And we have other riches also.
Okay.
We have hidden treasures also, about which we don't say much.
Treasures in our temple.
Yeah, temple and all that, you know. We don't normally say that we are that rich.
Nobody take it for granted.
We take it, yeah. Nobody takes it for granted. Yeah, that's it. It's all related to faith. So let it remain with faith.
Let it remain faith.
Yeah.
But what about this? This has more prospect, you know.
Industrial prospect.
Yeah, prospect is
industrial prospect.
Other thing does not have.
Another habit, yeah. And apart from Kari Manal, there is something called Kari Nilam. Kari Nilam actually is the kind of formation underneath the soil. The coal is older kind of trapped wood. And crude oil is the trapped thing, hydrocarbon. These are all hydrocarbon. And Kari Nilam is actually something like lignite. Something closer to lignite. Lignite can be 1,500 to 2,000 years old hydrocarbon. That is lignite. You hear about Neyveli Lignite Corporation in Tamil Nadu, etc. So that meteor would have burnt millions of trees. Just raw trees, huge trees would have burnt, and charcoal. Just went underneath. The trees would have fallen left and right and cross and crisscross, and rains would have happened, and the debris would have fallen on top of it, creating the cavities underneath. Huge cavities under the soil because of this formation. This is that land. When you dig up now in Alappuzha district, in western part of Pathanam district, or western part of Kottayam district, what is surfacing underneath is just so coal-like thing. Semi-burnt wood. That is called kari. That land is called Karinilam. Look at the names: Amichagari, Tachangari, Ramangari, Chennagari, Chadrathiyagari. All kind of Karinilam. Kari.
This is a kari.
Karinilam. When you dig for the well,
the burnt wood parts.
Burnt wood parts. Half burnt or fully burnt wood part. Roughly around 1,600 years. So that makes it, the meteoric explosion could be traced to something like AD 400. AD 450.
Definitely gives proof to meteoric explosion.
And you asked me about the history also.
History.
That is why that corresponding age, we see the Roman trade flourishing in the 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century AD. By 4th century, nothing about Roman trade. Perhaps the Rome collapsed, of course, that's right. Roman trade collapsed, Rome collapsed, Rome came down, and that is one reason. Apart from that, Cheran also collapsed. Pandyan also collapsed. I Kingdom, nothing much is heard about I Kingdom also. What would have happened was that debris, this kind of cataclysm, would have eliminated the civilization of the southern part of Kerala. The Chera and Pandya land would have been completely decimated. That could be the reason why nothing is written after 4th century. Sankham literature talks about developments only up to 3rd and 4th century. After
there is a vacuum.
After that, the Manipravala Kavyams of 10th, 11th, 12th century, Sandesha Kavyams, talked nothing about these things. And also, the Manimekhala and Chalapathigaram, that's post-Sankham literature, does not say about these things. That means definitely there would have been no history. No history means no civilization. No civilization means no people. Nothing in the land. The
that is between 4th century and
7th century.
4th and 7th, there is a gap.
Then there's a gap. People say that that period was ruled by Kalabhras. Nobody knows who the Kalabhras are. They say that it's near the Chola land. Some people who rule.
Some small locality.
Some small thing. But Kerala did not have an organized administration after the 4th century, and then comes all of a sudden the Arab trade resurfaces and the Chinese trade started.
So in between 14th and 17th century, no people existed here.
Practically. People would have been there, and they would have been leading here and scattered. They would have been traveling to. They would have gone
without
to Chola region, and they would have gone to present Ernakulam district, Idukki district, which was not affected that much.
No administration, no law and order.
No law and order, nothing, and no organized civil society either. That is the reason why we say it has got historical proof also. So this is the inference. When there is nothing written about in history, you take inference from these kind of developments.
Historical inferences.
Historical inferences can be taken. But the good thing is that the geological formation and the historical inferences and the astrophysical possibilities converge on something like 4th century, 5th century, something drastic would have happened to Kerala. That is something which we might call the acts of Parashurama.
Very good.
And after this, the 4th Parashurama, a new town, Kollam emerged in a big way. So, the Chinese trade and no Roman trade, Chinese trade, Arab trade and all.
The meteoric phenomenon is in a small way symbolized in an axe.
Absolutely. That is acts.
Fantastic. Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, sir. I had a nice time with you. And
Thank you.
what Malayalis, many Malayalis may not know what
I
Parashurama is.
learned much things.
Yeah, right.
While I am a student, I could not have such a boldness to ask them. This is free, we can ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
for
much.
participating. We can see in next episode. Thank you. Thank you. Hearty welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural program In Pursuit of Roots by Dr. Mohan Varghese. During the last few episodes, we are dealing with, sir was giving us the information about our Chera Pandya, ports of Chera Pandya kingdoms. And we came up to Muziris. Now, we'd like to hear about the ports of Chera Pandya south of Muziris.
Yes.
We came up to Muziris.
Yes.
What happened to what was the picture of the ancient ports of the area south of Muziris?
Areas south of Muziris include the present day Alappuzha district, the district of Alappuzha. Alappuzha never existed 2000 years back. Even 1000 years back there was no Alappuzha.
Even 1000
Even 1000 years back there was no Alappuzha. Alappuzha came only in a big way, only by AD 1800 at the time of Raja Keshavadasan as a Divan.
Recently?
Very recently. Alappuzha has a history of only around 200 years.
Only 200 years.
Very new.
We started from 2000 years back.
We started from 2000 years back.
Okay.
So therefore, there cannot be any port in the present day Alappuzha region, in the entire district of Alappuzha. But the coastline of the then Alappuzha and the non-existent Alappuzha was so much east. That was along the present day MC Road region, along Tiruvalla, Changanasheri, Kottayam, that belt. So that was the coastline those days. So therefore, the only major port closer to Alappuzha in those days was Bokkare.
Therefore, our 14th episode is entitled Nelsenda and Bokkare.
Yes.
Nelsenda and Bokkare is, please note, the title of the 14th episode of this program.
Nelsenda and Bokkare. Yes. And we will start with Bokkare.
Bokkare.
That is present day Purakkad.
Purakkad.
Believed to be present day Purakkad.
The Purakkad now belongs to Alappuzha.
South of Alappuzha. Purakkad is about 10 miles south of Alappuzha. So it is Purakkad which was the outer port in the main sea, Erythraean Sea, that is the present day Arabian Sea.
So you mean Bokkare was not land then?
Bokkare was a port. It is a landed mass over there. Kerala's coast was, entire coast was a very fragile kind of coast. Land in certain places and lakes and lagoons in certain other places.
Lakes and lagoons.
Lakes and lagoons. The sea was protruding into the land, which makes it totally indistinguishable between sea and lake.
So therefore a lot of punja and...
That is, punja is actually the paddy field. Paddy field is land itself. But this is almost the sea.
Sea.
Not deep sea, the
sea.
shallow waters.
Shallow waters.
The present day Vembanad Lake
Vembanad Lake.
is very close to it. It is the closest, the southern we are talking about, the southern part of the Vembanad Lake. There is the Kuttanad region, lower Kuttanad and upper Kuttanad region. So that's the region we are talking about at this point. And the port system around the Kuttanad region and west of Kuttanad. So this is the importance of Bokkare and Nelsinda.
Nelsinda.
Yeah.
Then how far is Bokkare from the Muziris?
From Muziris, according to the accounts of Roman and Greek scholars, some of them traveled also. Pliny the Elder used the second-hand information, relayed information, we already mentioned. And Periplus used the direct information. According to Pliny's and Periplus' accounts, they calculate 500 stadia. 500 stadia is around, the Roman measurement is stadia. 500 stadia should be around 80 kilometers, around roughly 60 miles. So Bokkare, that is Purakad, is located 60 miles south of the Muziris. It is roughly the same. It should be a little more than that. For them, it cannot be exact measurements. They should have been, measuring approximately. It can't be absolutely sharp. Those days, the scales could not have been that sharp.
So now this Bokkare is now called Purakad Muziris Kodunallur.
Bokkare is not called Kodunallur. Bokkare is
Muziris Kodunallur.
Muziris is Kodunallur.
Bokkare is
Purakad. You know the reason why the name Bokkare came?
I want to know that.
It came from river Baris.
Baris.
The Greek, the Romans used to call the Pamba river of today our Pamba river as Baris. The river
called
Baris. Baris, Berase and Bokkare, Borake and Bokkare. And Greek used to call it Borake, Baris, Borake and Bokkare. That has ultimately become Purakad. That is the inference that we get. It should be somewhere around the present day Purakad. So that is what we are made to believe.
This is a believable inference.
Very believable, because you cannot get any specific data, because there haven't been much of an archaeological evidence to support that argument. Muchiri, yes, it is Pattanam. It's very close to Kodunallur. That is Pattanam. That is the excavations around. But lots and lots of amphora pieces, other artifacts, everything retrieved from the sea today.
Retrieved from the
sea. That indicates some kind of a settlement, some kind of a habitable zone, kind of a port. So that is why we believe that it is the only place could have been Purakad. Purakad has been a later port. Port Purakad has always been there. Later on, from 9th and 10th century, Purakad was also there. It comes in the accounts of the travelers as Purakad. That's all right. But earlier, we relate Purakad with the olden day port of Bokkare. That's a very strenuous and risky exercise. But still, we tend to believe that it should be by Pliny's and Periplus's and Strabo's description. It cannot be anything other than Purakad. Because the river Baris, those days, used to reach Arabian Sea around that point. Today, it is not. Today the river Baris, that is the Pamba today, does not reach Arabian Sea directly. It goes all the way down to Tannir Mukham and then take a whole turn, a turn to the north. Just turn north and flow northwards and unleash its waters into Vembanad Lake.
Vembanad Lake, not directly to sea.
Not directly to sea.
Oh, okay.
Therefore, there is no Pamba river mouth today.
Oh.
Not the. So therefore, naturally, Purakad port cannot exist today.
Oh.
It used to exist before Alappuzha came into being. Up to 18th century, Purakad was the major port south of Muchiri. There was no port in between Muchiri and Purakad.
Do you have anything to say about the people, culture, and what kind of inhabitants?
Purakad was is an area where ideally people should have been Umanas and Meenavas and Paradavas.
Meenavas are fishermen.
Paradavas are also fishermen. Umanas are the salt-making people.
Salt to pick, that you.
Okay, those are the likely inhabitants in that Thinai. That Thinai is the Neidal Thinai. Umanas make salt.
Umanas.
Okay. Those were the people. And surprisingly, there is yet another group by religion that is Buddhist. Not exactly in Purakad, but very close to Purakad. Trikkunnapuzha. That was earlier.
All these places I heard from Chemmi novel.
Yeah, Chemmi novel.
Then I happened to be in this area. Yes. Years back, around 29 years back, I spent 1 year in Alappuzha.
Yes.
Between Alappuzha and Ambalappuzha.
So this is that area. It is near Ambalappuzha. It is near Purakad. It is the Srimula Vasam is located very close to it.
I was about to ask about that.
Srimula Vasam was a Buddhist abode. Buddhists had a vihara.
Viharas.
Believed to be an ancient vihara.
This Srimula Vasam.
Srimula Vasam. It was mentioned in a Buddhist statue, inscription on a Buddhist statue recently excavated from Kandahar in Afghanistan.
Kandahar.
Yeah, that was in Kandahar in Afghanistan. Specifically states about the statue having been related to Dakshina Pantha Srimula Vasam. It was also written Dakshina Pantha Moolavasa Lokanatha. Lokanatha is Sri Buddhan. That is Gautama Buddha. Lord Buddha is called the Lokanatha. Dakshina Pantha should be the southern abode of the Buddhists. So it is described as a shrine. A very leading Buddhist shrine in those days. So lots of monks,
Buddhist,
reach there. Possibly by sea route also, not only by land route. It is closer to Purakad. So it's a Buddhist abode. So that was very famous. And later we can establish the historicity of Srimula Vasam from a copper plate issued by a copper plate, Chepped, issued by Vikramaditya Varaguna. He was king, King Varagunan. Vikramaditya Varagunan was an Ai king. Ai is a kingdom.
Ai is a dynasty.
It's a kingdom south of Chera kingdom. In first century, it was a fiefdom of, not exactly fiefdom, it was a kingdom in the 1st and 2nd century AD. It was called Ai kingdom. Along with the Chera, Chola and Pandya, Ai kingdom also, that is the present day Kumari region, Kanyakumari region, Nagarkovil, Vidinyam, Thiruvananthapuram, Kollam, up to Purakad. So Purakad was ideally an Ai port, not the Chera port. So Muchiri and Thondi were Chera ports. But Purakad, that is the Bokkare, and Belita south, and Kumari further south, and in between Vidinyam,
the southern part.
Those were all Ai kingdom. Ports of Ai kingdom. Then I Kingdom, we see the decline of I Kingdom. Nothing much is heard about I Kingdom for a long time. But once again, I Kings resurface around 8th century.
Re-emerge.
In the 9th century, I has become, I Kingdom became independent of Pandya. Earlier, I Kingdom was gobbled up by the Pandyas. Later, the Pandya suzerainty over I Kingdom ended, and I Kingdom became very close to Chera Kingdom. And there was the trade and flourishing trade. It was that period when Vikramaditya Varaguna gave a Shasanam, Palyam Shasanam, that is the copper plate of Palyam, in which Palyam copper plate specifically mentioned Sri Moolavasam. So that is the Palyam copper plate hails Gautama Buddha, the Lord Buddha, and also the monks, the Sangham, the Buddhist group called Sangham. And also it was praying to Lord Almighty, God, their God, Vishnu, Mahavishnu, that please save Sri Moolavasam from floods. It could be tidal waves. It is even considered to be a tsunami. Like the one that lashed Kerala coast in 2004. That should have been a kind of tsunami those days. People never knew it was tsunami.
A variety of tsunami.
A kind of tsunami, something like a tsunami. It can be either high tide or a tsunami itself. That is why it was praying Sri Moolavasam was destroyed. Monks fled to other places. They migrated to other places like Nilakal and all that. We can deal with Nilakal, Shabarimala, etc. in another episode. So
we are coming to
we will be coming to that region also. Now we are concentrating on the coastal belt of present day Alappuzha and the part of Purakkad and Niranam. We will come to Niranam later on. Purakkad. We will finish up the sea coast and come to the inland port called Niranam later. So this is the significance of Sri Moolavasam.
So any part of that Sri Moolavasam exists now?
Remains of it. Remains of it have been excavated. And it was the semblance of a wall, certain brass and copper items, and some implements, and something that gives a clear indication that it was a Buddhist kind of an abode.
Apart from that, any land exists now?
There is Purakkad now. Sri Moolavasam is very close to present day Trikkunnapuzha. It is gobbled up by sea. Should be original Sri Moolavasam is likely to be 2 to 5 kilometers inside the sea. And excavations can reveal a lot of things.
It is something somewhere near Ambalappuzha?
Somewhere near Ambalappuzha, somewhere south of Ambalappuzha, somewhere near Mada Amrudanandamai is Vallika, just north of it. And
Vallika is near Karnagapalli?
Karnagapalli, yeah. The Karnagapalli also was a leading Buddhist center. Those days, Karnagapalli was a leading Buddhist center. So Buddhism is very much a connect between Sri Moolavasam, Karnagapalli, that belt. That is in Kollam district. That's in northern Kollam now. Kollam. That's not in Alappuzha. That's in Kollam. But it gets border between Alappuzha and Kollam district.
Sir, Nelsinda, you have to give the description.
There is yet another port mentioned by Pliny, Pericles, and Strabo. They use different terminologies to depict a port which we now identify as either Niranam or Nakkida.
So Niranam, it is a familiar word. This is Nelsinda itself.
Nelsinda, Niasindon. Some of them write Niasindon. It's very difficult to say Nakkida. Nakkida or Niranam. We are unsure whether it is Niranam. They are close by. This is inland port. It's not outer sea. It is inland water. Lake, the Kuttanad region, the lake, the southern Vembanad lake that reach that region. River barriers, that is Pamba, flows along Niranam and Nakada. The tributaries, the branches reach. From Niranam, it's a different route that Pamba takes. At Nakadai, which is very close to Niranam, rivers Pamba, Manimala, Achankovil, etc. sort of converge into one mass, and they flow differently in different directions. But we call it Pamba only after that. Before that also, the largest tributary is Pamba. And Manimala joins at a point. Achankovil also joins at a point. And Nakada is a very rich, fertile, cultivable land. Very cultivable land with a lot of maridam, cultivable land, very fertile land, ideal for paddy cultivation. That should be later period. Earlier, we don't know how much of land was available for cultivable purposes. We are unsure. But ideally, we believe that it was cultivable land. That region consisted of a number of canals, either man-made or natural. These canals are like inside the tongue cavity. See, there can be a gap between the palate and the tongue, and the lower part. So Naka means tongue in Malayalam and Tamil. Naka is tongue. Naka ida means in between space in between tongue and the palate. So that is the wedge into which the ships, not exactly ships, the houseboat like things, boats can just anchor there and without getting flown off. That is why it's called Nakada. Proper anchoring place, the parking space for the boats. So Nakada would have been a perfect place for the riches, that is the merchandise. Pepper, cardamom, ginger, all the spices from the east.
One question, sir.
Yeah.
The merchandise from the eastern part came to Bokhara directly?
No. They don't come to Bokhara directly. They first come to Niranam or Nakada, which the Romans call Neasindon or Nelsindon. From this, it's a collection center. It's a trading hub. It's a collection center from where the inland bound goods will be moving, and from the east the goods will be collected, and by small boats it will be brought in small boats, canoes, small canoes, Kodumbu Vallam, we say, Tonda Vallam, Kodumbu Vallam, all these,
canoes,
Odi Vallam. These boats will bring these pepper bags and ginger and cardamom, everything will come.
Spice.
And they disembark, they load it to other bigger boats. The ships still can't come. Maybe very small ships can come but they have to travel through river, right? Not sea.
Not sea.
So, between Bokhara and Niranam, the distance calculated was around 120 stadia by Pliny. 120 stadia is roughly 19.2 kilometers.
Now also Alapura abounds in a lot of little rivers, canals, apart from the vast sea coast.
So this is river, Pakka river. This is river Pamba only, but it's very difficult to identify between river and sea and lake and everything.
All merged
into one. So therefore, the ships cannot come because the bottom part of ships would hit the thing and ships can't move. Therefore, smaller boats are used. These goods that reach Nakada ultimately reach
hence the existence of famous Kadalpalam
Kadalpalam.
Oh, for this purpose.
For this purpose, yes, for this purpose. So they reach Bukhara, and from Bukhara, the ships, huge Roman ships will hold these goods. So that is the route they have taken.
They could anchor only in the deep part.
They could anchor only in the deep part, in the sea, for the anchoring purpose.
One more, Doctor. You said nothing about Kuttanad.
Kuttanad is the ancient day Kottanara. Kottanara.
Kottanada.
Kottanara. Kuttanad is something which is, we for Malayalis like us, it's easy to pronounce Kuttanad.
Easy.
For a European, from a Mediterranean trader, like Pliny, historian like Pliny or Periplus, Kuttanad cannot be spoken like
Pronounced.
that. Pronounced like that. Therefore, they use Kottanara. Kuttanad, it is ideally Kuttanad. The place where Pliny describes it as a place where black pepper, Yavana Priya we say. It's Yavana means the Greek.
Greek
and Roman.
of Yavanas.
Greek and Roman, they are called Yavanas. Yavana Priya. Priya means favorite. So good quality pepper coming from Kottanara, that is Kuttanad. That can be eastern hills, somewhere. Eastern hills and valleys, all areas are called Kuttanad. Not far away hills, but hills closer to the land, closer to the water mass. That is the place where pepper comes. Then that pepper is traded through the Roman ships. That is the route. So we dealt with the ports of Niranam, that is the Nelzinda. It can be even Nakada, and also the outer seaport called Purakad. And in between we dealt with Srimula Vasam, the Buddhist abode.
So thank you for listening to us. Welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural program in Pursuit of Roots. Today, the episode is titled Mahodayapuram Kodungallur. Our esteemed Professor Dr. Mohan Varghese, Mahodayapuram Kodungallur is connected with our previous episode. The era is almost same.
Era is different. The Mahodayapuram era is different from the earlier era. That is the first Chera is the time of...
So the first Chera extinct. Then the Mahodayapuram and Kodungallur connected with the second Chera.
Yes.
Advent of second Chera dynasty.
Absolutely.
The second Chera is not Kutuvans.
First Chera, people used to call, that is the poets used to call the king, Kuttuvan. Different names.
In the previous episode you mentioned about it. And therefore I asked, these second Cheras, have they any...
They are called Perumals. They are called Perumal.
Perumal.
Kulasekara Perumal.
I learnt Perumal. The Cheraman
Perumal, yes. I know that.
Then we want to know about Kulasekara dynasty.
Kulasekharan, they are called Kulasekharans.
They are same.
They are called, they may not be same, an original Chera dynasty who lived in a far off place, was brought back to Mahodayapuram, brought back to Vanchi and took over. See, first Chera empire ended by 3rd century AD.
That we mentioned.
After that, there was a dark era of roughly around...
Blank.
Yeah, we don't know what exactly was the administrative pattern. We have hardly any information about who ruled Kerala in the 5th and 6th and 7th century AD.
3 centuries.
Yeah, there was no centralized, uniform administrative pattern during that period. And then comes a whole gamut of relationship, the landscape, the power equations, the caste, everything changed.
For these 3 centuries, Kerala or this part did not exist, you mean?
Due to a natural calamity about which we discussed, like Parashuram.
I remember that. On previous episode, I asked you how Parashuraman came in this and created Kerala. Even before that, Kerala existed, you too.
Yeah, even before that, the land existed.
This extincted or the Kerala, part of Kerala merged.
The topography changed, the people's composition
The
changed.
eruption of a new soil.
Yeah, new soil.
That is the second formation of Kerala.
Second formation of Kerala.
Oh, now it is clear.
New Kollam was not dominant during the first Chera Empire. It was always Muchiri and Vanchi. And also Bokkare and Purakad, all these places. But Kollam came up in a big way by 8th century, 9th century. Kollavarsham started in AD 825. Kollam Kerala era.
Now only the idea became clear.
AD 825.
Idea became clear.
Then
The
a
second
new
formation.
township, the new empire, the new rulers, with a new setup called the Venad came. First Chera time there was no Venad.
Simple.
Venad came.
Simple. We can Kerala happened a rebirth. Underwent something like a rebirth. Now it is clear. Okay.
It is a rebirth, a rejuvenated, refreshed, and power-packed Kerala.
Okay. Not only rural is extinct, the land itself.
Not only Chera part, Pandyan changed, Cholan changed, Cheran changed into a new power-packed package. And that is the time when the city of Vanchi came to be known as Tiruvanchikulam and Mahodayapuram, Mahadevar Pattanam, Makothai. Because it was Makothai, the Cherans were called Kotha. Ko means king. Kotha is the ruling class. Mahakotha, Makkotha, big ruling class. And they came. They became Kshatriyaized. Not that they are Kshatriya, they were treated as Kshatriyas.
I used to think Mahodayapuram is connected with Mahadevan.
Mahadevan, yes, it is Mahadevan, Paramashivan, certainly. But it is not, the root is this. Mahodayapuram is Mahadevar Pattanam. Pattanam, it is Pattanam. Mahadevar Pattanam, Mahadevar is Paramashivan. And Shaivik Hinduism came. Vaishnava Hinduism came. Buddhism, Jainism was on the way out, but still continued for a while.
Do you mean Vaishnavas and Shaivas were in conflict? Both Hindus.
It was two strands. Vaishnavas, it was an era of, the time of Mahodayapuram is unique for the presence of Shaivik shrines and Vaishnava shrines coexisted. There was a movement called Bhakti movement. In which poets, singers, some of them are rulers also. These people, Sundara Murthy Nayanar. Nayanar is a Shaivik bard.
Nothing to do with E.K. Nayanar?
Not. Nayanar could have been inheriting the name Nayanar from this long saga of the Nayanars. Possible.
Caste name?
It's a caste name. It's a Nayar, Pilla, Nayanar,
like
Nambiyar, all are a similar kind of caste in a new social order. We were talking about a transitional time when the term Nayar itself did not prevail in 8th and 9th century. It came much later. In a 13th century, 12th or 13th century document, temple document, we see Nairi, the Nair. The term. Before that, Nair is there, but not documented. But this Nayanar, Sundaramurthy Nayanar, who is the Vaishnava, Nayanar is a Shaivik priest. Priest come, singer, come the writer, poet. That is Nayanar. Shaivik. Vaishnavas are called the Alvar. Kulashekara Alvar. Kulashekara Alvar. See, both Kulashekara kings were both Shaivik and Vaishnava. Some of them were Shaivik, some of them were Vaishnavites also.
They were not in conflict.
They were not exactly in conflict. It changed from Shaiva to Vaishnava, Vaishnava to Shaiva. Of course, some of the Shaiva shrines, turned out to be
without any clash.
Without much of a clash. But the clash was between this Buddhism and Shaivism. Jainism and Vaishnavism. It was actually, it is believed, based on a number of inferences, that Shaivik Hinduism is the offshoot of the earlier existence of Pashupataya Matam, Kalamukha sect, and that became the Shaivik sect, which later became Hindu. Okay? And then the Jains became Vaishnavas.
Jains became
Vaishnavas. Became Vaishnavas. Jain temples became Vaishnava abodes. Buddhists became both, Shaivas and Vaishnavas.
Not exactly Shaivas.
Not exactly Shaivas.
One thing more.
Vaishnavas are definitely the present day Vaishnava, and earlier Jains came from the same root. I mean the socio-cultural root.
And I heard all the religions can be, the origin of all religions, almost all religions can be traced back to this place.
It can be traced back to the same place called Mahodepuram in Kerala.
It is true.
Almost true.
The origin of all religions.
Origin of all formal religions in Kerala have its first roots deeply planted in the soil of Mahodepuram. Originally Vanchi, the first church. If St. Thomas had come to Kerala,
St. Thomas,
he would have established the first church in Kodungalur. That is the Vanchi, the olden day Vanchi. That time it was not called Kodungalur, it was called Vanchi. And the first ever Jewish place of worship also was Vanchi. In Kodungalur.
Synagogue also.
Even in BC, right from King Solomon's time of 1000 BC, Jews would have come. And also with the destruction of the with the end of Babylonian captivity, BC 536 or so, lots of Jews came to East. Most of them ideally could have settled down in Muchiripattanam. That would have been a sleepy little place at that time. Later, it could be the Jewish presence and the Mediterranean people developed it into a trading hub, ideally positioning as a hub of trade in spices with Mediterranean region, West Asia, North Africa and Southern Europe. That's called the Mediterranean region. So this became the spice hub, Muziris. This place called Vanchi, later called Mahodepuram, is the capital. Original Chera capital. The second Chera capital also was Mahodepuram.
So the mosque, synagogue, church.
Most synagogue, church and temple.
Temples, sir. I was about to ask it.
Jain temple. Trikunavaya. That is the Trikana Matilakam. That is a Jain place of worship. It could be Aramam. Aramam is a place where it's good for meditation. Plenty of trees and open places and it's a serene atmosphere.
Meant for meditation.
Aramam, the Jain abode, the Buddhist Aramam, Jain Aramam, were all places of worship and meditation. That is, Trikkanamudalagam was especially a Jain worship center.
This Aramam is originally Malayalam word or
Ideally, it should be Pali.
Pali.
Pali, Buddhist Aramam. It could be Sanskritized later. I don't know the etymological root of Aramam.
And Viharam also.
Viharam also is Buddhist.
Buddha Viharam.
Viharam, place where Buddhists frequent. Viharam.
They haunt.
Yeah, they go, they spend time, they live very close to nature. That is why Jains were the ones, who would be leaving every creature alone. The snake. They would leave the snake alone and carve. The concept of carve where wood, the not so useful wood like teak and rosewood is avoided. And other wood items allowed to grow in Kava for preservation of nature. Seemingly non-useful trees, seemingly non-useful animals and creatures, and serpents like snake.
Snake, serpents.
Sarpa Kava.
Snake shrine.
Snake shrines.
Shrines.
It's all a Jain Buddhist tradition, which was incorporated into the Hindu fold later on through Shaivik Hinduism, Vaishnava Hinduism, and all that. So that place called Mahodayapuram and Mahadevarpattanam is known for the origin of Buddhism, not origin, but the growth of Buddhism and Jainism in South India. That is the reason why Manimekhala deals with the flourishing Buddhist time in which Vanchi finds a mention. And before Manimekhala came Chilapadhikaram, in which it was a Jain center. Mahodayapuram is a Jain center at that time. At that time it was called Vanchi. There was the Vanchi Kandam. It starts from the central character in Chilapadhikaram, that is Kannaki. Kovilan's wife, Kannagi, is the one who is the ideal woman. So morality became a huge factor. Family, commitment of the wife to the husband became an obsession. And Kannaki is the original Pattini. Pattini
embodiment
of virtues. It is from the Pattini cult in Chilapadhikaram. The first is the Kandham, they are called divides in the Chola land. In Kaveri Pumpattanam, there is Puhar Kandham. Madurai, there is the Pandya land, Madurai Kandham. And then comes the Vanchi Kandham. Vanchi Kandham is the one in which it comes to an end, and this lady,
all are welcome
the
to COMRADE
embodiment of virtues, was elevated to the higher plane, committed suicide.
Now, deified. We are going to have
she is made in the form of a statue, and the statue, an idol, Pattini idol, was placed by Cheran Chenkuttuvan. That is the storyline.
I heard so many specialities.
And later, that is the Pattini cult is on. And Pattini cult resulted.
Is there any connection?
The formation of
between
the concept of
and
Amma, Bhagavati.
Yes, certainly.
Kovil.
Kollavarsham.
Okay.
Is
Bhagavati
very much
temples
related to Kolla.
It was originally the
place
Kottavai,
The place
war goddess.
The place, the Kollam of
War
today
goddess.
is
Kali,
different from
Durga,
the Kollam
Kottavai,
of the exterior.
Amma,
It's in the
Amman,
vicinity, but not
and
exactly
Bhagavati
the
can all be coming
about which we can
into the
we can say
same pattern
a little later.
The
So now
womanhood
you are
celebrated.
going to
power of
describe
woman
Kollam of
deity.
9th century. That is.
We
Came
are
in
dealing
different
with
ways.
Kollam of
Came
9th
through different
century.
routes.
If you want
Converged
to know
into
about
one
the
holy
Kollavarsham,
Kollavarsham.
definitely it is 9th
Therefore,
century.
you are coming.
So that is
Therefore, I am coming to the
also
Kollam of 9th century.
advanced
Bhagavati
age.
temple.
Advanced
The
age.
proposition of so the last
That also
this
this area called Kodungalur.
of ports and
Kodungalur, Parani, you must have heard about Parani.
I heard about that.
Okay.
You just obscene songs
Kollavarsham
using bad words.
That is called Kodungalur
800
Parani.
in which the obscene songs and obscene dance forms were
Thus began the Malayalis calendar. Malayalis own
began
calendar.
Malali's own calendar.
Also, and then
starts with
then they would dance
15th of August.
very provocatively.
8/25.
It was a move
There are also 15th August.
to chase
Yeah,
away
that is
the
in
Buddhists
Travancore
and the
region.
Jains from the Hindu abodes.
that region.
this was
And
the
in
root
Malabar,
cause.
the time of
Kollavarsham
Shankaracharya,
a bit later.
87,
A bit later.
88,
Firstly,
58.
it started in
It
our
is
age.
related to
20.
Nyattuve.
That is the time of
Nyattuve.
Shankaracharya.
It starts, because of the
He
climatic
was
variation.
the instrumental in Hindu
early here in
revivalism.
South.
Revivalism.
And a bit
That
later,
time he
in the north, there's one more
engaged
difference
in
original
verbal
Kollavarsham. Now it is
duel,
a standardized.
debate
Standardized. Debates.
with Buddhists and Jains.
So Kollavarsham,
defeated them in the debate.
there are a number of
And
theories
a bedrock
number
was
of,
about the origin of
only
about the origin of Kollavarsham.
for Hinduism to grow.
Oh,
That
group
was
of
a time
scholars
when
believe
Buddhist
that.
shrines were gradually getting
Kollavarsham
converted to
is related
Hindu
to
shrines.
Udaya
Vaikam
Marthanda
Mahadeva
Varma.
Kshetra.
Udaya Marthanda.
Udaya Marthanda
Kudal
Varma was the
Manikam,
Vena
giant temple.
king.
And
Kollam was the
Kodingalur,
capital of
temple.
Vaikam temple was Buddhist.
Originally
so-
Buddhist.
Venad
Originally
king,
Buddhist.
that the king of Kollam.
Ochira.
Udaya Marthanda Varma
Karunagapura.
called
Originally Jain or
a number of
Mostly Buddhist
Scholars.
and Kudal Manikam was
astrologers.
Jain.
Jain.
These
And
temples became
Brahmin,
Hindu. But
leaders
some Jains
and
refused
wanted
to move
to
out of their holy
start
shrines.
a new kind
To
of
chase them away.
calculation, new kind of
some
approach
culture
and weights and
Harani.
measurements, and
Huge
also
figures.
the
Theyyam,
other
all
kind
these
of
figures
processes
were- Theyyam came up
related to
late, but
agriculture,
the Kitta culture.
related to all other
Kudure.
walks of life.
Not only
made
calendar.
of
Not
made
only
of,
calendar,
big
everything.
leaves
So
or
therefore,
cloth or whatever,
everything needed to be
splashing of
brought
red color,
within a
deep
calendar
colours
frame.
would chase away.
Actually,
with the
before
teeth
that,
coming
a
jutting out,
number of
with chasing away the Buddhists and
calendars
Jains.
have been used.
And if
Number of different
when they refused to move,
Shakavarsham.
then they would be abused.
Oh.
By mocking, ridiculing, abusing,
Guptavarsham.
by using
All these
obscene
kinds of
language.
varsham.
These are
Varsham
called
means year.
Harani. Oh.
Thirippatte,
Kalaganana in
Purapatte,
Malayalam.
Puram.
That is calculation.
Originally,
of
these
time.
Puram and all are
Then
Buddhist
it was known in
festivals.
Shakavarsham.
Eഴുന്നള്ളത്ത്,
was calculated.
ആറാട്ട്,
And,
ഗജപ്രദക്ഷിണം, കപ്പൽ,
Saptadi
രഥയാത്ര,
year
all these
was very
things
much
were all
important for the
Twacham.
Brahmins.
That is the flag.
There were
Everything
different
was
kinds of
Buddhist.
calculation. It was
So this
bit
Buddhist era
Kalivarsham.
is replaced
Actually,
by
it was something like
Muchirapat, this is
3,000
Mahodepuram,
to 229
witnessed a transition
year.
from Buddhist Jain period into a
That
Hindu
completed
era.
one whole
That is why
cycle.
culturally,
According to Kalivarsham.
Osiris, that is the
And once
Mahodepuram,
the cycle is complete,
and, Kodungalur became
people are free to start
a
a
hub
new
of
cycle.
cultural activities.
People argue
All
that
religions can
it is
trace
because of
their
that
root
beginning of it marked the beginning of a
Mahadevaram.
new cycle. Therefore,
Ruled by
the scholars were called
Makothai,
by Udayamarthanda.
Mahodaya Charan,
And a new era
who were called
started.
not Kutuvan,
And some believe
but,
that it has got everything to do
Perumal.
with the beginning of
Kulasekara
Malayalam language.
But later
Language.
that
Any other
significance,
calendar existed
Mahodevaram
in
lost.
Tamilagam,
Kodungalur,
Yeah,
Armagam.
it was,
They
Kodungalur
Kodungalur
was
has
following
gone
all
into
these
the annals of
calendars
history in
mentioned
before the
80,
Kollavarsham.
1000,
Yeah. That is the
300,
mainly
and
they were not
when
going by
341,
They
42.
go by
That
the
was
ruling
period
year
when
of the
river
Maharaja.
Chodnaya, Periyar,
The king in his the
had
10th year
huge flow of water.
said so, flood declared, have signed this document.
Due to heavy
or
floods,
proclaimed
the course
this
of
particular
Periyar
thing, etc., etc.
shifted
So
southwards.
all major decisions, all
The
proclamations
flood
were
and,
dated
residue,
in the dash
dirt,
year.
accumulated
10th year, 5th year,
and
7th year,
destroyed
25th year of the
culture.
reign of this particular
more than
king, of this particular
1,500
land.
years
So
of
that is how
flourishing
there was a
civilization
standardized
around Muchari,
year
completely
applicable
destroyed,
throughout
and the
Chera
place is
Empire.
decimated.
So
That is why the
Chola
later
Pandya
construction
Empire
in Pattanam, when
Kalivarsham.
houses are
And,
constructed,
Kalivarsham,
cracks develop.
it
It
was
was
any-
place,
any,
original course,
uh,
Periyar was flowing.
Yugam and Kalivarsham.
The
It is
basement
related
was
to
not
that.
strong.
It was,
Okay.
it was all
That is
based
why
on celestial
that area.
cycles.
Then came
Oh.
a new township
Oh,
called
later.
Kochi.
The
Puthu Wipe.
Greco-Roman
Wipin Island. Puthu
and
Wipe, Kochi.
Persian
Kochi became the port.
traders
And Kodungalur lost the status of the
who
port.
came.
So the
Kochi
destruction of
in the 9th century,
Mahadevaram
especially
happened
people
only
like
due to a
Sabur
natural calamity.
Isho.
It
who
was
built the
Cheran
Tarisha
was the
Palley.
disintegrating.
They came
Chera
and
Empire
started
lost out by
a new
the
kind
100
of
years
trading
war
practice.
with the Chola, and after that Cheran eventually won.
That
But
was
the might of
around
Chera
that time.
Empire gone,
9th
and the
century.
vassals
Early
and
9th
small
century,
areas
Sabur
got independent,
Isho,
and
Sabur
came the era of
Sabur.
Swarupam.
and
Then
marked
came.
Rome.
Again, Swarupam is
From
small
West Asia.
areas.
From
And the land
Syria,
changed.
from Syria,
The rulership
Syria,
changed.
the
Cheran
ancient Persia,
Cheran
they
in
call it
between
Persia.
changed the capital
Persian
from
Persia.
Mahodepuram
They
to
came.
Kollam.
They came
They
with
came
families
further down south,
and
because
they were
Kollam
traders.
became hub of activity.
They
So that is the time
established
when
flourishing trade.
Charon was losing
And
out.
they were
The
looking
trade
at
was coming
the
down.
Greek
And
calendar.
Calicut was
Based on
gradually
celestial
developing
formations.
under Samorin.
Based on celestial
Samorin.
See, for example,
So all these
Chingam
things resulted
is
in
the Leo.
the number one
Chingam is
city in
Simha.
South India.
Simham is lion.
Symbol is lion.
That
Symbol
is the
of lion,
story
that is
of
Leo.
Mahodaya.
Only after that,
Kanni.
the new unmarried maid.
Yeah, that
last
is
700 years.
virgin.
Virgin.
Nothing
that
much
is
is heard
Virgo.
about Kodungalur.
Okay.
Now
Kanni,
Kodungalur is just
Tulam
another
Is
township
a
in
balance.
Kerala.
Balance.
Nothing in particular, but
So
the
Tulam,
excavations are now taking place.
Vrichigam is,
Close to Kodungalur.
now
It is
it is,
near Paravur Kodungalur belt.
Scorpion.
Yeah, Scorpio.
Trace the
Scorpio.
the olden days.
Mithunam.
Still goes. Pair.
Pair, Gemini.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
So,
all
thank
these
you, sir.
things
Correspond.
Say, look at the Greek
Delighted to be
calendar.
here
Very
with you.
thankful.
And
Mithunam.
Malayalam
Hope this kind of material will
many
be
thanks for
hope this kind of material will be useful for the civil service
that's a
aspirants
Meenam
and
is fish.
people who are
Meenam is the
preparing
fish.
for the
That's
test
fish.
competitive
Fish.
examination.
So all these.
Kumbham
Thank you very much.
is
Kumbham
the
is just pot. Water. That
Water.
is the Kumbham.
Idavam is our god.
God. Right.
Okay.
So all these converge
Oh, very
with the Roman and the Greek kind of celestial
All these
formation.
have solid base,
Yeah, that is the base which very many Malayalis do not know.
No.
See, we keep on saying Idavam,
Mithunam,
Karkadagam without knowing exactly where it came from, how it came
This
from.
is a curious information. Thank you.
That is how this that the months it all converge. So that is one
Welcome.
logical, because we are looking at
COMRADE
logic.
Media's
See,
cultural
there is
program.
no written document available.
In pursuit
But we
of
go
roots.
by inference, we go by logic.
Today's episode
If you ask,
Is
bring the information.
credible
How-
inferences.
This is credible inference. So
Muslim
that is how history is, historiography happens. That's how history
our
is
venerable
created.
professor
Rather than say, how can we ask
Dr.
the people who lived in the
Mohan
past?
Varghese.
No, you can't
Has
ask.
raised. We cannot ask.
Because these documents
Today,
are all gone.
all documents
All
are not available.
documents were
Deal
written
with
on either parchment
the golden
or on palm
age
leaf.
of palm leaf.
How many
Roman
years will a palm
traders
leaf
and
last?
Trade.
10 years, 20 years,
In our country.
it will all be
Totally
disintegrated,
totally
termite and this kind of
Ah,
climate.
And
It will ruin the whole thing.
This,
Therefore, it is
approximately
some
runs from
oral traditions
First
and also
BC
these
to
kind of inference
3rd AD
go a
approximately.
long way in establishing
First of
the
all,
credibility of the information.
We are
So
eager
this
to
is,
know
that is how. So this
the
is one another
etymological
expression.
evolution of the
Then
names
comes
Mussiri,
see,
Pattanam.
this is the, so that is the we have dealt with three different versions.
come to the-
Udayamarthandavarma wanted a
treasure.
new era to be created, and then it was beginning. It was
Right,
marked with the
what about
beginning of a new language
the
called Malayalam,
Malayalam
to mark
language.
the beginning,
Huge
and
amount
also
of, treasure
the
stored
trading people,
in
the
Patna
Persian
temple.
traders came,
Has
and
it
they
anything
came
to
with
do
this
with,
wisdom, and they
that
started this
period,
thing.
the collection
But
of,
remember, the
foreign
word
gold
Kollavarsham
coins of that period.
never
Coins not only you
used
told me, ornaments
that
also.
AD
Has it
825,
anything
nobody used
connection?
the Kollavarsham.
I can't help thinking of
Only
it now.
100
Yeah,
years
I'll-
later,
I'll-
after hearing all
more
these,
than
I'll
100
certainly
years
come to
after
this.
that,
It came to
the
me.
documents
You have
started
to-
AD,
you wanted to
that is Kollavarsham,
know about the
125,
etymological
130,
first-
they started
evolution.
using it.
From
Till
one
then,
hand,
they continued to use
Muchiri,
the
yeah.
ruling year of the
Roman
kings. For example, Tarashapalli Shasanam,
Tamil,
the copper
it
plate
is
of Tarashapalli. There's something
We are
special
talking
about
about
Tarashapalli.
Okay.
Although
largest
it is given on the
urban
5th
center
year
in
of the reign of the Chera king, Stanu
especially
Revi,
in Chera part of
during the
That is the
sub-reign
illustrious
of the
Muchiri,
Venad king
which
Ayyanadigal
Romans call
Thiruvadigal.
Muslim race.
Venad,
They can't-
Kollam was the capital of Venad.
Muchiri.
Kollam was ruled by Ayyanadigal
Muchiri.
Thiruvadigal.
As you all know,
This copper plate was
is
given
the
to
split
Shabor
lips,
Isho
Split lips.
by
Chiri
the Venad
means
king
lips.
during the
Muchiri means
5th year
three
of the
lips.
reign of the
When the
larger
lips
king, bigger king,
split.
called
It looked
Stanu
like
Revi, who was the
Muchiri.
Chera king.
Cherokee.
In the year,
Actually,
so it is
the lip by
Chera
lip,
king Stanu
it
Revi
means
came to the throne
river,
in
Periyar,
AD
mouth.
845.
River Periyar.
845.
845. So
Largest
that
river in
means
Kerala.
it is 5 years.
Periyar. Largest means the
That means
those
you know
days,
that the
days,
fourth year,
longest
fifth,
one
fourth, fifth year. That makes
Carrying
it
roughly
roughly
cubic of water.
849.
is the Churniar. That is Periyar.
844. He came to power in 844. So the fifth year means 849. So that's why Tharishapalli Cheppad is the oldest written document available in Kerala now. The most ancient written document, written in ancient Malayalam. That's what is the that is
split
don't think I'm
into three
yeah.
tributaries.
No, you are not interrupting. You are inquiring.
Before
that
the Periyar
I want to
waters
hear about Thomas
reached
Leha,
Arabian
this period.
Thomas
any
Leha is
approaching
dated to the
ship
1st century
from the west,
AD.
from the
Thomas
Arabian
Leha,
Sea.
Saint Thomas,
the sailors,
believed to
when
have
they
come
look at
to
the land,
Kerala.
they
That is
see
in
the
the
mouth
first
of
century.
river Periyar.
Nadranis,
As they-
Centuries
it
back.
is
centuries back, not in the 9th century,
Face
but in the
face
first
of a
century.
first
In the 4th
man.
century, AD
That is how the term
345,
Muchiri
Kanai Thoman
That
is
is
believed to have
etymological.
come.
And
Thoman, the
Roman
trader
founded
from West
during the
Asia,
heydays of
believed to
Roman
have come in the
They called it
4th century.
Muchiri.
But we are now talking about
And we call it
Persian migration of
Muchiris,
the 9th
Muchiri,
century.
Muchiri,
That is when Kollam came up in a big way.
Even doubt came because Tharishapalli
contains reference
copper
about
plate.
Murichi.
That's in the 9th century.
That could be
That is a natural doubt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Likely
Ramayana talks about Maruthwa.
That doubt is clear.
That is
Then,
arguably in Kerala.
Kollam
This
was the
spice
not
hill
a
where
cultural
the spices were grown.
political
Kerala was spice
capital,
country all the time.
spice country all the time.
Exactly.
That is the thing.
Not only a trading center like what we were mentioning,
Muthur
it
is
was a
actually
cultural center
became,
and a political
very
capital of a
cultural
number
trade center.
trade center,
Roman
cultural
trade.
center, and the political capital
Roman
Political
ships
capital.
of
come
so many
in large
so many
numbers,
Maharajas.
which was
One
recorded by
such Maharaja
Pliny the
is
Elder,
Jayasimhan.
Strabo,
That's a later
Periplus
period.
Very plus.
of
The present day
European
Kollam.
Sea, that book.
Now we have a
Also
place called Kollam.
Ptolemy.
That's a district
All
called Kollam.
talk about
The real Kollam is situated a
industrial
little away from that.
Moses.
Okay, and we'll come to that.
Okay.
Okay, the present day Kollam
Naturally,
is traced
their
back
main
to
transit was this place.
Deshinganad.
Destination.
Oh, this
The capital of Deshinganad.
Sankha
Deshinganad received the name because of Jayasimhan.
Which is
The king of Kollam was
and
called
also in
Jayasimhan.
We hear
Jayasimhan
about
ruled
reference
Jayasimhanada. That became
active
Deshinganada.
trade in
That is the present day Kollam.
in
But
Tamil,
the
pepper was
Kollam
called
of our consideration is called
Ponnumai
Kurakeni
Vanda Kariyumai
Kurakeni Kollam.
That is, they
But,
come, the
now
Roman
a
ships
place is
come with gold.
even now called Deshinganad.
In exchange of gold, they
Certainly. It is still called
curry.
Deshinganad.
That is
A little place is
black
A little
gold.
called Deshinganad. That was the time. So before
Black
Kollam,
pepper. There were three kinds of
before
pepper.
Deshinganad,
Black pepper,
Kollam was
white
the
pepper,
capital of
and the kind of
Venad.
brownish kind of pepper.
So Venad,
Three
it was the capital of
different range
Venad.
pepper.
So it was the
They go
capital
back.
of Ayyanadigal
They make
Tiruvadigal,
the
who gave
intermediaries
the
make a lot of
Cheppad,
money in between.
who gave the copper plate.
Copper plate.
So,
Even
Ponnumai
before that,
Vanda Kariyumai
Kollam was
Perum.
part of
come
a
with
number
gold
of
and go back
kingdoms.
with,
But later,
That is
Cheran
Roman trade. Not
from
just pepper,
Kodungalur, from
ginger,
Muziris, that is
cardamom,
Mahodepuram, about which we dealt earlier in an earlier episode. The Chera capital was shifted to Kollam
Oh,
by AD
what kind of people
1095.
inhabited here?
So the
Certainly
11th
the
and 12th century,
people of the
the juncture between 11th and 12th
That
century,
is coastal belt.
the
We were
entire
dealing with
Chera
Tinna,
kingdom
life in Tinna.
Tinna.
That is
was
Nathal
administered from
Nathal is
Kollam.
So level
level
Rama
land
Kulashekara.
and which is coastal.
The Maharaja,
coastal
the
belt.
Chera king, the Kulashekara king, the
They were
second
most
Chera dynasty
cultural
is
Seashore,
called
they were
Kulashekara.
Not exactly agricultural.
Mahodepuram Chera.
Fish,
That is
fishing,
also called
fishing.
Kulashekaran.
Net making.
Kulashekaran moved from
Meenavar,
Muchiripatnam,
Valayar,
that is
Valayar,
Kodungalur,
Valayar.
to
Meenavar
Kollam.
are,
fishermen.
Because there was a 100-year war
fish were
between
hunted
Chola,
and
100-year war.
100 years.
They were also
100-year war
people
between
who
Chola
fish.
and Chera. It was not an active war. On and off they clashed
Paradavar.
for supremacy
Paradavar,
in this part
Meenavar,
of Kerala.
Valayar.
In the
They
southern
were
part of
all
Kerala,
connected also.
the two dynasties,
connected,
the
of course,
Chola
connected. They lived
and
there,
the
the
Chera,
location is
clashed
connected
with
to
one
life
another.
in Tinna.
The Cholas
They were the
attacked
original
from two flanks,
Then
through
came
the land and
Romans.
also by the sea.
They come in a
Muziris, that is
season-
Kodungalur,
rainy
came under
season
Chola attack.
with the
And
wisdom
Kollam
winds.
also came under Chola attack.
Hipala winds
So for
bring that
strategic
in June,
importance,
July time.
it
And
was
they
the
stay
move
here
from
for about
Kodungalur
4-5
to
months until October,
Kollam,
November,
because
even
the
December.
Cholans
They
captured
collect
Vidinyam.
the precious cargo
Vidinyam was the capital of the Ai kingdom,
and then go back.
which was gobbled up
Wind
by the Cholas.
blows in the opposite direction.
We needed that Chera kingdom needed a capital, an administrative center closer to Vidinyam.
In Muziris.
So Muziris
So
is
arguably
far away.
in pure
Far away.
Tunguria's table.
So you can't
Because the
afford to have a capital of Chera kingdom far away from the
there is
Chola.
mention about
Therefore,
a Roman
capital was
settlement.
moved to Kollam,
They
and
called it
Cherans
Yavanacheri.
defeated
Tamil,
the
Sankam literature call it
Cholans with the help of
Yavanacheri.
Chavez.
Yavana means
suicide.
Greek.
So it was a kind of
Roman
suicide
or,
fighting,
Southern
all-out war.
Even
Ultimately, Cherans
all
established
called
their,
Yavana.
Commonly called.
their
commonly
control
called
over this
Yavana.
land.
So
called
Yavanacheri means
present-day
Yavana
Kerala.
settlement.
And
Yavana means
subsequently,
Greek.
disintegrated.
Ionian Sea.
And
that is how the term
it,
Yavana came.
just
It is an
dissolved
Ionian
into
sea.
oblivion.
That is why
And then
Yavana.
came the era of
Yavana.
Swarupam.
Yavana.
You can
came.
then Kollam
Yavana
and one Swarupam, all
And they
these
settled
areas
down.
became that history.
They would bring
A
amphora,
strong trade existed
Roman,
here between
and
China and
Roman
together.
pottery. Pottery.
Kollam is
They
famous
bring,
for Chinese trade.
liquor.
So look at the
No other
oil,
part of Kerala is
olive
so
oil,
olive
for
oil
cooking.
No other part.
China.
No other part
bring
is
wheat,
so
they bring a
intimate
lot
to
of things.
China.
Okay.
And the
Yeah,
pieces of amphora,
The epic
the Roman
Manipravalam,
pottery,
that is
the shreds of it.
Manipravalam
Billions
Sandesha
of
Kavya
pieces have been
called
excavated.
Unna Neeli Sandesha.
That is fair enough indication
with the
that there was a flourishing
wording,
Roman
Chongum
settlement.
Champranayam Vana Nal.
See, that is the
Chunk.
Then there was a Pythagorean
Chunk
table
is
talks
junk.
about
Junk means
an
huge.
Augustus temple.
Chinese ships
temple
were called
to
junk.
honor
Chinese ships were
Emperor
originally called junk.
Augustus Caesar.
Chunk.
So
Champrani
Augustus
is
temple
the
was there in
Arab
Mosri.
ship.
It was guarded
Chonad
by that book
is
talks
the
about
Chola ships.
the temple.
All
was
these ships,
guarded
the
by
Arab ships, the
1,200
Chinese ships, and the Chola
soldiers
ships
wearing
thronged the
tunics
Kollam
and
port.
Roman dress.
So Kollam was flourishing
So
center according to
They were
Unna Neeli
permanent
Sandesham of the
settlers.
13th century.
Either they were permanent
So
settlers,
that is
or
the
they
one
would
thing.
come and
Even
take
before
turns
that,
and go.
there are a
Batch comes
number of
and
descriptions
stays for a
about
while, and
Chinese
batch
trade.
comes and takes
No, even
over.
now we have
It's
a
like
trace of
delay.
it.
Always their presence was here.
Their presence have been
Chinna,
established
China,
by
Khada.
these kind of things. It is a
China
fair enough
pottery,
indication
China clay,
China
China
pottery,
Khada,
China chatti.
China Chatti, China
Of course, there
Vala,
were
China
Anthanas.
Bharani.
Oh, untouched.
The pot, the China pot, China Chatti.
Early brand.
Chinese net, China Vala.
These
A different
things
kind
were
of
mostly
fair-skinned
used by
people.
Kollam people. Fair-skinned.
They were
People,
used,
they are
they were
preachers.
imported
They used
to Kollam,
conduct Velvi.
China clay.
From
Yagam,
Kollam,
that is
From
offering
Kollam through
also
the
religious
waterways
That
and through
community
the land
was
route,
Anthanas.
it reached
And
Others
others
are
were there.
also
They were all bards. They were
Bards,
singers.
bards.
Bard.
All these things came
So they
first
would
in
sing
Kollam.
and
all
dance
these
and
things
all that.
first in
And all
Kollam in
segments
the
of
sense
English were
that
there.
Chinese
Yavanas,
trade with
Anthanas,
the West
and
Asia.
So there is
also
a
Minavas,
very
Bharatavas, all
strong
would
relation
have been
between China and
inhabiting
Kollam.
the-
There is a
Before
strong-
the communist link of
Oh,
later
very much,
years.
very much, very much, very much.
Cosmopolitan bar.
Only
There is-
after that communist link came.
Absolutely.
Arguably,
Actually,
number one,
Chinese
cosmopolitan,
had two routes to reach Mediterranean region.
Oh,
One was the Silk
Of course,
route
in
by the
Cholabhangya
land
regions also, there were
on top of
places
Himalayas.
like Adikame,
Further north of Himalayas,
Roman settlements were there.
all the way
Roman,
to
fortifications
West Asia
were there.
by land,
By land.
by caravan.
So that is
The other route was through the sea,
excavated.
and Kollam is the exact
yeah,
midpoint,
that is we have
strategically
excavated,
located port
Pattanam. That is
between
the archaeological
Chinese port
site.
and
We are now
Arab
current
West Asian
Arab West
ports
Asian.
and Middle Eastern ports.
Arabians also had
Arabs
trade with it. Kollam.
Arabs would come all the way to Kollam
place-
and
So they
sell.
also had
They
strong
are
trade
all-
relation.
They had strong trade relations with Kollam. Jonakapuram is a place in Jonaka is Jonakapuram is Kollam.
It's
It's in Kollam.
closer to it.
That
Vanchi
place
is not
is,
exactly Pattanam.
there.
Vanchi is
No,
that place.
It's exactly
situated
that place.
at the
That
Chara
place. The
headquarters
present day
in
Jonakapuram in Kollam.
More-
It is near Tangasheri.
Yes.
That is the area which is the olden day Kollam port.
Pattanam
That is
a
the
large
outside
area.
Kollam port. Actually, there were
whole
two
area
two
Excavation is
pieces of
taking
land
place at a
jutting
particular
out
spot.
into sea.
where they have
That's why it is
located-
called
they have
Kurakeni. It's
dug
like
up
an eni. It's like a ladder. We call it Kurakeni.
Eni.
Eni is the ladder. We call it Kurakeni because of two
18
reasons.
meters
One, Kuraga means, you know,
That is fair
the
enough.
twisted
18
and
meters
twirled
length.
and round and
carbon
just
dating
complicated
that
kind
it
of
is
network of
around
canals.
2000
It's called
years
kurag.
old.
Kurag is the
could have been
rounded.
from-
Maybe
from
something
the-
Yeah, that kind of a waterway.
Something
That is
like a
kurag.
kurik.
Kurag. That is kurag.
So,
That is kurag.
could have
Kurag
been
is the
BC
knot.
first
Oh,
century.
ask one.
Is the knot. Kurag.
Can we infer
Eni
that
is
ladder?
Pattanam is the
ladder.
major and main
It is
part of
actually
Mussoorie.
not the ladder that goes up, the ladder that goes into the sea.
Parallel way.
Parallel way. There were two
terms
ladders
used
jutting out into the sea. The
so
northern
then-
ladder is called the
So I asked
Tankasheri
you,
ladder,
it may
and
be
the southern ladder is
the
called the
main and
Varkala
major
ladder.
part of Varkala ladder.
Varkala ladder. And Tankasheri, between Tankasheri ladder and Varkala ladder,
Because it is
sea
synonymous.
was very calm.
You can't say Pattanam is
Calm
bigger
and
than Mussoorie,
composed
Mussoorie
sea
is
waters.
bigger than Pattanam.
And
It is
also,
actually Muchiri Pattanam.
the depth
Muchiri
of the sea
Pattanam.
was very good.
The place,
So that the
exact
ships could
place
anchor.
where the
Anchor very
waters
much.
get
Not
unleashed
shallow.
to the Arabian
Not
Sea.
shallow.
Maybe
Therefore,
Mussoorie,
the outer port was
Around
ideally
Muchiri,
located
that is
in
the river,
the Tankasheri
lake
region,
and
that is the
lagoon.
Jonagapuram
That
region
area
of the present day
is,
Kollam.
good
So that is the
place
inference.
where
But
Roman
ships would come
anchor.
inside also.
In fact, the
junk
huge
had
Roman ships
flat
would
anchor
anchor
in
came
back.
outside.
Okay.
See,
Outside.
near
These
the present
goods and
day,
commodities
junk
could be
and
transferred.
junk is
Smaller
huge.
ships,
Junk
or smaller vessels,
Chunk is junk.
which would be brought
Chunk is
into
also
the
called
lake.
junk.
Such a small
Chunk is the
vessel
Malayalam,
one
say
which
Malayalam
is
Tamil
dug out.
version of
Not
junk.
the Roman
Yeah.
ship.
Chinese
that
used to
came
call it
with
maybe
huge
junk.
cargo.
So we call it chunk.
That would have been a really
Chunk
huge,
and
Roman ships
Chambrani and Chonad.
Chambarani.
Chambrani
These,
is
small
the
ships,
pointed
boats.
bottom.
Probably
And the
the-
Chonad also had a pointed
anchored
bottom. Although they were
in
not so
small,
big,
small
they could not get into the inland waters of Ashnapudi
An
Lake.
intricate network.
See, remember,
System.
Kollam
That's
is
canal
the
system.
trading hub
That
not
is
because of
where
any other
the
specialty, but
happen.
because of the
trading
strategic
center,
location.
the go down,
topography-
Roman go down.
Topography is ideally suited.
Pandakasha.
Land is ideally suited,
Roman
and the waterways are ideally suited, and more importantly, the lake Ashtamudi.
Providing
Precious,
a good landscape.
Good landscape. Ashtamudi Lake is a
Even
huge
Roman
lake
articles also
that
will be
connects
stored
with the inland
so that
waters.
the people
That
come
is
by or
the
intermediaries come
Kalladayar,
by.
Kallada River,
But
and all these
the
small time
exclusive
rivers
control of the
come
spice
bring water
called,
to
black gold,
Ashtamudi
that is
Lake.
pepper.
So through
was done by
these
Kuttu.
inland waters,
Kuttu
the
and
goods
the
that come to
Chera king is
Kollam
called Kuttu.
can reach
For example, Cheran
any
Chenkuttu.
eastern hills
Okay.
through
Thuthiyan
along
Cheran
the
Nadu,
waters.
Nedum Cheran.
Therefore,
They are all
Ashtamudi, these big ships,
emperor, not
can
exactly
come
king, emperor,
inside
Chera emperor.
the wedge.
They would be the ones who would be directly
We call it
dealing
Aji
Pepper, correct.
Adimukam,
Other
estuaries,
commodities, the lesser
estuaries
models would be dealing.
can get inside.
Pepper was
That is
monopoly of
positively,
Kuttu was
possibly and
and
positively
the price would
very
be
close
paid
to
in
present day
gold coins.
Neemtakara.
Other things may be
Some
possible,
even argue
but
that
pepper is
it was
never traded
further
on
north,
That's
near
only gold could
Karnagapalli.
be. Gold.
Kollaga,
That's why we
Karnagapalli.
excavated
So that is region, but it's likely that
pieces of
it is
gold.
closer to
Various
the
parts
present
of
day
Kerala.
Neemtakara.
Mostly
If not the
from
Neemtakara
recently there was a find in
estuary.
Kuttuparam in
The flat-bottomed chunk, although it is huge, these ships can come
notes of
kilometers
Roman coins.
into the
bearing
waters
the mark
of
of
Ashtamudi
Augustus
Lake.
Caesar, Julius Caesar.
So
all
the
that.
real Kollam
So
and
that
the
is indication of
Panangavil
Roman trade.
palace,
So Muchiri
where the
Pattanam is
king
one place where
was
Roman
seated,
trade
is located. There is a
And
kota, there is a
Pattanam
fort,
excavation
and Panangavil
brought
palace,
out,
where Tharishapalli shepherd is
pearls
given
and
away
beryl
in Panangavil.
and precious metal, precious the stones.
that was all strategic
and arashi.
Kollam was ideally
Then,
located.
Rice.
what about the travelers,
Rice,
ancient
preserved
travelers
rice.
who came to Kollam and wrote anything about Kollam?
Turmeric.
So many travelers, a number of travelers.
So
Chinese?
we got a
Of course, the Chinese were there.
by the way.
2000 years back.
Any meaning of Jonaga?
and
Jonaga,
indicate-
etymology,
Jonaka is the
Perhaps
Arab.
the place where
just
excavation
like
is
Yavana
happening
of Greek.
may not be the
Jonaka
bullseye.
Kudriye
It may be
Jonat
somewhere
Vital
close to the Roman settlement area. That is how
Anayachurayam
amphora pieces come.
Enikilabham.
Amphora.
This is the Malayalam saying those days. Jonaka Kudra means the Arab horse. Arabic Kudra. There is a saying in Malayalam called Kudra Kachavadam. In English we call it horse trading.
Vanchi.
Horse trading means,
Vanchima.
making a killing making huge profit
That is the one.
by trade.
That is the
Is
political
called
headquarters of the Cherans.
horse trading originally. Now it is political horse trading.
Horse trading.
The meaning has changed.
We can see.
The meaning has changed. So that means,
Capital is
one
located
horse being brought from
very
Arab
close
land
to
into
trade
the
hub,
Chera
according to
port of
Pliny
Kollam.
and Periplus. This
Then
place called
this
Vanchi
horse will fetch
is located
much
20
higher
stadia
prices
into the land
Chola kingdom
near the Periyar
and
house.
that's Chonad.
So
Chonad
Roman
of
ships
Italy. If you
would
sell
come
that horse
to
in
one place
Chonad,
called
that is in Chola kingdom, you get
and
10 times
20
profit.
stadia, roughly 3.5
That
kilometers.
just means, that is the measurement.
Inside.
Huge
Should be
profit you
lakeside.
can make.
Lakes and
is the
lagoons.
old saying.
That is the place
So
where
it is Jonathan
Vanchi is
is
located.
certainly
Vanchi
it is
Nagaram.
Arab.
They say.
So there was
Vanchi
flourishing Arab trade.
Arab.
And you're talking about, you're asking me about
And Vanchi
the evidence,
is
the
also
proof
called
about
Karu.
Kollam by
That's
travelers,
a place called
by historians.
Karu.
Of course,
Documented,
documented evidence by
Chera.
first one was Cosmos.
Originally.
Cosmos
Cosmos.
Indico
Might
Plutus.
have
Already indicated.
Yeah, that was indicated. That was he talks about Malay,
Malay.
where
That is,
black gold pepper
place
is grown.
where
That is in 6th century. That's the earliest. That he doesn't
River
mention Kollam, but by all likelihood it can be Kollam.
Kollam.
The other thing
That
is
a place
Sulaiman,
where
who
original
came in
Chera
AD
headquarters could have
851
been located.
to Kollam. He
They have a
specifically
practice called
states
the Kulla
Kollam.
Sankha Vada,
Kurakeni Kollam.
where
That is
Chera
the time
capitals
when
have
he
been
hinted
spread
about
in
larger
very
number of Chinese ships
Because
being
the
spotted in
Chera
Kollam port.
trading center,
That is the account of
trading
Sulaiman, who was an Arab Muslim
They
traveler.
want
Then
the
came
capital.
Marco Polo is a Venetian,
Maybe a satellite
Italian.
Very close
He came from China. He was traveling between China and the Roman region.
വല്ലതും പോവോ എവിടെന്നെങ്കിലും പോയി വല്ല മലക്കറിൽ വാങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ട് വരും ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ന് അപ്പനും പോക റേഷായി കഴിച്ചു
Bride for a Chinese emperor from West Asia. That in search of a bride, he was traveling. In between, he anchored at various ports in India. He gave an account of Indian ports, including Kollam. That is the Marco Polo account. And then Ibn Battuta, a Moroccan, that's North Africa, Moroccan Arab traveler, also talks about number of ships anchored in Kollam. That's mostly China. Chinese ships. These are all phrases that we can well established by the documents of
and we can
Sulaiman,
detect
Marco Polo, and
phrases
also
that come into
the Ibn Battuta.
approximately that
All these travelers, and also the Christian theologians and travelers,
based on whatever
like
scientific
John
proof, archaeological proof,
Marignelli,
that
called
come,
Marignoli,
from time to time.
Italian.
Of course, the carbon dating and other
Italian
kinds of
priest
sophisticated
John
testing
Marignelli,
can help us come
came
to the
and also
corresponding
explained
age.
about Kollam. So Kollam is a Christian center also.
Persian
Persian Nestorian Christian center,
political
and
capital
also
located.
the Latin
That is
Catholic
where
center,
Trikkanamathilakam,
and also original inhabitants.
Trikkunavai.
Muslims,
That is why
also Kollam was very much cosmopolitan. It is the cosmopolitan nature of Kollam port.
That is
സാധനം
one
കൊണ്ടിട
that makes it special.
ചന്ദ്രനെ
So
പിടിക്കും
that makes it
Tamil
very,
literature.
very special.
That can put light on
അവനെ പിടിച്ച സാധനം
Direct
പൈസ
Land, fertile land, well connected.
is the
Water.
later
Those
world.
days it was only
Maybe
waterways.
7th, 8th
Maybe
century
because
world,
of this, a
but
lot of
the
proverbs
theme of
exist.
Silappatikaram
Yeah, doctor.
is,
Number of proverbs.
one doesn't know whether Cheran
You know,
Chenkuttavan is a
Kollam is
real
comparatively
king or
better
an
place.
imaginary king. If it's a
Kollate
real king,
pappadam.
he should have ruled
Nalla
Kerala
pappadam.
in,
The
second
pappadam, the
century.
pepper
rhythm of
Second century.
that when the drum beats go like this, Kollate pappadam,
So many years
pappadam. Okay,
That I get.
it rhymes with the drum beat. And that's one thing. Then Kollam kandavan illam venda. If you see Kollam, if you watch Kollam, if you see, if you are in Kollam, we happen to be settling down in Kollam sometime, then you don't want illam home. You will even forget about your wife and children in home. Kollam kandavan illam venda. Kollathum kittum. If you give one hit, then you get one back from Kollam. If you give 100 rupees or something, some donation or some charity, then you get it back also. So Kollam, good sense also. Good sense also is the battle also. Kollam kandavan illam venda, kuduttal kollathum kittum. Is also a evil saying.
ഇളങ്കോടികൾ is
If a fool
തൃക്കണ്ണാമംഗലകം
goes to Kollam, as if a fool goes to Kollam,
that is
forgetting everything.
he will forget everything.
Returning without his mission.
Yeah, even without even wow, what a great place.
Those days
Why
would
he
have
came
been
there, he
giant.
does not know.
He does not know why he
You were
came
asking
there.
about the- So there are a number of proverbs.
You can link with Kollam, right?
Giants were hailed by
So we
Shilapadhika.
got very valuable,
Buddhism.
curious, interesting.
Buddhism is hailed
details
by
about
Mani. Chathanar was the Kulai Vanikan.
Thank you all.
A person who would be trading in wheat and pulses and all that. Kulai Vanikan. Trader from Tamil Nadu. Chathanar from Madurai and Ilanko Adigal is Malayali. Malayali means then Tamil. Then Tamilagam. That is
ചന്ദ്രന്റെ വീട്ടിലോട്ട് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു അവിടെ സാധനമുണ്ട്
So that
ഇരട്ടി
these two
പൈസയാണ്.
words in literature give a very good picture about the Vanchi. The later picture is given by so many champus and Manipravala words.
ഒന്ന് വീട്ടില് പെണ്ണ് കാണാൻ വന്നപ്പോ
you got a fair
എന്നോട്
picture
ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് സംസാരിച്ചോളാൻ അച്ഛൻ പറഞ്ഞതാണ്.
Hub of activities.
പക്ഷെ അവിടെ അമ്മാവനും അമ്മയും എല്ലാവരും ഉണ്ടായപ്പോ എനിക്ക് വിളിച്ചമ്മ. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇവിടെ കാണാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്.
അതുകൊണ്ടല്ലേ എനിക്ക് പൈസ കൊടുക്കുന്നു
വേണ്ട വിധത്തിലൊന്നും സംസാരിക്കാൻ
ഏത് പഠിക്കണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്
ഞാനന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു
അത് എന്നോട് ചെയ്തില്ല.
കുറച്ച് സപ്ലൈ
എവിടാ
They would be
സപ്ലൈക്ക്
അതല്ല ആനുവൽസിന് കുറച്ച് സബ്ജക്റ്റ് ഒക്കെ എഴുതിയെടുക്കണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഇതൊക്കെ ഞാൻ ഒരു കൊല്ലം കൊണ്ട് എഴുതിയെടുത്തു
അത് എനിക്കും ഉണ്ടായി കുറെ. ഞാൻ പിന്നെ അതൊരു 6 മാസം കൊണ്ട് എല്ലാം കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് എഴുതിയെടുത്തത്.
6 മാസം കൊണ്ടു
6 മാസം തന്നെ എടുത്തില്ല, ഒരു 5-5.5 മാസം എടുത്തുള്ളൂ എന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നണത്.
അല്ല പ്യാരിട്ടാന്ന് വന്നപ്പോ എന്താ ജോലി പറഞ്ഞത്
ഞാൻ മാനേജറാണല്ലോ
മാനേജർ എവിടെ
ഇൻഫോ പാർക്കിൽ.
that is a place where
പാർക്ക് എവിടെ
ഇൻഫോ പാർക്ക് എന്നുള്ള കാക്കനാട്.
we used to say it is wild.
അപ്പൊ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തുള്ളത്
അത് ടെക്നോ പാർക്കാണ്. പിന്നെ സുഭാഷ് പാർക്കും ഉണ്ട്, ചിൽഡ്രൻസ് പാർക്കും ഉണ്ട്. അത് മറൈൻ ഡ്രൈവിലാണ്. പോകാം നമുക്ക്.
That work would have been
പിന്നെ എന്താണ് ഹോബീസ്?
ഞാൻ പാട്ട് കേൾക്കും
things will be
ടി വി കാണും
2-3 times
പിന്നെ
and along the river
കുക്കിംഗ് ഒന്നും അറിയില്ല.
traveling westwards to reach
അറിയില്ല
അയ്യോ, അത് പഠിക്കണം.
അല്ല എനിക്കെല്ലാം അമ്മ ചെയ്തു തരും
അത് ശരിയാ. ഈ യൂട്യൂബിലൊക്കെ നോക്കി പഠിക്കാവുന്ന
കുക്കിംഗ് എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമല്ല എനിക്ക് ഒട്ടും ഇഷ്ടമല്ല
വീട്ടില് ഞാനും അച്ഛനും മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പൊ ഇതുവരെയൊക്കെ ആക്കിയതും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിയതും ഒക്കെ അച്ഛൻ തന്നെയാണ്. അപ്പൊ താൻ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ കുടുംബത്തിലെ കാര്യം മുഴുവൻ നോക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അപ്പൊ കുക്കിംഗ് നിർബന്ധമായിട്ടൊക്കെ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കണം.
നമുക്ക് ഒരുമിച്ച് പഠിക്കാമല്ലോ കുക്കിംഗ് ഒക്കെ
എന്നെ കൊണ്ട് ആയ സഹായമൊക്കെ ഞാൻ ചെയ്തു തരാം.
മതി
പിന്നെ ഈ എന്നെ ഇഷ്ടമായത്
system in Chera, Chola,
ജ്യൂസ് അല്ല, എന്നെ
regions should be the prerogative of
എനിക്കും തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് ഇഷ്ടമായി.
so there should be some
ഞാൻ
kind of
അന്വേഷിച്ച് നടന്ന ഒരാളെ തന്നെയാണ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയത്.
otherwise butchery trade
തനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമാണ്, വേറെ തർക്കമൊന്നും ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ വീട്ടുകാരെ ആലോചിക്കട്ടെ കാര്യങ്ങളല്ലേ.
Kaveri Pumpattanam in the
പിന്നെ
Chola
പ്യാരേട്ട ഞാൻ ഫോണൊന്നും എടുത്തിട്ടില്ല അച്ഛൻ അന്വേഷിക്കും ഞാനെന്നാ പോട്ടെ
ഞാൻ വീട്ടുകാരെ അവിടത്തോളം
വേണ്ട ഞാൻ പോട്ടെ. ശരി കേട്ടോ
ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഞാൻ വിളിക്കാം.
Bokkare was one controlled by Bokkare. That is also in West. Another part of Kuchipudi, that is
എന്താ ചേട്ടാ ഇന്നലെ അങ്ങനെ കണ്ടിട്ടല്ല
arrangement.
ആ ഇന്നലെ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങണമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചതാ. അപ്പൊ നോക്കുമ്പോ
All right, good idea about the political
കാര്യമൊന്നുമില്ല.
cultural capital.
ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ് ചെക്കൻ. എന്നാലും നമ്മ കഴിച്ചു ചേരാത്ത പിന്നെ നമ്മളങ്ങനെ
That's the reason
അതല്ല
why we have
ചെക്കന്റെ
taken
താന്തയ്ക്ക്
it
തള്ളക്കും
പൈസ
കുട്ടി അവിടെ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ചുമ്മാ
മറക്കണ
നമുക്കങ്ങനെ പാരമ്പര്യം ഇല്ലല്ലോ. അപ്പൊ പിന്നെ ഏതായാലും വേണ്ടാന്ന് വെച്ചു.
ഒരു സോഡ തന്നെ ഏടാ ചങ്ങായി ജേടായിരുന്നു ഇത്ര നാള്
ഒന്നും പറയണ്ട ആകെ ബേജാറന്നെ
എന്തുപറ്റി?
എന്ത് പറ്റിന്നാ കയറ പൊട്ടി തായ വീലോന്ന് പേടിച്ച് ഞാൻ തൂങ്ങി മരിച്ചിട്ടാന്ന് മാത്രം.
അപ്പൊ മരിക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അപ്പൊ തൂങ്ങണമെന്നില്ലല്ലോ. ട്രെയിനിന് പോയിട്ട് തല വെച്ചാലും ചാവും.
ഇപ്പൊ ട്രെയിൻ അടങ്ങുണ്ടാ
നോക്കണം.
ഇനി അഥവാ ഈ ട്രെയിനിന്റെ ഈ ശബ്ദം കേട്ടാ എനിക്ക് അന്ന് മൊത്തം തലവേദന വരുന്നു.
അപ്പൊ പിന്നെ ഒരു മാർഗ്ഗമേ ഉള്ളൂ. വിഷം കുടിക്കാം.
വേഷം കഴിച്ച് മരിച്ചാൽ ആള്
All are welcome to COMRADE India's
അല്ല ചങ്ങായി
cultural program.
അത്ര അത്യാവശ്യം
in pursuit of
ഫോണിൽ കുത്തിയിരുന്ന് വയറ്റിലോട്ട് വല്ലതും പോവോ?
ഞാൻ ഇതൊരു
എവിടെന്നെങ്കിലും പോയി വല്ല മലക്കറിൽ വാങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ട് വരും. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ന് അപ്പനും മോക്കും റേഷൻ
കുട്ടികളെ കല്യാണം കഴിച്ച് അവർക്ക് മക്കളായി മക്കളുടെ കല്യാണം വരെ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഞാനോ
Arab Chinese travelers
കണ്ടു.
account of
3-4 മാസത്തിനുള്ളിൽ 14 പെണ്ണ് ഞാൻ കണ്ടു.
so far
അതിൽ 3 എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമായി.
we have been unveiling or digging up and unveiling the unknown but authentic information about our country.
നിശ്ചയം കഴിഞ്ഞു. നിശ്ചയം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ 2.5 പോയിന്റ് വളയിട്ട് കൊടുത്തു. ഞാൻ സ്വന്തം അധ്വാനിച്ച പൈസ. മാല വളയന്റെ അല്ല പ്രശ്നം. ഈ വളയിട്ട് കൊടുത്ത കല്യാണത്തിന്റെ അന്ന് ചെക്കൻ ഡ്രൈവർ കല്യാണ മണ്ഡപത്തിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന ചെക്കൻ്റെ അപ്പുറം ഒളിച്ചോടി. എന്റെ വളയും പോയി. മറ്റേ 2 കല്യാണം ഏകദേശം സെറ്റ് ആയതാണ്. നമ്മളെ നാട്ടിലെ ഏതോ തെണ്ടികൾ ആ കല്യാണം
എവിടെന്നെങ്കിലും പോയി വല്ല മലക്കറിൽ വാങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ട് വരും.
കല്യാണമൊക്കെ മുടക്കണ തെണ്ടികളുണ്ടാവും നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലുണ്ട്. എന്റെ കൈമ കിട്ടും. ഞാൻ അന്വേഷിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് വേറെ രീതിയിൽ. കൈമ കിട്ടിയ തളച്ചു മുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ
പറ്റിയൊരു കല്യാണം ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടാളും കൂടി പോയി.
തീർത്തേയുള്ളൂ എന്റെ ജീവിതം.
From Julius Caesar's time,
അതെ
for the next
ഫോണിൽ കുത്തിയിരുന്ന് വയറ്റിലോട്ട് വല്ലതും പോവോ? എവിടെന്നെങ്കിലും പോയി വല്ല മലക്കറിൽ വാങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ട് വരും. ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ന് അപ്പനും മോക്കും റേഷൻ കഴിക്കാൻ.
in a lesser form even beyond 500 years. But you know, in the heyday,
the
flourishing time was BC 1st century, AD 1st and 2nd century. Most of the coins extinguished. Decline in the Roman trade coincided with the decline of the Chera might. The Tamilagam was the Chera, Chola, Pandya and Ai kingdoms. They all somehow, that is the Sankham era, the Sankham stage declined, deteriorated and came to an end by 3rd, 4th century AD. So no major chronicles, no major written documents after that. Plenty of artifacts, the pieces of amphora, gold coins and the ships, everything excavated, indicating the flourishing trade between West Asia and India. Maybe Southern Europe, that is Rome and Greece and North Africa, Egypt, Alexandria, and West Asia, that is Babylon, and all these areas, that is the Mediterranean region and Kerala. That was the 1st century BC and 1st century AD. And after that, there was a marked decline in trade. And therefore, it is very difficult to see any traveler's account at that period after the decline of the Roman Empire.
Can you say any reason for the decline of Roman Empire?
Rome was biting more than it could chew. That could be one explanation. The spendthrifts of Rome, they were extravagance personified. Rome was burning everything, the resources.
In all ways, they were highly luxurious.
They were leading a luxurious life, and they had to pay a cost for it. Apart from the political squabbles and machinations and other things within the Roman Empire, the power struggle, and this would have been
These political interest, all these
political
things are
interest,
byproducts.
They are all the corollaries, byproducts.
Byproducts of this luxury life.
Byproducts of this luxurious life. But Caesar had, there was that the time was called the Pax Romana. Pax Romana, Roman peace. That means, the peace built on the tip of the sword. Roman peace is a concept. When Rome was ruling the roost, the whole world obeyed. So that kind of domination of the Rome over the entire world was called Pax Romana.
Pax Romana.
Pax, P-A-X, peace. Pax means peace.
Pax
Peace
means peace.
Roman peace. The peace that comes at the cost, at a big cost of discipline. So discipline and peace is the slogan of Rome. Obey, we command, and obey. That was Roman time. That Pax Romana somehow fizzled out, and a new era came. And the twilight was a time when Pantanius came. Pantanius' time was, Pantanius is an Alexandrian, a traveler, a scholar, a theologian, a Christian monk.
With the Roman Empire's deterioration, a proportional loss of wealth affected our country.
Possibly. That is the reason why there is a decline. There was no revenue, there was no income.
This reflected.
See, the pepper and cardamom and cinnamon were never cultivated. According to Pliny's account, which we referred in another episode, this is wild growth. Pepper was wild growth. Pepper was not cultivated. Pepper just grew naturally in forest, which the tribal people go and pluck and take it to the middleman, who in turn bring it to the ports. And Jews and Romans and Arabs traded it with the Roman trade ships which come. That was the pattern. But pepper was then not in much demand after the decline of the Roman trade. And pepper was providing income with no cost, no scientific cultivation, wild growth. But then, it became an expensive affair after that. So that was the time when Roman decline was happening. That was the time when something unrelated was happening. So we are trying to decipher what exactly happened during the twilight between the heydays of the Roman Empire and the beginning of a new era in Kerala, Kollavarsham, in AD 825. We are trying to see what might have transpired in Kerala at that time from foreign accounts. Okay, not from domestic. We were dealing with the domestic version, the Sankha literature, and all these in another episode. We were dealing with that. But this is exclusively the traveler's account, especially the Arab and the Chinese traveler's account.
That is foreign resources.
Foreign resources, which are published, documented, codified, and classified. And one thing is Pantanius, Pantanos or Pantanius, who came, he's a theologian, Christian monk, who came from Alexandria, looking for the church people, Christians, ancient Christians, Nasranis in Kerala. Because they were involved in trade. They were a trading people. They are a half, because there were Jewish traders in Kerala, and they mixed with the local population, and a community called Nazranis, Nazarenes, the people who followed Jesus Christ, came into being globally, and in Kerala also Nazarenes were there. Nazranis, we call it them Nazranis. They were in trade. And
they became dominant.
They were dominating trade. Of course, the Jews were dominating trade, and along with Jews, Nazranis were also there. And Pantanius came looking for Nazranis, and that is the Kerala Christians, ancient Kerala Christians. And he
was trying to revive the failing church in Kerala, arguably established by Saint Thomas in AD 52 onwards. St. Thomas's time is believed to be between AD 52 and AD 70. He lived in Malankara in Kerala at that time, converting a lot of people and into Christianity and sharing gospel, etc., etc. is belief. That is believed by the Christians. And Pontanus is a historical person, professor of theology in a theological college in Alexandria. Learned man, a scholar who came and recorded very many things about Kerala and went back. And we recovered it from the Alexandrian Chronicles, and he was one who was explaining only about the church and things along with it, not exactly about the topography, climate, and people and other people and all that. So that is one thing. Then came the much publicized Cosmos. Cosmos is a person. Cosmos Indicopletus. Another Alexandrian who came after a few more centuries.
He also came from Alexandria.
He also came from Alexandria. Alexandria is northern Egypt. It's the Arab world. So it's Arab. North Egypt is Arab. Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, Morocco, all these regions, all these countries today are Arab land of North Africa. Okay, West Asia also is Arab, North Africa also is Arab. So Alexandria is Arab. So from Alexandria, Cosmos Indicopletus. Indicopletus means one who boarded the ship with the destination India. That's an Indicopletus.
With a view to reaching India.
Yeah, with a view to reaching India. Destination India, boarded ship. Cosmos, a man called Cosmos, boarded a ship with a view to reaching India. That is called Cosmos Indicopletus. He wrote Christian topography. He also was mentioning about the life of Christians in Kerala. So again, it is in Christian chronicles that this name Cosmos comes predominantly. But Cosmos talks about coconut trees being planted and being grown in Kerala. So first ever indication that Kerala is a land with a lot of coconut trees. And another episode we were talking about how coconut tree came into being and
the name of Kerala we discussed.
Yeah, we discussed that. Okay, that was another indication about the plant life, people's life, the religious life, about the Christian community in Kerala, etc. So Kerala was not a myth for a North African, for an Arab. Kerala was not a myth. And he was talking about Malay. That is
which part?
Malay is not, it can be in Cosmos's explanation, Malay is pepper.
Malay is
pepper.
Geographically?
Malay is a pepper, and Malay is a land where pepper plant is grown. It is synonymous.
Already mentioned somewhere else.
Already mentioned. That is synonymous. So he was talking about pepper trade. He was giving early hint about the beginning of Kollam. Not going into the details, it was arguably Kollam, but not Kollam. Before Kollam came into being in a big way in AD 825. So his time was AD 550. Okay, that was the second one, which I can say both have a religious connotation. And the third one also is 100% religious. Again Christian. That is a bishop. Supposedly a bishop. Marwan Shabor Izo, Mar Sabor, or Mar Sapir, or Sabor Isho. He was a Nestorian Christian.
What is Nestorian?
Nestorianism, Nestorius is a theological person, is a theologian in West Asia, in current day Turkey, Syria region, who gave one version about the Christian faith. It's a kind of denomination, it's a kind of a faith variation. Nestorians are not accepted by the Catholics. by the Roman Catholics.
Roman
So
Catholics.
Nestorianism is a bit against Roman Catholic version about Christianity. It's a sectarian politics within the Christian world. So Nestorian Christians are the ones who settled in Kerala. The ancient Christians, early Nasranis, were basically Nestorian in the end analysis. So a Nestorian Christian missionary, come bishop, come trader. See, Mar Sabor came with a trading team, Persian team. It was Persia, Arab region, Babylon, Persia, Arab, all converged into one mass. And Nestorian Christians had a hub in Kollam. If you trace to the place Kollam, those days it was called Kurakeni Kollam. Kurakeni Kollam. Kurak and Eni. It was land jutting out into sea. Kurakeni Kollam. Present day Kollam. Just the south of Kollam. That is Kurakeni Kollam. And description about that is there in very many accounts later on. And the first historical document where the semblance of Malayalam language is seen in a written form, not exactly Malayalam, but not exactly Malayalam, but the primitive form is seen in Tarashapalli copper plate. This man is associated with Sabor Isho, the bishop, and the traders who came along with him are the ones who built Tarashapalli, a trading hub and also a church. Palli, Tarashapalli in Kollam. It is in Tangasheri region of Kollam, Jonakapuram, that region. So that was a time when that was AD, Tarashapalli Chepped, in Malayalam they call it Chepped, copper plate, given to Tarashapalli to Shabarwan church.
They built a church.
They built a church there. Persian Christians.
What about that church now?
The church must be under the waters now. The remains are there, but there is a replica built in the land in Jonakapuram near that. That is in private hands, and all that. That is Tarashapalli. That copper plate gives ample indication about the pattern of life. About this copper plate is given by the Maharaja. Venad at that time, that area was called Venad. The capital was Kollam, and the king used to reside in Panankav Kottara, the palace of Panankav in Kollam. So, Ayyanadigal Tiruvadigal, the Venad king, during the reign of the Chera king Sthanu Revi, in his 5th year of rule, Sthanu Revi's 5th year of rule, that is calculated to be AD 849. Assuming that Sthanu Revi, the Venad, that Chera king, came to being, came to the throne in AD 844. The 5th year is AD 849. That was the year when the Tarashapalli Chepped is given by Ayyanadigal Tiruvadigal, the Venad king, to Sabor Isho, the Persian traders. The idea or the content is the permission to build a church, establish a trading hub, and control the people. And remit it to the government or whatever it be. And 72 special rights and privileges were given to the Nestorian Christian traders located in Kollam, residing in Kollam. 72 special rights.
Scribbled in the
Scribbled and conferred.
Copper plates.
These copper plates, 5 copper plates recovered now. 2 are kept in Tiruvalla headquarters of Mathama Church, and 3 pieces are kept in Orthodox Devalogam Aramana in Kottayam. So that is Tarashapalli. This is solid evidence. The life of Kerala and the people, about various communities, and early hints of discrimination
early hints about the trading practices and the collection of taxes, various kinds of taxes, about which we will deal separately. About Tarshapalli we can deal separately because there's huge document.
More details we can.
More documents can be had. And that is the next indication. Tarshapalli copper plates give a very, very, very solid explanation about the occurrences and the state of affairs in 9th century Kerala. And that after that, that was a time when Sulaiman, an Arab trader, an Arab traveler, came. Arab traveler came. He was looking for Muslims. Couldn't find very many Muslims. He could find the Christians in Kerala. Couldn't find. He was dealing exclusively with Kollam, predominantly with Kollam. Although he traveled to other places, he focused on Kollam. And Kollam comes into being. It is not Muziris anymore. Muziris still existed, Kodungalur. But Kollam comes up in a big way in the beginning in Cosmos' explanation. Tarshapalli definitely is Kollam, and in Sulaiman's account, Kollam comes. After Sulaiman, so many travelers came.
So
And
firstly from Greek,
Roman,
Arab, then Chinese.
Then Chinese came. Chinese, not exactly, no, Huangsang came in between.
Huangsang,
but one doesn't know whether Huangsang reached Kerala. He gave everything about India and about Kerala also, but very, very difficult to prove whether Huangsang came to Kerala. But from one man from China, a Venetian person, who lived in China for 15 years.
Originally belongs to
Italy, Venice.
Venice.
His name is Marco Polo. Illustrious Marco Polo. Marco Polo is the one who gave exhaustive coverage about Kerala. Marco Polo's account. Marco Polo talks about everything, in fact, everything that we want to know. Marco Polo's time is AD 1190 onwards. That is so that 190 onwards. So that 1290. That is the 30th century. Around that time. That was the time when Marco Polo came as an emissary of Kublai Khan, the Chinese king, Chinese emperor. He was actually traveling between China and Persia. He was looking for a bride or a concubine from China for a Persian king. He was an intermediary. He was an interlocutor or a middleman and a traveler.
He was a go-between.
He was a go-between, and the landing place was Kerala in between. Persia on the western side of Kerala in the Arabian Sea, and China in the eastern frontiers. Between China and Persia, Marco Polo halted in Kerala and traveled between Kollam, Kundara, and Niranam, and Tiruvalla. No, that is the Niranam, that region. Nakida, Peruna near Changanasheri, Varapalli near Kottayam, and up to Kodungalur via Tripunathura and Kaduthuruthi. These are all places that find mention, not exactly in that order, that name, but in some other name, but we can identify Unnanili Cheridam, Unnuchirdevi Cheridam, all these Champus and Manipravala Kavyams give description. Kaukasanesham, Shukasanesham, which all came during that time, 13th, 14th centuries, give a very clear idea about the then existing coastal line of Kerala. That is confirmed and ratified and testified by corroborating with the accounts of Marco Polo. Okay. Marco Polo is a major thing. Major thing. Then came Ibn Battuta.
Marco Polo wrote about our culture, then our culture of untouchability.
Marco Polo wrote about untouchability. Marco Polo wrote about the divide
Marco Polo taught about discrimination. Chadurvarnya, not in that form, but the kind of domination of one group by the other, exploitation, untouchability, these kind of social malices were debated. So it was a transitional society. Reading from Marco Polo gives one an impression that Kerala was transforming gradually from an egalitarian society into a casteist mold. So that is Marco Polo's, it's an indication. One more person who came, just around that time, that is Ibn Battuta. He came, he's an Arab, came from North Africa, Morocco, that region. He came from that part of Africa and he went to the Malabar region of Kerala, that is northern Kerala, the Kannur, Kasaragod, Calicut, Malappuram, Wayanad belt. He was the first one to talk about Calicut. So emphasis shifted. See the way emphasis shifting from Moses to Kollam and then to Calicut by 13th, 14th century. So Marco Polo, followed by Ibn Battuta, gives a very good picture about the Muslim trading, Arab trading, Chinese trade. So from 8th century onwards, at least up to 13th century, Chinese were here as traders. You hear about China Vala, China Chatti, China Bharani, China Valai, and China Kada, Kollam. So Kollam was frequented by the Chinese. And the proof is that Tarashapalli Cheped, Tarashapalli copper plates, deals, that figures, Gothic Arabic signatures, names, and Persian, Hebrew, and Arabic, and Chinese. All these languages are seen in Tarashapalli copper plates. That is good enough confirmation that these people were all here. So Kerala was very much cosmopolitan at that time. So that is confirmed by Marco Polo and also by Ibn Battuta, and Arabs were dominating the trade also. So that was the time when, before Vasco da Gama set foot and colonialism started up to Vasco da Gama, it was a different picture altogether.
So that was the obscure knowledge you give.
Hope the obscure thing is lifted, the clouds of obscurity lifted.
The veil has been lifted now.
Veil has been unveiling of mysteries.
Okay. Thanks for this enlightening information, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening to us. Welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural program In Pursuit of Roots, Ancient Kerala as usual. Even in BC, not only traders but also travelers from other countries came to our country, our state. That I do not now venture to use Kerala because at that time the state geographically or otherwise the state of Kerala did not exist. That we got from his valuable information previously. Sir, can you say how they looked at our state, how they assessed, not traders but the travelers. So this sir will start. This episode is Greco-Roman Chronicles of Ancient Kerala. This Kerala is titled Our Country. It is this Greco-Roman Chronicles of Ancient Kerala. Sir, can you begin from the BC period?
Yeah. Actually, it is the Greek and the Romans. That's what Greco-Roman. Greeks and the Romans are the first ones who gave an authentic information
about the actual conditions that might have prevailed in Kerala at that time. One of the earliest happened to be Herodotus. Herodotus. A Greek historian, Herodotus, talks about the topography, the plant, and the kind of merchandise that are traded by the Phoenicians and also the Egyptians. The Phoenicians and the Egyptians. Phoenicia is the current day Lebanon. And Egypt is definitely the current day Egypt. They were the seafaring people.
Today's Lebanon was then
Phoenicia.
That is
Phoenicia. The word Phoenicia came from a kind of, small organism that produce the particular kind of color, a royal color,
a fly
purple.
or jay?
No. It is something like a small leech kind of organism, and that is how the name Phoenicia came. It is the purple color. People use purple color for coloring clothes.
So green color is emitted by our glowworms.
Glowworms.
Something like that.
The coloring. That is the Phoenician. The Phoenicians were the ones who were the seafaring people. They owned ships. Right from King Solomon's times of 1000 BC. Phoenician ships were coming to the Chera coast, to the Kerala coast, arguably. But the proof comes.
That is ancient Tamilagam.
Ancient Tamilagam. They were talking about, Herodotus talks about certain leaves and bark available only in Kerala. He does not use the term Kerala or Chera, nothing. But the kind of objects or kind of materials.
From that things we can guess it was.
From those description, that these kind of things like, cardamom, cinnamon, definitely cinnamon. Cinnamon is the bark of a tree.
From the bark of tree.
They were traded, according to accounts of Herodotus, by Egyptians. So that might have come exclusively from Kerala. Because sub-Saharan Africa nurture a climate conducive for the growth of cinnamon. But there was no sub-Saharan Africa invented and found out, discovered at that time.
You mean in no part of the world, these kind of things were available?
Unlikely that any part of the world might have had it. So Kerala would have been the only place where cinnamon and such kind of barks and leaves, which it doesn't talk about pepper. Cardamom also, ginger, all these things. So that is the earliest indication about the knowledge of the Greeks. Those are the Greek days. Herodotus' time is around the 5th century BC.
5th century BC.
AD, BC 484 downwards. So after Herodotus, then came the Megasthenes account. Chandragupta Maurya was the founder of the Maurya dynasty. Maurya dynasty was formed by Chandragupta Maurya after the collapse of the Greek Empire of Alexander. Then the land became occupied by, after the immediate death, the sudden death of Alexander, the Indian subcontinent was occupied by the satraps of local satraps who were pledging allegiance to Alexander, then became independent, and they were suppressed, and Chandragupta Maurya captured power in Pataliputra, in Magadh, in Bihar. Okay. That was the time when a Greek scholar, a kind of ambassador, a scholar, a traveler, and a learned man called Megasthenes. It's a Greek person of Greek origin. He is the one who traveled extensively in the Indian subcontinent and recorded everything about what he had seen that time in Kerala, outside Kerala, about South India, and that is the most authentic information which the latest scholars used.
used. You are telling that is authentic. Any
Megasthenes account is authentic, definitely authentic, published and
written documents.
Written documents in parch leaves and all that. Yeah.
This so many this kind of information very important for the research students and those who are getting ready for competitive examination.
Exactly.
Therefore, is it? I ask.
Yeah, this is authentic. Megasthenes account is well documented in parchments and in papers.
Parchments,
it was available. Now it is decoded and stored.
Later published.
Later published and stored. Yeah, by different publishers published it. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And after the Megasthenes, this is all Megasthenes time is around 311 BC, that time. Gupta Empire, Chandragupta Maurya's time. So after that, the Roman Empire came into being.
After that,
maybe another 200 years after that. The Romans, the Julius Caesar's time, the Arab intermediaries who were taking goods from here, buying goods from Kerala and selling to the Romans at an exorbitant price. That practice stopped. Julius Caesar was instrumental in stopping that practice. After Caesar invaded North Africa, conquered Alexandria. Alexandria is a place formed by Alexander, a city built in the mouth of River Nile, built by Emperor Alexander in BC. So Alexandria became a trading hub, it seems. The accounts of the chronicles of 4 Greco-Roman thinkers, scholars. They were philosophers, they were thinkers, they were scholars, and they were travelers. And first one was Strabo. Strabo, a Greek scholar. He was the one who was documented, he talks about 120 Roman ships coming to the Chera coast, the Kerala coast in BC. His time was between BC 64 and AD 23.
BC
64 to AD 24, maybe 23, 24. That was the time of Strabo. So it's the juncture AD BC divide. That was he lived in BC, he lived in AD also. So towards the fag end of his life, he wrote about 120 ships
coming from
reaching Kerala from Mios Hormuz. That is the port in Red Sea, close to Egypt. Through the Red Sea, the Red Sea route was the one used at that time. That we get an indication that the goods from Alexandria, the Nile mouth, reach the either Bernike or Mios Hormuz and get into the travel across the Arabian Sea somehow. He does not describe how. It reached the Kerala coast. 120 ships every year. Actually, later estimates suggest that it could have been around 60 ships. Each carrying load worth 7,800 talents. That was
gold coins.
7,800
gold coins.
Yeah, talents is a kind of money. That much of talent worth of trade recorded by Strabo. Then the later one, Pliny the Elder, this time not a Greek but a Roman. Pliny the Elder. Pliny was a Roman, yeah. Pliny wrote very much. The first, the book, his masterpiece is called The First Commercial Station in India. That's a book written by Pliny the Elder. Pliny the Elder. That book is a very authentic work. For the first time, the clear account. Strabo just narrates. But Pliny was doing it with a sense of purpose. He was focusing on how Roman economy was bleeding because of the trade with Malabar,
trade
They
with
suffered
Kerala.
a high trade depression then.
There was a deficit, a huge trade deficit.
Oh.
So the balance of payment was adversely affecting Rome. Rome was minting money. Rome was minting gold coins. The coins with Caesar's head affixed. The Roman sesterce.
Sesterce.
Yeah. Greek drachma.
Drachma.
All these coins were used for trade. Gold coins of Greek and Roman origins were used to purchase pepper, black gold.
So huge amount they used to spend for purchasing
Huge
pepper
amount.
from pepper available only from our part.
Definitely. Pliny even talks about the figures. 100 million sesterces. That much of worth is lost. That much of money is lost every year for the trade in pepper alone.
For pepper alone.
Pepper alone.
And it
pepper
can be,
alone. And so that is much more on other things like.
At that time, it can be inferred that Kerala benefited much from this trade.
Kerala benefited enormously from that trade. Benefited. Kerala was the beneficiary. The Chera king.
When they lost, we got.
They lost whatever Romans lost. We gained.
We got and accumulated here.
We accumulated wealth.
Wealth accumulated. Where it has gone?
It must have been on the neck of some ladies, on the fingers of some men, Maharajas.
Yes,
it must have become crown. These gold coins, called.
They melted it and made ornaments.
They don't even melt it. They just pierce the gold coin and wear it as ornament. They wear it as lockets for gold ornaments and chain and make chain and all that. Even crown, and is made by this thing. They smash it and melt it and use it. And even they were using the Chera kings were using Chera, Pandya, Chola kings were using Roman coins as the currency. They change their heads. They just deform the side which carry the bust of Julius Caesar, Augustus Caesar, Caligula, the Roman emperors, and fix it with their own head or nothing. That use
Distorted.
Distorted. Coins distorted and use it. So Kerala was having an advantage, a huge advantage, trade surplus. So the balance of payment, balance of trade was loaded heavily in favor of Kerala, and Rome suffered 100 million sesterces on pepper trade alone. And Romans had nasty habits. Like, wearing that pearl. Pearl was so expensive. It is not just gold. Pearl bought from Kerala. Periyar is called Churniyar. Chaurneyam is a kind of pearl that was cultivated in Periyar. Naturally formed or cultivated in Periyar.
And beads also.
Beads, beryls and beads and all these precious stones. Exported from Kerala.
Such stones were only available in South India?
South India. It was predominantly
Tamil Nadu, especially.
In Tamil Nadu and in Mangalapuram. Today is Mangalapuram region, Bangalore region, Kannada region, Andhra region. Of course, these precious stones were available.
Do we have still those mines?
Those mines are still there, and with lesser quantity coming.
We can excavate.
We can excavate. Kolar gold mines are there. Other mines are there in Karnataka, basically in Karnataka. And the Pliny talks about the losses and losses and losses. And the next one is Periplus. Periplus is not a person. It is an unknown Greek scholar. Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. It's a book. Erythraean Sea. It's a book written by an unknown author.
The book is titled Periplus?
Periplus of the Erythraean Sea is the title of the book.
Periplus. So the author's name is not mentioned?
Author's name is not mentioned. We call the author the writer of Periplus.
Because the original name is not known.
Original name of
so the Periplus we are calling that the author also Periplus.
We call the author Periplus.
But actually, we can guess that a Periplus is a brief account or a detailed account or something like that.
Detailed account of
Erythraean Sea trade.
Let me ask one thing. What is the Erythraean Sea? Which
Eritrea
sea
is
called Erythrea?
Eritrea is a small country now in East Africa. It's very close to Somalia, Ethiopia. It is trapped in Ethiopia, Somalia.
Does
that
it
belt.
exist in the same name here?
It exists in the same name now. That area was originally called Eritrea. The East
Eritrea.
Africa, the Horn of Africa, was called Eritrea.
Eritrea.
Very close to Socotra Island. So Socotra was a hub, Socotra Island, located east of current day Somalia, dominated by the pirates now. That's the pirates, heavily infested by the pirates. And that was a region the Romans called Erythraean Sea.
Erythraean Sea.
Today's Arabian Sea is called Erythraean Sea at that time. So Periplus traveled. Actually, he traveled.
So
Pliny never came to
Erythraean
Kerala.
Sea is today's Arabian Sea.
Erythraean Sea is today's Arabian Sea, yes.
Sure.
The difference between Pliny, who wrote his book in AD 77 and published it, AD 77, he never came to India. He never came to Kerala. He never traveled at all.
Then how could he write about
It
Kerala?
was a travel account from hearsay, from traders.
Secondary knowledge.
Secondary knowledge from oral account. So travelers get back to Alexandria. And Alexandria was a part of Roman Empire in North Africa, Alexandria. And they describe about the riches of Kerala, the trade with Kerala, the items traded, and they see it. They see the beads, and they see the ivory. Ivory is used. See, Romans used it. Alexandrians and the Romans used ivory for making furniture, for decorations. Teak wood for making furniture. All these things were used by the Romans. So those were the times when Pliny was lamenting, but never came to India, but he was lamenting about the loss of Rome. But Periplus went one step ahead. He came to Kerala with proof. He traveled between, as per his chronicle, he traveled between the Indus mouth, the current day Karachi region, Indus mouth, to via Bombay coast, via Konkan coast, to Kerala coast, and Tamil Nadu, that is the Kanyakumari, and then into the northern region along the Bay of Bengal, and reaching the Ganges mouth located close to Calcutta.
V-shaped
V-shape. The subcontinental India through the coastal route along the sea, Periplus might have covered.
Then what about Sri Lanka then?
Lanka was called Taprabani at that time. Lanka cannot be
This route
called,
is covering Lanka also.
They come to Tuticorin. That was called Corke at that time, during the AD BC that time, first century AD, it was called Corke. And from Corke, they don't head further north because of Ramasetu. They just come back, the ships come back and encircle Sri Lanka
Encircling Sri
and
Lanka.
reach Arikame.
So it was in the V route.
It was in the V route.
V route.
Yeah, V route. It was like, just like
Sri Lanka was included.
Sri Lanka was included, covered in the route. Then the Periplus is the first one who gave exact distances. It was distance in those times. It was called
Geographical account.
Geographical account. Where exactly the Chera capital located. Chera capital was called Vanchi. According to Periplus's account, Chera capital Vanchi is located 20 stadia east of Muziris. The major port is Muziris.
How many miles the stadium?
200 yards. Not miles. Yards, those days, yards.
200 yards.
200 yards is one stadia. So it's a very close distance. 200 yards means one stadia. 20 stadia is the distance between Muziris, where the Periyar waters reach Arabian Sea, and the capital. So capital is Vanchi, might have been located on a riverside or a lakeside or something like that. By Periplus description, Periplus actually could have seen that place and wrote. And Periplus also talks about the existence of a Roman temple. An Augustus temple, not Roman, Augustus is a temple built in the name of Augustus Caesar.
Augustus Caesar.
In Muziris. No, in Muziris, yeah, in Muziris. So that was the
present-day Kodungalur.
Present-day Kodungalur, yeah, present-day Kodungalur. Muziris was the biggest port city in the south.
It exists now also. That
Kodungalur.
Kodungalur, no.
Kodungalur exists. The Pattanam, we have
that church.
Augustus Church is not located. His description
it might have been converted into some other thing.
Could have been, the stones should have been taken by some for construction. It must be available in some other form, in some temple or some church. These stones would have been used.
Maybe church also.
Possible. And these materials are used and used again. So Periplus gave a very clear idea about the kind of items traded also. Not only the distance of 500 stadia between the biggest port called Muziris and the next port called Tondi, that is Tindis. And the third port called, that is Tindis, is located
Tindis,
north of, Tindis is Ponnani, could be Ponnani.
That's the second biggest.
That is the second biggest, arguably the second biggest. That is located north of Muziris by 500 stadia. And the third one ideally should be the Bokhare, the mouth of river Baris, that is present day Pamba. That is 500 stadia south of Muziris.
And Bokhare, present day Bokhare?
Purakad. Should be Purakad. Closer, it should be somewhere around Purakad. Bokhare. Okay, so this is the Periplus account, very, very authentic. Periplus actually came where Pliny never could have come. And one more scholar, that is Strabo, Pliny, Periplus, and Ptolemy. Ptolemy lived, so Periplus wrote the work in AD 80. He came, arguably came in AD 77, spent around 3 years in the subcontinental India, wrote AD 80. Yeah. AD 77 is the year when Pliny wrote. And AD 80 is the year when Periplus wrote. Very close. They are contemporaries. They are contemporaries. One doesn't know whether they knew each other, but they were borrowing heavily from Megasthenes' account, all right. But one scholar's work is borrowed by another scholar. The points and ideas borrowed. And whatever he has seen directly also could have been there in the write-up.
Direct or independent?
Indirect, hearsay accounts, because travelers were coming, right?
Interdependence existed there.
Very much interdependent.
Between the scholars.
Between scholars, ideas used to get exchanged in scholastic.
Knowingly or unknowingly? That we don't know.
Unknowingly, mostly unknowingly. In personal conversation, things come automatically. And also finally, the Strabo, Periplus, Pliny, and Ptolemy, AD 100. One more, that's a person of Alexandrian origin, a Greek of course. And he wrote a number of works which depicts he sums up all the works, so Pliny and Periplus and Strabo and all these things. He also gives a detailed account. He is a geographer, he is a historian, mathematician, economist, and thinker. And they are the ones who gave an idea about ancient Kerala. That is the foreigner's account. Most believable, authentic, written, documented chronicles of these people. Strabo, Pliny, Periplus, and Ptolemy. Before that, Megasthenes and Herodotus. They are the ones who first unleashed the idea Kerala to the whole world.
The first and even authentic.
Very authentic.
Thank you for watching us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
For
delighted.
Precious information and authentic also underlined.
Thank you.
Very good. Hearty welcome to Comrade India's cultural program In Pursuit of Roots. Now we can watch the 9th episode of the cultural program In Pursuit of Roots. 9th episode is Ancient Sea Roots of Kerala. Sir, you are welcome.
Very much.
So, you have already told us all the primitive, so-called primitive people resorted to sea routes to come to Kerala, except Aryans.
Yeah.
That you also told. Aryans came by land.
Aryans came by land. Yeah.
Land. And the trade flourished with sea trading,
Yes.
sailing. Can you explain it?
Actually, the Kerala part of India, that is southwest India,
West India.
did not have very many things in common with the rest of the subcontinental India. Because the subcontinental India, that is the Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh onwards, they had connection with the northern part of India and beyond the Hindu Kush mountains into the Persian region and into the Chinese region by land. They had the Silk route, but the landed route. But Kerala, due to the topographical features, due to the faraway locations, far away from Himalayas, far away from the Gangetic plains, was having more of an access along the sea route with the rest of the world. That was true from prehistoric times also. We learned about the original people, the Negritoids and Australoids coming along the sea route. But they were not using ships. They would have been using rafts and small, kind of small canoes or something like that. Not exactly ships, and not organized kind of rowing or no navigation system, nothing. So it was just kind of an instinct, and then they all.
So all other states of India
Yeah.
contacted with the world
Yeah.
by land.
By land.
Only Kerala.
Only Kerala. That is
contacted the
so
world.
different. That includes Tamil Nadu also to a certain extent. Tamilagam.
By
Ancient Tamilagam.
by sea. only.
By sea. By sea
only.
Only by sea.
Only by
not
sea.
by
That's
land. Until Aryans came.
The map shows it.
Yeah.
Only
And
by
the Dravidians, of course, the Dravidian population, some of them would have come by land.
Yeah.
Although they are Mediterranean people, they would have taken a long route to come. But the forefathers of the Christian community, Islam. And also very many other groups, Jews. They all came, by the sea. By the sea. It's trade only. It is some kind of trade. Trade with Alexandria, with Babylon, with the Romans. Were all the times when this kind of travel happened, and mixing of blood also happened.
And what about colonial people?
Colonial people definitely came. Before we come to colonial people, we have to peruse as to who came first by organized navigation.
Who came
Right?
first?
Who came first is a question.
It was organized navigation
By ship. Yeah, by ship. One can think about an ancient sea route to Kerala from Egypt. The times of the pharaohs, BC 2800 to BC 1000 odd. So this is the time of the pharaohs. These people, ideally, they would have been looking at Malabar, Malankara, Kerala region for sourcing the spices required for mummification.
In one episode you
I just mentioned about mummification.
Mentioned it. That
is that earlier episode, one of the episodes I just mentioned about, just give a hint about it.
Pepper, all these things they used.
They were using
cinnamon also.
Cinnamon they were using, cardamom they were using, and also the curry leaves. Pepper. They were all using all these things, not only as preservatives, but food preservatives, but also to preserve their dead.
Mummies.
Mummies. They remove the brain and heart and other things in the body organs, and the body is filled with some inner
stuff,
and
this
outer
stuff.
layering of spices.
Spices.
Some extract of spices. That is how the mummification. But
Mummification.
understandably, arguably, these spices, even though it is very difficult to prove it, these spices could not have come from the then known world, Africa, Sub-Sudan Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. And the understanding of the Egyptians about the Sub-Saharan Africa also is a debatable question. But definitely, these Egyptian vessels would have been coming to Kerala, taking at least 1.5 to 2 years to reach along the coastal sea route. So look at the way they would have been touching. From the Red Sea coast, they would have been traveling to the Yemen, Oman, those regions, and they'll be traveling further upwards to Iranian coast, Persian Gulf coast, and then into the Indus river mouth, into the Narmada river mouth, and down south, Netravati river south, into Muziris. Into Muziris in Kerala. So that would have been the route, and those days we do not know. BC 2000, we don't know whether Muziris was there. We are talking about BC 2000, BC 1500, 2500 time. Long time back. It is an inference that we get. Somehow these people were able to source the spices from far off land, God's own country called Kerala, which was known for spices even those days. Not farming cultivation, but wild growth. Wild growth. And that's the earliest, possibly they are the Egyptian traders, Egyptian the treasure hunters. These are the treasure, not gold. These are treasure. These treasure hunters were the original travelers, possibly in organized travel by ships. By very primitive ships. And some of the ships of Egypt are exactly the same as that to the then Indian ancient ships. The shipbuilding also, in some of the wood excavated from Egypt, from Alexandria, northern Egypt, actually teak. And rosewood and teak and all that. How would rosewood reach there? The teak, which is 3,000, 4,000 years old teak. How could the teak reach there? Teak can be grown only right here. And it can grow in Thailand further east. They would never have gone to Thailand. So definitely, Thailand also teak started growing much later. But it is basically Kerala. Basically Chera region, Pandya region, where teak was growing wild. Right. So that was the original thing. That is the Egyptian. It is a projection. It is a hypothesis that Egyptians would have been here. Right in BC 2 is a hypothesis. But the next one is not just hypothesis. Phoenicians, not just hypothesis. The proof can be had from a number of documents. And even if one is a Christian faith oriented person, a Bible is taken as a historic document by some people. Some people don't take it as a historical document. The Old Testament of the Bible talks about the flourishing trade during flourishing trade with Kerala during the times of King Solomon. They don't talk about Kerala. They talk about Ophir and Tarshish. Ophir can be Bepur, Ophir can be Bepur of Kerala. We're not sure, but it is just projection, because history, if there is no recorded history, we can only take inference. The possibilities. It was not impossible. Phoenicians were seafaring people. Phoenicia is the present day Lebanon. These Phoenicians were ruling the roost in the Mediterranean region. They were dominating the shipbuilding, and they were dominating the seas by vessels and all that. By all possibility, these ships could have been coming through the same route the Egyptians would have taken, along the coastal lines. They would have been touching all the ports on the way, getting or selling or buying commodities, and ultimately reaching here, taking 2 years. 2 years. 1.5 to 2 years. That hint is there because Tarshish ships, Ophir ships of Solomon, Phoenician ships. Ophir and Tarshish. Tarshish could be Tarishapalli or Tarisha or someplace.
Tarisapalli.
No, Tarishapalli. It's Kollam. Maybe that. One can't be very sure. But even Tarisha, the name Tarisha is of West Asian origin. We can't be sure. But Tarshish ships and Ophir, Tarshish ships were taking Dantam, that is ivory.
that is the tusk of the
Elephant tusk.
Elephant tusk, and mile, that is peacock.
Peacock.
Okay, and monkeys.
Ah.
They were all spotted right here in India.
Ah.
So where else would they have sourced it from? Elephant, you can't have elephants in Palestine, right?
Palestine, no.
You can't have elephants in Palestine. That elephant tusk, should have been coming right from here. And you have got a lot of ivory towers being built, ivory thrones being built, all using elephant tusk. So they would have been coming here. This is Solomon's time, is about 1000 BC, King Solomon of Israel, 1000 BC. So ships would have been coming. Once in 3 years, 60 ships used to come, they say. 50 ships used to come every 3 years' time in a convoy. We understand that they would come in convoy, being afraid of pirates in the way. So they would have been coming armed, well armed, because it's riches that they're taking off. They would be bringing gold and taking off these spices and all. Spices and eat these things, which Bible suggests. If you don't take it as truth, then the inference you can take, possibility is there. And then comes the Phoenician. After that comes the Arabs. Arab ships. Babylon became a center of excellence, and Mesopotamia, Babylonia, and Carthage gone. Carthage means the Carthage is the capital of Phoenicia. The main door of the Carthaginian temple and Carthaginian fortress was built with sandalwood. Where could the sandalwood? Excavated sandalwood, 3000 years old sandalwood, escalated from the remains of the lost city of Carthage. Possibly that sandalwood could have been coming from Marayur or from Kannada Kerala region. Veerappan's region. That could be the region where sandalwood could be coming. So there is always a kind of provability. Looking at the carbon dating and looking at the age, looking at the artifacts and looking at the wood as such. Definitely. Then comes the Arabs. Arabs were very smart people. They would be coming, they would be taking the spices, carrying it to the Mediterranean coast. The Romans were coming up in a big way. The Roman trade hadn't started. Direct Roman trade with Kerala had never started. We are talking about BC 2000, BC 200, BC 100 period. That was the time Rome was gradually evolving. Arabs were buying goods. They were intermediaries. They were not using it. They were buying things. They were collecting goods and taking it in Arab ships all the way to Rome, Alexandria, and Babylon. They selling it. And Romans purchased it. Egyptians purchased it. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, sometimes 100 times costly.
Arabs were merchants.
They were merchants, they were intermediaries, they were middlemen. Just to avoid this kind of plunder by Arabs, Julius Caesar decided, the Roman Empire Julius Caesar in BC 2530, he decided, then he conquered Eudemon Arabia. Then the Arab control of that region ended. The Romans wanted to start trade with Kerala directly. That was the paradigm shift. The whole gamut of relationship changed. The world order changed. Romans were high-tech. Those days they had technology, high technology. Not the current day technology, but then existing technology. Very sophisticated technology. They had huge vessels. Romans would have been taking a unique route. They are the ones who invented a new trade route on the basis of hippalar winds, trade wind. The possibility of utilizing the advantage
wind power for moving.
Sailing across the turbulent waters of Arabian Sea. Until then, ships were traveling along the
roundabout way.
In a long way. It would take 1.5 years time to reach. But 41 days you could reach here. Just 41 days across the thing. Altogether, they would take around 70 days. The route is this: from Rome, the Roman ships, medium level Roman Mediterranean ships, would be cutting the
Mediterranean, small sea, Mediterranean across, downstream, into the mouth of river Nile.
Nile River.
That is called Alexandria. The city built by, the city started by Alexander the Great, around BC 300. And then from Alexandria, these ships with their cargo, maybe some minerals and metals and glass and pottery and wheat and wine in amphora. And they just bring these things into smaller ships. They just transport it in smaller ships that are navigable through the Nile. Nile is very broad. Beginning part of Nile, some 50 miles, very broad. They travel, even big time ships would enter Nile. And then small time ships, they will be moving the cargo into smaller ships. And the smaller ships would be coming down and down and down to a point called Coptos in Egypt. From Coptos, they would disembark, including they would unload the commodity and carry it on donkey top and also using camels and across the Arabian desert into either the two Red Sea ports, either Bernike, the Red Sea port, or even near Florida. Either of these things, ships would be ready. Again, Roman ships would be ready in the, it was Roman occupied region. Roman ships would be ready in either near Hormuz or in Bernike. Once again, they will load it. And these commodities would travel south. Small time ships will travel southwards to a point where the Somalia, the Horn of Africa, Somalia jutting out into the sea. There's a small island called Socotra Island. Once again, they would disembark and reload it in a different kind of Roman ship. This time, huge ship, capable of cutting Arabian Sea across. They will set sail. They wait for the southwest monsoon to come and sail across. Southwest wind, that's in May, June time. The southwesterly wind will start. Using the wind power, they set sail. In exactly 41 days, they would land up in either of the Hindus or in Mushirin, or maybe in Naura in north, or be in Sandalayani Kollam near Calicut, or Hindus or Mushirin, or even Bokhare, or in some port or the other, they will anchor. Just 41 days. This is invented by a kind of an accidental invention of the trade winds. That's by a trader, a sailor, a geographer called Hippasus. This is called Hippasus winds. So that is how the Roman trade happened. So that was the first thing.
Thank you, sir.
Very much. Have enjoyed that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for participating. Let us see again. Thank you. Hearty welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural program. That is, in pursuit of roots. Today, this is the 8th episode, which is primitive inhabitants of Kerala. Our Dr. Mohan Varghese has arrived to give the valuable information about the primitive inhabitants of Kerala. Sir, who are the primitive inhabitants of Kerala?
In fact, all inhabitants of Kerala, from time to time, came from outside. There was nobody
You mean
originally there.
This Kerala was a virgin land.
It was a supposedly virgin land.
And all these primitive people came from several parts of the other world.
Several parts of the world, in fact. Originally, people came through the sea route over a millennia, possibly.
The first group of
people could have been the Negritoid population.
Negritoid, you mean
from Africa.
From Africa.
Out of the Africa theory of human migration suggests a land route rather than a sea route. It is believed that life originated somewhere around Lake Victoria, in present-day Uganda, Tanzania, that kind of a belt. And then they traveled further northwards into Egyptian plains and then into Mesopotamia, Babylonia, and onto European lands and across the Asiatic plains into the Alaska and America. So that's a normal route, normally, the human migration. But regarding Kerala's past, it could have been another route according to anthropologists. They believe that once upon a time, long millennia back, the Arabian Sea, parts of it at least, the Maldives, Lakshadweep, that region, would have been a kind of archipelago with lots of islets, and small land masses. And over a long period of millions of years, these people would have come in rafts and in search of food, in search of greener pastures. The Negritoid people, the present day East Africa, that is Malawi, is one region, and then South Africa's eastern coast and Rhodesian region, those areas would have been the place where these people would have come. There would have been different tribes, some of the pygmy tribes and little more bigger tribes. They have
tribes. They were
tribes. They were nomadic tribes actually.
They resorted to land route only.
They could not have resorted to land route. That's so far away. They have to travel all the way upwards to Africa, the Nile region, and then come all the way around. They would have been coming by sea only.
By sea only.
By sea only. Possibly 10 generations would have taken to inhabit an island, and then another 10 generations in another island. They traveled eastwards. Ultimately, they would have hit the coast, the Malabar coast, the original Malabar coast in prehistoric times. They must be the original Negritoid people of Kerala.
From African.
But that's not just the African region. Another group also came from this time from the east. They are the Australoid population.
Australoid means Australia?
Australasia region. That is the present day Papua New Guinea and Maori tribes from around the areas, Indonesia and parts of Malaysia. All these areas, people would have migrated westwards. They would have come along the Bay of Bengal and hit the Tamil Nadu coast, eastern coast, Coromandel coast. And they would have, in search of greener pastures, for a little more cooler ambience, they would have traveled westwards along the land and reached the hills of the Kerala hills. That is called the Western Cuts. Sahyadri mountain, Sahyadri, Western Cuts. Because it's Malay.
Can we have any evidence?
The earlier settlements, the human settlements,
were in the hills. The Wayanad region in the hill, the Munnar region, the Marayur region. They are Punmudi. They are all regions in the high hills of Western Ghats. So those were the areas where these people coming along the Arabian Sea route, and also people who come by the Bay of Bengal route. Negritoids came by the Arabian Sea route, and Australoids came by the Bay of Bengal route.
Bay of Bengal route.
They converge into the Kerala mountains. That is the Western Ghats.
Any evidence?
Evidence can be three-dimensional evidence. Three-dimensional evidence can be given. One dimension is about the implements. Agricultural implements and hunting implements and cooking implements or whatever, cutting implements.
You're coming to the Stone Age and...
Stone Age, It's about Stone Age. Only stone, not yet the Bronze Age. In fact, Kerala never had a Bronze Age. Kerala had a Stone Age, Paleolithic and Mesolithic and Neolithic, and after that into the Iron Age without touching the Bronze Age. So Kerala did not have a transformation because we did not have bronze. We were not very rich in bronze. It had to come from elsewhere. So stone implements were always there. Kal Maru, that is Maru means
stone axe.
Cutting stone axe. The wooden handle and the stone, sharpened stone to cut object, cut meat. They were basically hunter-gatherers. They would have been eating some bulb and some roots and also meat. Hunter-gatherer group of people.
Raw meat or?
They would have been drying it up, then just smashing it.
Not cooking.
Very unlikely. Originally very unlikely. Later, of course, the fire and all that, they would have been cooking. They would have been cooking. Originally, it would not have been possible.
Drying, then cooking it, then steaming.
The steaming. That transformation would have come over a long period of time. They were the original people. The Negritoids and the Australoids are the Aboriginal people. They are called the Giri Varga. Giri means the hill.
Mountain inhabitants.
Inhabitants in the mountains.
Mountain tribes also.
They are tribes. They are called the scheduled tribes now.
Not caste.
Not caste. No caste system then. Tribes.
Caste system didn't exist then.
Nothing like caste. They were tribes. Irilar, Kuruchir, Panir, Malambandaram. All kinds of Malay player. All different groups were all either Australoids or Negritoids. They are known in Kanis. They are all the Kuruchias. They were all original inhabitants. They are called original because they are aboriginal. Even the original people came from outside. That is the theory that is being floated. Even the original people are not from here, but they came at one point. But who came first is a matter of concern.
So we can be consider them as original.
We can consider them now as the sons of the soil, earliest inhabitants of the soil.
Before that, nothing.
It was
virgin land.
See, human beings are only 60,000 years old. We are the youngest race, youngest kind of in the evolutionary process. Even Lucy would have been 45,000 fossilized Lucy, the grand old entity, the humanoid. That is only 45,000, 50,000 years old. So maximum of 200,000 years in any human form. So 60,000 is so we would have been this era could have been near about 15,000 to 20,000 years back. 15,000 could be more approximate. If not 60,000, at least 15,000 could have been approximate. It's only approximate thing. You can't prove it. It's approximate. It is just projections. Right.
Then next.
Then came other people. Then came the Dravidian. No, that is you are asking about the proof, right?
Proof.
It is not only the implements, but of course their burial. They were burying their dead. Right? They were using a number of different methods. Prehistoric people would have been just making their dead just bury by just putting some pit and then or then burning up. But a bit more of a later stage. People used chari, mutumakkatari, funeral urns. They either burned the human body and put the residue
into jar, or the entire body rammed into a jar. Urn, actually, funeral urn. And that would have been another method. And then kallara, that is the proper stone cut places. We used to call it muniera, sometimes muniera. And all these. These are all methods by which, people used to bury their dead. So looking at the burial sites, and in Marayur, we see certain dolmens. So the stone cut dolmens, you see on surface. Kallara is underneath. This is the stone, the munieras. Over this, munieras and dolmens and all. And they were all indications, fair enough indications of the existence of early inhabitants in the high hills. Nothing is seen in the lower ranges. High ranges, only in the high ranges. Especially in Idakal. We have another proof. In Idakal and all, we have another proof. That is about the paintings. Not exactly carving, and some sort of lettering, some sort of animal pictures, some strange
carving,
semi-carving, semi-drawing, that kind of a thing. The Idakal caves near Ambalavayal in Wayanad is a golden example of the stone carving. Idakal means two huge stones. In between, there's a living space. That is called Kal, means stone. Huge stone, 2 stone blocks. And over that, there's another stone. Idakal means, in between, you have inhabitable place, a shelter, a habitat was provided. That's called Idakal. Then we have it in south also. There are so many places where all along the western cuts we see that.
Then what about Dravidians?
Dravidians came.
They are also primitive.
No, Dravidians are primitive. They are both primitive and modern. Because they are originally Mediterranean people. The present day Nair, the present day Idava, and the racial stock of the present day Muslims and Christians. They are all, the mothers could be definitely Dravidian. Definitely Dravidian. Dravidians are also called sons of the soil because later sons of the soil, not original sons of the soil, but they would have come to the Indus Valley. They built the Indus Valley civilization. That's a landed civilization, not sea. Thalavira, then Mohenjo-daro, Harappa. That's in present-day Pakistan. So they would have come from the Mediterranean region of Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Alexandria, all regions by the landed route or the coastal sea route into the delta of River Indus. And they built civilizations and lived around 2000 years over there. BC 2800 until AD 1500 or so, the Indus Valley civilization. But somehow the Indus Valley civilization, it was a Dravidian civilization, not Aryan.
Dravidian.
But due to Aryanization or due to arrival of Aryans or maybe other natural calamities, Dravidians have to leave Indus Valley. Some of them would have migrated to the Gangetic plains in Uttar Pradesh, in Yamuna plains in Uttar Pradesh, Delhi belt, and some even traveled to Narmada Valley, that is in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and some even would have crossed the Godavari, Krishna, and came south to Kaveri, and some into Periyar region. So that could be the original Dravidian people. They would have come, and they came with knowledge. They came with the knowledge about pottery. They came with the knowledge about agricultural implements. Yeah, implements, of course. By that time it was Iron Age. Iron Age. They would have brought they knew how to look at the weather, the changing weather pattern, all these things. They were intelligent people. So they were the ones who started organized agriculture, organized life. The villages would have been set by them. The present day Tamil Nadu and Kerala. That is called the Tamilagam. The Dravidian language Tamil would have been definitely their kind of contribution. The Dravidian people.
What about Aryans?
Aryans came much later. Aryans came
from where?
Aryans would have come from Central Asian region. Central Asian region means present day erstwhile Soviet republics. That is Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan. These are areas located just north of Iran, Afghanistan belt.
Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, northern part of it. They could have come right into Indus Valley when it was declining, already on the decline. Then they travel eastwards, settle down in Aryavarta. Aryavartam is the circle just over the Vindhyas, just above the north of Vindhyas. That is present day Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand and Gujarat. That area could have been the Aryavarta. They would have settled down in Aryavarta. They developed, Upanishads, Vedas, Idihasas, Puranas and all that. And they came with only one sound, Om. They came with the one sound, they came with the mantras. And the local deities were incorporated into their faith systems. The Lord Krishna, always there.
Aryans did not have any god before coming.
They are spirituals, a different kind of spirituality for them. It was agnostic basically, but later they incorporated the divine concept by merging with the local belief system.
Many deities.
Hinduism has the advantage of incorporating the flavor of the land which they go. It's never called Hindu, it is Aryan, it is just Vedic religion. Vedic religion incorporated the local belief systems and local deities. Lord Ram incorporated, Lord Krishna incorporated, Balaram incorporated, all deities incorporated. That is how the Mahabharats and Ramayans all came. And their epics were created. And that people, Aryan, that is the Vedic religion, came down south. Already there was Krishna worship here. Already there was Rama worship, Krishna worship, all these things were there because it's Dravidian basically. And they merged with the local people. And not exactly to Kerala, but in present day Karnataka and to present day Tamil Nadu, they might have come. And later, by 7th, 8th, 9th century, we dealt with the changes in the landscape, topography in one of the previous episodes. Okay. After that, the Kerala's landscape changed. The land pattern changed. Culture changed. A new culture started with the arrival of the Brahmins. Okay. And you can't call them prehistoric people. They can't call it original inhabitants. Aryans are the latest. Aryans means Brahmin. The Kerala Brahmins are predominantly called Nambudiris. Okay. And Tamil Brahmins, Pattatiri and all these, that Poti, all these. So these Brahmins came and some of them merged with the local people and through Sambandha and all that. And some of them remained and they settled in the riverbed and constructed temples. And life started thriving around the Brahmin villages. Then came the organized life in Kerala. The organized life, recorded history, everything in Pakka form started only from the 9th century. That is the starting point of Kollavarsham, AD 825. A new era started, a Malayalam era called Kollavarsham started.
The Kollavarsham, has it anything to do with our place Kollam?
Yes, of course, Kollam became a trading hub for the Chinese, for the Arabs and for the Cholas. Chola ships are called Chonadan. Arab ships are called, Champrani. And Chinese ships are called Chunk. The word junk came from Chunk. Chinese junk. Chunk, huge ships with flat bottom. They would come and enter into Ashtamudi Lake along some wedge. And then they would get in and Kollam became a trading hub. Muchiripattanam gone and Kollam became the trading hub. So that is the point when organized life, villages and Nade, Kara, Kota, Desham, everything came. And organized administration also came. And systems and governance and rule, everything came. And until then, we were just trying to create the pattern of human evolution and also the migration pattern.
Any books available?
Very much, that is M.G.S. Narayanan writes the Perumals of Kerala, from which you get a picture from 9th century onwards. Okay, from the times of the Perumal, that is the second Chera, Kulashekara Perumal. and in the books of a number of books written by well-known historians like Rajan Gurukul, Raghav Warrior. All these people wrote about the 1st century AD, the Roman trade and the Dravidian people and all that. Even Romila Thapar, the well-known illustrious historian Romila Thapar, talks about the aboriginal people, prehistoric people. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for the valuable.
Right, that is about wonderful to have you.
We can refer to the books also.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you
very much. Had an enjoyable time. Thank you.
Hearty welcome to COMRADE Media's cultural program, A Pursuit into Roots. This is throwing a sacred axe. It is the name is parachute. And how much reality this belief has. It's a historical relevance. All these things we can hear from our beloved Dr. Mohan Varghese. Sir, can you give the belief of Parashuram, how it came into existence, and its historical importance? Has it any such importance? And also, we want to know whether such an incarnate existed or a similar real person lived here.
In a very strenuous exercise, bifurcating myth from reality.
Most people have a dovetailed impression about this. Dovetailed means the history and myth
converging to one. The documented evidence and the historiography have all started much late. So until then, what we could rely upon was only oral tradition.
Oral tradition only. No written document.
No written document. But the earliest written document about Parashuram can be Skanda Puranam.
Skanda Puranam. Who is the author of
Skanda Puranam? Has been there for ages. The Hindu belief system is based on Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, Idihasas, everything.
So Vyasan wrote Mahabharata. Valmiki is the author of Ramayana. Such no author is there.
No, nothing particular, because it's a part of the thing. Skanda Purana has a number of chapters. And chapters, 2 chapters were particularly relevant as far as Kerala is concerned. The present day Malankara, Malabar, Kerala is concerned. And that is Malayala Mahatmyam and Sahyadri Khandam. These two chapters are borrowed from Skanda Purana by the Brahmins.
By the Brahmins, okay.
The Brahmins actually wrote Keralolpati. The beginning of Kerala is called Keralolpati. That's a well-written book,
So,
published book also.
can we come to a conclusion that some Brahmin scholars together
Yes,
authored this?
together they authored it.
No
They
particular
compiled
person.
it. Yeah, not one person. It's compiled from time to time based on oral tradition about Parashuram, transmitted from generation to generation, basically taken from Skanda Purana, and compiled and codified over a long period of time. Eventually came up in the form of two books in 17th, 18th centuries.
From
One
Skanda Purana.
from Skanda Purana, Brahmins adapted it and adopted it to suit their requirements in the 17th, 18th centuries, when Brahmin domination was almost complete in the social order. And then they wanted to give a history of Kerala based on this Purana, Skanda Purana. They called the book Keralolpati, written by Brahmins, and Kerala Mahatmyam, yet another book written by the Brahmins.
Are they now available?
Yes, very much available. Yeah.
Printed form.
Keralolpati, Kerala
Printed
Mahatmyam
form.
are all available. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is the place where they talk about the myth. No, that is as if it is Parashuram is the one who was a historical person, and he is instrumental in the creation of Kerala by wielding an axe. Parashuram always wielded an axe. Parashu means axe, like what you suggested. Parashu is the word that conveys the concept axe. He always used to wield an axe, carry an axe always. He was a warrior, a fighter, a liberator, a leader, Brahmin leader. Normally
Brahmins usually never fight.
They don't fight. Normally Brahmins don't fight. They are not a warrior class.
Kshatriyas are he is unique.
Unique. Yeah, this is unique. This is Parashuram myth is unique. Because Brahmin fighter. And whom did he fight? He fought against the Nagas. Naga means sarpam. That is serpent.
Serpent.
That is snake.
Snakes.
The snake people who inhabited this land in prehistoric times, they would have been worshipping. They would have been worshipping snakes. And they could have been called Nagas or something.
Maybe Nayar. Nayar.
Possibly it's a Dravidian root. It's actually Nagas are original people.
They're Dravidians.
They're Dravidians. They're basically Dravidian. And they can be Shudras. They are incorporated into the Hindu fold much later. Much later. And they became Nayakar. Then they became a warrior class, fighting class. They were good in sword fight. Khadga prayogam, they say. Sword fight. And when Parshuram came and they found Nagas, and in fact, according to Skanda Purana, and even chapter 8 of Keralolpati, Kerala Mahatmyam, suggests that this is a land given by Lord Varuna, the god of sea ocean.
Water deity.
Varuna to Nagas. And
presented to Nagas.
By Varuna. See, actually, land would have come up. See, there's no land, it was Arabian Sea. The land would have been coming up. And Lord Varuna could only be responsible for doing that. Only celestial intervention can ensure that land comes up. Celestial intervention. That is called Lord Varuna. Then that land inhabited wilderness, inhabited by Nagas. And Parashuram brought Brahmins from outside Kerala.
From outside, you mean from North India?
From North India. So over a long period of time.
There are a lot of Aryans settled there.
It could have been from north of Vindhyas also, but they would not have come in one generation. They could have come in several generations. So if Parashuram is one person or several persons who brought Brahmins here, it's a debatable question. It's a debatable question. Because Valmiki or Vyasa, is it one person or people who wrote
Mahabharata or Ramayana over a long period of time. It's such a beautiful saga. So it should have been written by Vyasa. It could have been very many people.
Might not have been written by one person.
It's very difficult for one person.
So generation after generation, Valmiki or Vyasa existed here.
Similarly, this concept of Parashurama also could have been leaders of Brahmin community who led Brahmins from outside Kerala.
There is another thing. Let me say it. I'm not interrupting you.
Yeah, sure.
But I am interested, therefore I am asking. So there is in 10 incarnations. Matsya, Kurma, Varaham, Vamanan, then comes Parashuraman. So Vamanan at the time came to track down Mahabali, who was the ruler of Kerala of equality. Before that, before Parashuraman, Kerala existed.
It makes sense, absolute sense. Before Parshuram, Kerala existed, the land existed, they belonged to Nagas. So it so happened that...
meanwhile, Kerala was submerged.
in.
Then it was coming up.
The myth of Mahabali and Vamana is very much closely related to the myth of Parshuram also. Because it's almost same kind of time frame. It all happened. From the Dravidian population's control, Kerala came under the Aryan domination by around 8th century, 9th century. Because Adi Shankara's time is between AD 788 and 820.
In short, the present Kerala or Parashurama's Kerala, we can say, is a second one. After the drowning of the previous one.
Drowning of the previous one and the original one, not the aboriginal one, original one could be a Dravidian rulership, a Dravidian lifestyle. That is what you call the first Chera Empire. After that, the second Chera Empire came. That is the time of
second emergence.
Second emergence. That is the time Brahmins came in trickles and later in torrents. And they established 32 Brahmin villages brought by Parashuram. Brahmins in batches were brought by Parashuram, inhabited. One in Tiruvalla, another one in Trikududanam, the other one in Kabiyur, another one in Chennannur. 30 Brahmin villages in Chera kingdom only.
32 or 30?
30 in Chera land, 2 in the north. And 32 in the Tulu, further north. That is in present-day Karnataka.
Apart from this 32, another 32.
64 Brahmin villages. 64 Brahmin villages, out of which the present-day Kerala, according to Kerala Mahatmyam, had 32. Out of that 32, the 30 were within the Chera Empire, scattered in 7 different Nadigal regions, small administrative units, and 2 in north, in Malabar region, and 32 in the Tulu region. And when you say Kerala, Brahmins say that Kerala belonged to them. The cultured, civilized Kerala belonged to the Brahmins according to Keralolpati and Kerala Mahatmyam, because Brahmin villages, life around temples, at that time it was only Mukkal Vattam, no temple. It was only Buddhist worship and Jain worship, and Hindu temple's original form was called Mukkal Vattam. That is, Mukkal Vattam is based on, Mukkal means the 3/4 of a round. That is the shape of Gajaprashta, the backside of an elephant. That is called Mukkal Vattam. So Mukkal Vattam became organized modern temples by the intervention of Shankaracharya, who defeated the Buddhists and the Jains in debates and convinced Advaita. And Shankaracharya revived the Hindu spirit. So it was the Hinduization, or rather Aryanization of regions, and temples became worship centers. And these temples became the center of activity. Rice and paddy cultivation started. And the original people, they knew the cultivation, but it was refined and reformed by the Brahminical wisdom. And Brahmin villages were surrounded by various functional groups, and new classes and new communities and new castes emerged, and Chaudhary emerged, and everything. So it's all
filtering down to the concept Parashuram, who brought Brahmins and deployed, made them in heaven. And meanwhile, Nagas, Kerala also say that, when Parashuram brought Brahmins, first they could not settle down here. Parashuram came back to see that no Brahmins were there in Kerala. What happened to the Brahmins who were brought? They fled. Because Nagans.
For fear of Nagans.
For fear of Nagans. Either the snakes or the snake people.
Snake people.
Okay. And they fled to other place. And once again, Parashuram came and fought against the Nagas, defeated them, and gave the land to Brahmins. So the land is owned by Brahmins. The reality is that it was given to Brahmins by the existing Maharajas. It was given to them by, because that's why the Maveli was the original Dravidian king, or kings, very many kings, titled Maveli. Maybe just for convenience we call it Maveli. And Maveli ruled with distributed justice. And that small number of Aryans, that is the Brahmins, the Nambodiris, came, and land was given to them.
So
that is the truth.
Like the Louis I, Louis II,
Correct,
Louis
correct,
III, Maveli I, Maveli II, Maveli III also might have existed.
Any Maveli, any Kerala king could have been a very benevolent dictator.
Commonly called
Maveli. Or maybe later there, Mahabali. No, they are not called Maveli, there is a Bali.
He sacrificed himself.
Mahabali. So that is the concept.
So one thing is, in a brief sentence, Parashuram, the Brahmin, snatched Naga's land and presented to Brahmins.
Absolutely. Impossible. Either it is whether Parashuram is one person or number of Brahmin leaders, it is anybody's. So that is the mythological come historical
the same thing might have repeated.
Same thing that have repeated over a long period of time. At least from 7th century AD to 12th century AD, this process happened. Then by 12th century, the Brahmin domination of Kerala order was complete. By 12th century, Brahmins started calling the shots, and everything revolved around the Brahmins after 12th century. Even Maharajas are created by the Brahmins from the 12th century onwards.
If you don't mind,
yes,
let me ask a question. Anyway, the scientists, what they have to say, that means, geologists, astronomers, no, astrophysicists,
yes,
and historians.
Right.
Three things.
Right.
If you don't mind, just.
I don't mind. I do welcome that because
I am enthusiastic like a student.
Right. That makes it very awesome.
Your felicity of expression is catching.
Yeah. Right.
So I also became a student.
Appreciated, much appreciated. Yeah. You have given beautifully 3 dimensions. One is an astrophysical.
Astronomy,
dimension.
no, astrophysical.
Astrophysics, yeah. Astrophysical dimension means whether there is a celestial object.
You referred to it.
Yeah, I can.
The beginning.
Yeah.
So I caught it.
The
celestial intervention.
Yeah,
that very word used in the beginning.
Correct. The celestial intervention would have come according to astrophysicists, hypothetically. Hypothetically, not 100% sure. Hypothetically.
No evidence.
Evidences are there. I can give you evidence. Hypothetically, it could have been a meteor. Or some kind of a meteor that might have fallen over Kerala. And they suggest by looking at the aerial pictures of the topography, the present day topography, the lakes and lagoons and rivers and valleys and the slopes, say that as if some sort of a splashing of ink,
sprinkling
and splashing of the ink, over white paper at 40 degree, 45 degree
Kerala
slope.
The pattern of Kerala.
Yeah, that is the aerial view. That shows a beautiful picture of Lake of Astamudi in Kollam, Lake of this is Shastankotai. That's also in Kollam district, and surrounding areas. There are plenty of lakes and ponds and water bodies and all that. It all resembles a 45-degree slanted kind of a pattern. So that can be explained in terms of the possibility of an asteroid or a celestial object coming down from outer space. It would have been revolving around Earth, and at one point it would have come over the Pandya land. To be more precise, Tirunelveli belt. Tirunelveli region over the Pandya.
That celestial body is a symbolic of
very symbolic
acts of Parashurama.
It can be acts of Parashuram. It could be acts of Parashuram. See, according to the myth, according to Keralolpati, Parashuram's myth traveled. Parashuram hurled the myth from Gokarnam. It landed in Kanyakumari. And the land in between, slender land in between, emerged from the sea. So that was north to south. But we take an astrophysicist version is that acts. Okay, let the asteroid be taken as an axe. It travels from east to west. Why east to west? It cannot be west to east. Because every celestial object can travel only from east to west. Because Earth revolves anti-clockwise. In its axis, Earth revolves anti-clockwise. So sun, moon, star, everything appears in the eastern horizon. And this asteroid also appears in the eastern horizon. It could have come only from there. And then blasted, and big blast occurred, and millions of pieces, some big, some small, would have been further traveling across the western Ghats into Kerala. Then these pieces would have fallen. That impact would have created a geological calamity. That is where the geological formation comes. You're mentioning about geology.
So apart from the floods and tsunami, this is a celestial calamity.
Celestial thing. So then it serves, as long as it is in the air, it is astrophysics. Once it touches land, it is the concern of the geologists to decipher what it is. So now the geologists say that it is, we have Karimanal in the coastal belt.
Rare earth.
Ilmenite, monazite, thorium, bauxite. See, Kerala is very rich. World's thorium reserves are very small. 1/3 of the entire thorium reserves of the world is spotted in 2 districts, coastal belt of Kollam and Alappuzha districts of present-day Kerala. That is called rare earth Karimanal, the black soil. Very rich in mineral. You use atom bomb can be made, nuclear devices can be made. Fissile. See, we have fast breeder reactor, and the fuel is thorium. And we are building it up. And we don't have enough uranium. We don't have much of plutonium. We have this thorium. We have it right here. Whether we process it or not is a different thing. Whether the government will give permit to process it is a different thing. So this thorium reserve is used. Paint making. These rutile materials may be used for making paints and cosmetics, and cutex and all these things. And all
nail polish.
Nail polish and powder, talcum powder, everything. These materials can be used. So therefore, geologically they would have been effect. So the impact would have created big dent. So look at Shastankota Lake today. That's the best freshwater lake in Kerala. Shastankota Lake. Lake Shastankota. No inlet, no outlet. Just trapped water, pure water. But underneath, not only Shastankota Lake, but also in Ashnabudi Lake, it is radioactive materials present. Underneath, deposited. And where did it come from? That explains in terms of asteroid. That asteroid would have smashed on the face of the present day Kollam, somewhere in the mid Kollam district, and created mayhem. The dinosaurs were evaporated, gone. Millions of years back, crores of years back, dinosaurs gone. That they attribute it to some meteor impact
Impacts.
on the then existing continents. Right? A similar kind of thing. No dinosaur in 2000 years back. No dinosaur at that time. Dinosaur never coexisted with human being. That impact ideally would have taken place approximately, again hypothetically, in the 4th century, 5th century AD. And the debris that went up, the dust and the fumes and the fire and everything, big rocks and land masses would have gone up. And they would have settled down in huge land masses, would have settled down somewhere in the ocean. Somewhere in the ocean, somewhere in the coastal sea.
Such happened this.
It would have happened for 1,600 years back. And that is the place where, so we have proof about that in the first ever census taken by the British in 1670. And also the second census in 1704. They have spotted 5 different big time islands located in the western frontier, which is now land. And then later, these 5 land masses were joined together with some flow of water and some debris and slur and all that. So now it is land, level land. So this water, this kind of land formation could be directly traced to the 4th century, 5th century eruption or blast of this meteor. And that junk land would have been created, then they became level and sedimented, yeah. And then there is one more thing, Kari Nilam. This is Karimanal. What I said, this soil which came from outer space would have splashed onto the coastal areas, just making land possible. That's called Karimanal.
Otherwise, from where it would have come?
Otherwise, it would not have come from anywhere. Nowhere in Kerala you have that. Only in that part of Kerala we have it. Only in that part of India we have Karimanal. Nowhere else.
So in that sense, we are richer than Gulf people.
We are richer than Gulf people. Malayalis are richer than Gulf. And then ultimately, it is Kari Nilam.
So geologists make such statements about this.
Geologists make such statements.
Okay. And this rare earth, then Karimanal,
yeah.
Okay. They proved it.
Yeah. All provable. Still, it remains a hypothesis, but provable.
So, in that sense, we are richer than the Gulf countries.
Very many countries.
They own rich mines, gold mines.
Yeah.
So, we have 1/3 of
thorium resource of the world.
Thorium resource. Yeah.
Very rich. Yeah.
So, nobody knows it.
Nobody knows it. And we have other riches also.
Okay.
We have hidden treasures also, about which we don't say much.
Treasures in our temple.
Yeah, temples and all that. We don't normally say that we are that rich.
Nobody take it for granted.
We take it. Yeah. Nobody takes it for granted. Yeah, that's it. It's all related to faith. So let it remain with faith.
Remain faith.
Yeah.
But what about this? This has more prospect.
Industrial.
Yeah, prospect is there. Other things have definitely another.
And apart from Kari Manal, there is something called Kari Nilam. Kari Nilam actually is the kind of formation underneath the soil. The coal. Coal is older kind of trapped wood. And crude oil is trapped hydrocarbons. These are all hydrocarbons. And Kari Nilam is actually something like lignite, something close to lignite. Lignite can be 1,500 to 2,000 years old hydrocarbon. That is lignite. You hear about Neyveli Lignite Corporation in Tamil Nadu, etc. So that meteor would have burned millions of trees. Just raw trees, huge trees would have burned, and charcoal. Just went underneath. The trees would have fallen left and right and crossed and crisscrossed, and rains would have happened, and the debris would have fallen on top of it, creating the cavities underneath. Huge cavities under the soil because of this formation. This is that land. When you dig up now in Alappuzha district, in western part of Pathanam district, or western part of Kottayam district, what is surfacing underneath is just so coal-like thing. Semi-burnt wood. That is called Kari.
Kari.
That land is called Karinilam.
Oh.
You know, look at the names: Amichagari,
Ramangari,
Ramangari, Chennagari, Chaturthiyagari. All kind of Karinilam. Kari.
This is a Kari.
Karinilam. When you dig for the well,
The burnt wood parts.
Yeah, burnt wood parts, half burnt or fully burnt wood part, roughly around 1,600 years. So that makes it, the meteoric explosion could be traced to something like AD 400, AD 450.
Definitely gives proof to its meteoric explosion.
And you asked me about the history also.
History.
That is why that corresponding age, we see the Roman trade flourishing in the 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century AD. By 4th century, nothing about Roman trade. Perhaps the Rome collapsed, of course, that's right. Roman trade collapsed, Rome came down, and that is one reason. Apart from that, Cheran also collapsed. Pandyan also collapsed. I Kingdom, nothing much is heard about I Kingdom also. What would have happened was that debris, this kind of cataclysm, would have eliminated the civilization of the southern part of Kerala. The Chera and Pandya land would have been completely decimated. That could be the reason why nothing is written after 4th century. Sankham literature talks about developments only up to 3rd and 4th century. After
there is a vacuum.
Yeah, after that the Manipravala Kavyams of 10th, 11th, 12th century, Sandesha Kavyams, talks nothing about these things. And also the Manimekhala and Chalapathigaram, that's post-Sankham literature, does not say about these things. That means definitely there would have been no history. No history means no civilization. No civilization means no people. Nothing in the land. The land would have been
between 4th century and
7th century.
4th and 7th, there is a gap.
Then there's a gap.
Nothing
People say
existed.
that that period was ruled by Kalapras. Nobody knows who the Kalapras are. They say that it's near the Chola land. Some people who rule. Some that is
Small locality.
some small thing. But Kerala did not have an organized administration after the 4th century, and then comes all of a sudden the Arab trade resurfaces and the Chinese trade started.
So in between 14th and 17th century, no people existed here.
People would have been there, and they would have been leading
Here and there.
here and scattered. They would have been traveling to. They would have gone
Without
to
any
Chola
administration,
region, and
without
not,
laws and order.
they would have gone to present Ernakulam district, Idukki district, which was not affected that much.
No administration, no law and
No
order.
law and order, nothing. No organized civil society either. That is the reason why we say it has got historical proof also. So this is the inference. When there is nothing written about in history, you take inference from this kind of
Historical inferences.
historical inferences can be taken. But the good thing is that the geological formation and the historical inferences and the astrophysical possibilities converge on something like 4th century, 5th century, something drastic would have happened to Kerala. That is something which we might call the acts of Parashurama.
Very good.
And after this, the 4th Parashurama, a
Fantastic.
new town, Kollam emerged in a big way. The Chinese trade and no Roman trade, Chinese trade,
This
Arab
is
trade and all.
the meteoric phenomenon is in a small way symbolized in an axe.
Absolutely. That is acts.
Fantastic. Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, sir. I had a nice time with you. And
Thank you.
what
I
Malayalis,
learned
many
much-
Malayalis
I
may not know
learned-
what
I
Parashurama is.
learned much things. While I'm a student, I could not have such a boldness to ask them. This is free, you can ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
for
much.
participating. We can see in next episode. Thank you. Thank you. Warm welcome to Comrade Media's cultural series, A Pursuit into Roots. Today, we are presenting the 6th episode. It is Evolving Kerala Landscape, a Peep Back. Today, our beloved Dr. Mohan Varghese came to convey valuable information about the evolving Kerala landscape. Now, sir,
Yes.
I think today's subject is more concerned with the geological aspect than historical.
More of a geological formation, yeah.
Formation.
Landscape and land formation.
So, bless us with your geological knowledge, historical, very fantastic. Very good, thanks. What about the Kerala's beginning of the evolving Kerala? But I mean, even 2000 years back, what was the position?
Kerala has always been submerged in water. That is
Submerged
the general
in water.
bulk of the land was once submerged in water. That is in Arabian Sea. That is the general inference that most people have. That is true also to a certain extent. The land from time to time has been reclaimed from underneath the sea, the river, the lake and the rest. So Kerala has always been more than a landed country, it was a waterlogged kind of a land. Swamps and lakes and lagoons and water masses and all that. So that was Kerala's topographical feature, apart from the hills.
Even today, our life is greatly connected with water bodies.
Very much. In Kuttanad region, definitely it is the water, the Vembanad Lake and the surrounding areas, Astamudi Lake.
Fishing, agriculture, everything is
fishing,
depend-
lifestyle. And today, Kerala is generally divided into three. Malanad, the hilly terrain, Idanad, the midland, and that is the lakes and rivers and all that. And the coastal belt, that is the Arabian Sea coast. So these are the three topographical features.
And Kuttanad belongs to
Kuttanad belongs to parts of Pathanamthitta district, Alappuzha district, Kottayam district. So that is the region where Kuttanad is located, and that is the surrounding areas of the Vembanad Lake, the Kuttanad water body. Yes. So this is Kerala's land has been reclaimed by the sea by a legendary person about which we will deal in another episode. That is the myth of Parashuram. And apart from that, let it be a myth for the time being. Let us see the historicity later on. But beyond that, there have been times where so much of changes have occurred over a long period of time.
over a long period.
Over a long period of time due to natural calamities. Due to the vagaries of nature. Rains, torrential rains is the topographic, it's a climate-related feature of Kerala. We used to get rains, two rains per year, two series of rains. South-westerly monsoon in the months of June, July, August, and northeasterly monsoon in the months of October onwards, October, November, December, right into February, March. So that brought a lot of rainfall onto the land, feeding the rivers, feeding the people, cultivation, everything. So that actually resulted in changing land formation due to wide-scale landslide, alluvial soil, and all these.
Can you trace back any tsunami before our recent one, which was 2004?
2004 tsunami is a much illustrated, widely discussed area. We know everything about that, what happened, and the areas in Kerala affected in tsunami. in
So
2004.
common people heard
Only for the first time. Only for the first time. It's a Japanese tsunami. Is a Japanese word.
Words.
Normally, it used to hit the Indonesian coast, the Japanese coast most of the time. But nothing much has been heard about tsunami hitting the Indian coast. Especially the east coast. That is the Coromandel coast in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh region. More than Kerala. But if the tsunami comes from the east, it takes the whole circle around the Cape COMRADE, that is Kanyakumari, and reach. It twirls in and lash at the coastal belt of Kerala. So the areas affected in 2000 tsunami are the same areas possibly affected in a huge tsunami that might have happened approximately in 8th, 9th century AD. And I say 8th century AD.
Bigger than this one.
Bigger than, much bigger than this. Much bigger than the one we had in our memory. That is because there are two indications that we get. One, the collapse of Srimula Vasam.
Or Kerala.
In Kerala. Srimula Vasam is situated very close to, that is in Alappuzha, Kollam, that segment. Alappuzha.
Was there Alappuzha then?
No Alappuzha at that time. No Alappuzha at that time. Welcome to Alappuzha. Yeah, welcome to Alappuzha is such a new thing. Such a new thing. And in 9th century, possibly, AD 850, around AD 850.
So that is, I think that Alappuzha at that time was under the sea.
Definitely. Alappuzha would have been under the sea, underwater. And the coastline was so different. And we'll trace the coastline. Yeah, the tsunami in around AD 850 was lashing at the Cheriyarikil, Veliyarikil area. That is approximately the place where Srimulavasam, historical Srimulavasam was located. That is a Buddhist center. That is a Buddhist abode and a big monastery, Buddhist shrine and Buddha Vihara was located there. In fact, that was arguably the second largest Buddhist abode in the entire South India. Normally we call Buddhism came from the east, north and east. It came through the Chola Pandya coast into the Chera coast. So, the same time in the 850, around 850 AD in 9th century, there was wide destruction in Kaveri Pumpattanam also. That is Pumpuhar, the Chola Pattanam. The place where river that is Kaveri unleashed its waters into the Bay of Bengal. That is Kaveri Pattanam. Kaveri Pumpattanam also is destroyed. The post-Sankham literature, Chilappadhigaram, talks about the flourishing Buddhist center, Buddhist Jain center in Kaveri Pattanam. But when it came to the later work of Manimekhala, written around that period, we see the destruction of that area due to flood waters.
It's also mentioned in Chilappadhigaram?
It's mentioned in Chilappadhigaram. So definitely, it cannot just be tidal waves. It can be interpreted in terms of a massive tsunami destroying the entire city, the entire population. Devastated, yeah. Buddhist monks would have migrated. And the history also suggests that lots of Buddhist monks came further westwards into the Tamil Nadu plains and across the western coast into Kerala. So that is when the Buddhism spread to various parts of Kerala. Even before that, Buddhism was there. So that was a heydays of Buddhism. And the Mahayana Buddhism came through that route. It was already there, but it was very much. That's when the statues, Buddha statues, and Karumadikutan and the Mavelikira's Buddha statue all appeared. It all traced back to roughly that period of the destruction of Kaveri Pumpattanam and also the destruction of Srimulavasam.
This Kaveri Pumpattanam does not exist now.
It is there, but not as flourishing as it used to be right from the first day. It was a big trading center. It was the capital of Chola.
Today, which is the name for that part?
That is Cholapattanam only. Chola, that is Pumpuhar, Pumpuhar. All these areas are there, but not very significant. in that harbor. That is tsunami. And not just tsunami, but just water also. In 1341, there was a massive landslide from the eastern hills, and the debris and residue, everything flew downstream river Periyar. And that much of big land, pieces of land and mud and slurry, all lashed against the plains in the present-day Ernakulam and Trichy district, just sealing up the biggest port, that is Muziris. That is Kodungalur at that time, just basically Muchuripattanam, Muziris. The Kodungalur is destroyed in 1341 by floods in Periyar and huge landslides. And the Periyar mouth is shut. And Periyar started flowing into branches downstream.
Deviated.